Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The Ares Empire stretches under the blue sky. On the central square of the capital there was a monument to the first emperor. There were a lot of people scurrying around. 2 patrol soldiers were on duty, making their way around the city, talking to each other. The youngest soldier asked if the city was too quiet now. The older man doubted this, because no one knew when the revolutionaries would start acting again. According to the man, they were all hillbillies, and he was very angry that they dared to start a revolution. The younger one, seeing his partner's reaction, just laughed and confirmed that he was right. I also noticed that since things had become quiet lately, maybe the rebels realized that their little uprising was pointless. The elder agreed with a sigh and made the assumption that the Imperial Knights had probably already dealt with them. He also expressed his hope that it will remain this way in the future. At the same time, a group of knights gathered in an underground shelter, discussing a plan of attack. Their goal was to kill the emperor and destroy the empire. For them, such action was a necessary condition for the restoration of their kingdom, and all the knights, without exception, agreed with this. The men silently nodded their heads in confirmation. Looking at one of them, the head declared that he was entrusted with the most important task. The knight's name was Logan McLean, and he looked like a man in his 40s with bright red hair. Just like all the surrounding knights, he was wearing heavy, battered armor. The head of the knights had a hard look on his face as he explained the man's mission, which was to protect the secret manuscripts at all costs. Logan nodded in agreement, and he loudly confirmed that he understood this. At the end of the meeting, all the knights dispersed. Logan McLean was followed by one of his juniors in arms. The knight walked alongside and loudly expressed his admiration for Logan as one of the most patriotic knights. He incredulously asked why he decided so. In response, the knight clarified about the secret manuscript entrusted to him. After all, many people sacrificed themselves to obtain and protect it from the Empire, and since the manuscript was Logan's responsibility, it means that he will be hunted first by the army of the Empire. He will be obliged to take risks to fulfill his duty. Logan McLean only chuckled skeptically, because he did not agree to this task voluntarily. Another knight expressed his understanding, because he actually knew that Logan was fluent in ancient languages, and that is why he was entrusted with the book. But since the red-haired knight did not even complain, he considered this an indicator of his patriotism. Logan rather rudely interrupted the guy's conversation, because with his words he indirectly insulted their other comrades. It wasn't a matter of patriotism at all. Logan McLean was driven by revenge. Remembering the past, Logan realized that he was a worthless person. I remember an incident from many years ago. Once upon a time he had a duel with his younger brother Ronian, in which he lost. At the time of this duel, the boy had held the sword in his hands for only 3 years, but was able to defeat his older brother. Then the guy was recognized as a genius. But Logan at that time had been training for more than 10 years to become a knight. Everyone was surprised that the eldest son could be so stupid, and the future of the McLean family seemed rather bleak. Baron McLean was very often dissatisfied with his eldest son. Logan had done a lot of things to make his father angry at him, but the final straw was when the young man used a paralyzing poison on his own brother. Then the head of the house became incredibly angry. He was very afraid that Ronian might not go away from this. But, not seeing a drop of remorse in Logan's face, he became completely angry and ordered to get out of the house. For Logan, this turn of events was a shock. He went crazy from feelings of inferiority and jealousy, which is why he hurt his own brother, but did not think about the consequences. That day, Baron McLean disowned him and kicked him out of the family. This is the kind of person he was in the past. After leaving home, Logan became a mercenary, and only after 10 years of hard work did it dawn on him how terrible a person he was. But then it was too late. His family was destroyed. While wandering alone through the streets of the city, he somehow heard a conversation. The two talked about the public execution that was to take place that day in the square, and that one of the prisoners belonged to the McLean family. When Logan heard this, he froze in place. When the name Ronian McLean was heard, Logan turned on the spot and rushed towards the square. From snippets of conversation, it became clear that Ronian McLean was an aura user on the front lines against the Empire. Members of the royal family for whom the knight fought were able to escape, and they disowned him. Logan's mind flashed to the image of his younger brother and the realization that he had something to tell him, so he ran as fast as he could towards the square in hope. He prayed that his brother was still alive, but when he arrived at the square it was already too late. One of the soldiers announced the end of the execution and death of those who rebelled against the Empire. On the scaffold, the executioner held his brother's head, and the people in front of the square rejoiced at this. The pain of regret enveloped Logan, and tears streamed down his face, mixing with the rain. And then the man promised himself to take revenge. To take revenge on the Empire for killing his family and taking away his chance to ask for their forgiveness. Several days after the secret meeting, Logan was on the run from his pursuers. Screams of pursuit were heard from everywhere. The enemy soldiers knew for sure that the red-haired man had a secret manuscript, Logan rushed along the corridor of the castle, not making out the way, and at some point I found myself at a dead end. The soldiers who discovered him arrived from behind. The men cursed and grabbed the hilt of the sword tighter. One of the pursuing soldiers rushed at him with a drawn sword to kill him, but Logan, despite the force of the blow, was easily able to parry. He was also a fairly strong knight. The attacking soldier was thrown aside, and then Logan cut his throat with a sword. More soldiers appeared from behind. The next one swung his sword at Logan, but the knight ducked under his arms, and then he sharply thrust the sword into his head from bottom to top. He was immediately attacked from behind. Seeing a gap in the enemy's defense, the man immediately attacked in response. With lightning speed, he was able to kill this enemy soldier too. The thought was beating in my head that I needed to kill as many of these Imperial degenerates as possible. Footsteps of running people were heard from the side. Reinforcements arrived and he was surrounded by even more soldiers. They demanded that the knight surrender and return the treasure stolen from the Empire, the manuscript. Logan was struck by the thought that here and now he was destined to die. Then an unpleasant grin spread across his face. He admitted that he had no choice in this situation and threw down the sword. But he immediately took out the sphere and crushed it. He was not going to die alone, only with everyone. The soldiers were so surprised by his actions that they did not have time to react in any way. A bright light appeared and blinded everyone, and along with the light, an explosion rippled throughout the castle. Logan's last thoughts at that moment were that his life was full of regrets, and that he existed only for the sake of revenge. The only good thing is that he managed to harm the Empire, but he could not get rid of his greatest regret even after death. He thought he should have asked for forgiveness. The thought that if there was an afterlife, he would meet his family there and be able to apologize to everyone brought at least a little joy. Suddenly Logan woke up and jumped up. His head was pounding incredibly, but the pain also meant that he was not dead. This realization left Logan confused. Suddenly a male voice called out to him from the side, asking if he was okay. Turning towards the voice, Logan saw a tall, thin man. It was Rick, his chief servant, expressing his concern for him. In Logan's memory, Rick died 30 years ago, so when he looked at the servant, he was surprised why he was still alive. Hearing this statement from the young master, Rick's face changed. He was afraid that Logan had seriously injured his head and began to call a doctor. While there was commotion in the room, Logan looked around. Outside the window was the courtyard of his family's castle, where soldiers were training. The emblem of his family was present everywhere on the flags and pennants. Logan looked around in disbelief. There was a feeling that this was all a dream. Suddenly a young voice came from the door calling him brother. The sound of this voice brought confusion to the Logans. Standing in front of him was his younger brother Ronian. Red-eyed and red-haired like himself, he stood with a guilty expression on his face, and the hands were clenched until they trembled. Logan remembered this moment after their first duel. Then Logan lost to his brother in the same way, and when he came to visit him, the man rudely kicked the guy out of the room, angrily shouting at Ronian to get out. After all, he was just the offspring of his mistress. Previously, despite all Logan's insults, Ronian had gotten used to following him everywhere, but after that day he stopped. Shame for his behavior washed over the man, causing him to clutch his head and groan. This in turn worried his younger brother. Rick hastened to approach them and said that the young master still needed rest, and therefore Ronian had better go back to his place. But Logan stopped him and said that everything was fine. Then he called his younger brother to him. The boy was very happy about this, and Rick stepped aside, puzzled, so as not to interfere with their conversation. The boy sincerely apologized for what had happened, believing that he should have been more careful. In response, Logan assured that everything was fine and there was nothing to apologize for. After all, the boy didn't do anything wrong and it was Logan who should apologize for making him worry. But the apology came very hard from the man's lips, so hard that he was shaking all over. The sight of his older brother frightened Ronian. He was afraid that he was still in a lot of pain and needed rest. Looking at the sincere concern in the boy's eyes, Logan was hard-pressed to realize one thing: how a kind person could die on the front line on the orders of the kingdom. This was unacceptable. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, Logan began to ask for his forgiveness in a shaking voice. Tears of regret flowed from his eyes on their own, because he felt very guilty. Ronian was very surprised when Logan suddenly hugged the boy. But when he felt him clinging to him, shuddering with tears, he himself began to cry. For a while, Logan stood with his nose buried in his younger brother's shoulder, shedding tears and hugging him tightly. A little later, when the man was able to calm down, Ronian left. Having cried until his eyes were swollen, he promised to visit his brother later. Logan, with the same tear-stained eyes, said goodbye to him. Now he felt relief. But I also realized that this was not a dream after all, and he really went back in time, which means he simply has to change everything. His thoughts were interrupted by a scream. It turned out that a maid had entered the room. Logan behaved so quietly that she did not notice him at first, and then, out of surprise, she could not hold back her voice. Realizing that she had disturbed the young master, the maid began to bow and apologize. The girl's behavior puzzled Logan. At that moment, Rick hurried up and, blocking the girl with him, began to apologize for the fact that she interfered with his rest since they forgot to warn her. It seems that while performing her duties, she mixed up the rooms. Logan remembered with difficulty that his behavior in front of the servants was also very bad. Sighing, he assured that the girl had done nothing wrong and asked the servant to bring him a pen and paper. At first, Rick did not understand the master's request, and then he was afraid that he wanted to do something to the maid Maria with a pen and paper. This assumption greatly angered Logan, and he, screaming, ordered the girl to be taken away and finally bring what he was asking for. Later, the servant brought everything that Logan needed and left it on the table. In response, the man thanked Rick and ordered him to make sure that no one disturbed him. But the man was shocked again when the young master thanked him. Polite behavior caused even more concern in the servant, and he began to clarify whether everything was really alright with Logan and whether the young master had a headache. This angered the young man even more and he screamed and drove Rick out of the room. Oddly enough, Logan's rude behavior calmed the servant. He left the room already happy. The commotion had left Logan very tired. Behind the door, the joyful voice of a servant was heard, telling someone that the young master had shouted at him. So that means he's fine, and therefore we can go back to work. The realization of the situation forced Logan to cover his face with his hands. He was well aware that the actions of the servants were a consequence of his own behavior in the past. Sighing once again, he decided to write down everything that would happen in the future while he still remembered. First of all, everything about the war against the Ares Empire 10 years later, which was a disaster that destroyed not only his family, but also the entire nation. The man set himself the goal of preventing this event at all costs. But first, he decided to write down everything that he remembered about the War of Vassals, which would occur in a year, which began suddenly and destroyed part of his family. After this war, dark times would begin for his house. This had to be prevented, and for this the following had to be done. A ray of light from the window illuminated the chessboard, and also a door on the opposite wall. In front of the window, with his back to the door, stood the owner of the barony's house. There was a knock on the door and said that the first young master wanted to see him. The baron was surprised by the arrival of his son. The first thing Logan decided to do was go to his father. The servants of the house were clearly afraid of him. The maids huddled against the wall in fear, and the male servants tried not to look into his eyes. As Logan walked down the corridor, everyone tried to be inconspicuous. Suddenly, a maid appeared on his way, carrying a stack of laundry in her arms. Out of fright, the girl stumbled and her things ended up scattered on the floor. She looked up at the young master with fear. She was shaking in horror at what had happened in front of the young master, and she was afraid that this would mean the end for her. But, despite her fears, Logan asked if she had hurt herself and extended his hand to help her get up from the floor. At first the girl was glad that everything worked out well and even thanked the master. But when she looked at the young master, she was struck with even greater fear. Even though Logan said there was no need to worry, his smile looked incredibly scary. It was so scary that the girl screamed in panic. She fell to her knees and began to beg for forgiveness, trembling in fear. Logan was shocked by her behavior. He thought that sudden changes in his character might not frighten others and seem strange. It took time for them to get used to it. All that remained was to wait and show others that he had changed. Thinking about this, Logan looked at his reflection in the window and smiled. The reflection smiled back, and then the guy began to guess why the maid was so scared. In front of the door to the baron's office, the servant knocked on the door and loudly announced that the young master wanted to see the owner. Standing in the hallway behind the servant, Logan thought about his father. He remembered that moment from the past when his father said that he was no longer his son. In his past life, Logan resented his father for many years after he kicked him out of the house, and he considered him a cold, indifferent person who had ceased to have hopes for his son. A cruel father who heartlessly expelled his own child. And he didn't even stop by to visit after he lost consciousness due to injury during the official duel. Logan lamented that he had been so stupid all this time to think that way about his father before. As he walked into the office, the guy realized that having to drive away his own son could break the heart of any parent. Even though the baron never turned to meet him, the lair greeted him warmly. Only after that the owner of the office turned to look at him and called him by name. Logan was overcome with many emotions at that moment, and mentally he asked for forgiveness for everything he had done. The father noticed that Logan looked better than he expected and asked why he came. The master of the MacLane barony, Patrick MacLane, was a busy man. Logan flinched at his cold voice and thought that he really was keeping his distance. But the difference in reaction could be understood, because for Logan 20 years had passed since he saw the baron, and his father saw his face every day and not always in a pleasant light. Then he turned to Patrick McLean and said that he had come for permission to do remote training near the family cemetery. Such a request from his son surprised the Baron. Logan realized that to win the future regional war it was necessary to improve all the forces of the territory. This meant that it was necessary to make the knights and guards more powerful, as well as strengthen and create new weapons. There were many other moments as well. To accomplish all this, money was required. We needed a lot of money. But in Ares, the McLeans were known as a poor family. They simply didn't have any money. However, there was one way to instantly gain them. Thanks to the event that was supposed to happen in 3 months, Logan would be able to receive the amount of the annual family budget. But for this it was necessary to sharpen all his skills and gain voting rights. His father did not believe his son's statement and asked if he wanted to run away because of his loss to his younger brother. Logan replied that this was not so and that he realized how far behind he was, and, albeit late, he drew the appropriate conclusions. The Baron expressed his doubts about the guy's words, since the latter's lack of perseverance was not the only shortcoming, and he expressed his doubts that he believed the guy had still not come to his senses. It was quite expected that he simply did not believe it. The young man also replied that he understood that another problem he had was his behavior. The Baron sighed and said that he was tired of their conversation, since the guy always does nothing but talk, and he ordered his son to leave. But Logan did not give up. He agreed that all this time, instead of admitting his shortcomings and correcting them, he took out his anger on others. That he was incredibly stupid and childish, and this training, among other things, was supposed to help him take under the control of himself. That's why he asked his father to give his permission. For a while, the Baron thought that his son's words this time did not sound like a far-fetched excuse. Having asked Logan how long he plans to train, he received the answer that it was about 3 months. According to Patrick McLean, this period would not be enough to catch up with Ronian. Then Logan replied that his goal was not to defeat his younger brother. The words that the eldest son had set such a short time frame in order to simply get the best out of him made the Baron smile and agree. He saw that the guy, albeit a little, but changed, so he gave his permission. This made Logan happy, and he thanked his father. Already at the exit from the office, the hero called his son by name, and he reminded that even though it was already spring, the ground was still too cold to sleep on. Therefore, he should try not to freeze. The words of concern surprised and delighted the guy and agreed with them. A few days later, Logan went to his training. Having reached place and having chosen a place for camp, he lowered his luggage to the ground. Only immediate family members were allowed into the place where he was now, so no one should interfere with him. Moreover, there was plenty of room for solo training. This was important, since the red-haired man could not allow others to see his training methods just yet. Deep in the backpack, he found an old book. It described the secrets of the divine sword. In a past life, the guy memorized and burned this manuscript so that it would not go to the Empire. Initially, the cover of the book was decorated with a golden falcon, and the contents described the secrets conveyed by the hero of ancient times, who defeated the evil dragon that rules this world. Logan rewrote it again, encrypted, using the secret code of the Independent Army so that no one could read it. According to the book, after a person masters what is in it as described, the master of the aura of the Empire and even the archmages will no longer be afraid of him. In his previous life, Logan's advanced age and lack of talent prevented this, but now he has a chance. The basis of the secrets of the divine sword was the vital energy that changes the body, which was called strength. The young man had to concentrate this force in his heart and create a core. The task was not easy for a person with average abilities, and the past Logan would have broken down at this stage. But, as expected, after returning to the past, he began to feel as if his power was working to its full potential, and 3 days and nights of hard work would be enough for this. To Logan's surprise, the formation of the core happened much faster. The core was formed almost immediately. Strange sensations arose in the heart. While it was being generated, an extremely dense energy began to boil, which the body absorbed like earth after a long drought, and this greatly pleased the man. Taking the sword in his hands, Logan McLean thought that if the contents of the secret manuscript were true, then step by step, with effort, he would be able to become stronger and strike his enemies. By swinging his sword, the guy was able to create a forceful shock wave. It was amazing. His physique and feelings had completely changed. They adjusted to the need to master the sword. Logan had no idea why the core of power was created so quickly, but at this rate, in 3 months he could become significantly stronger, and this made me happy. With this attitude, the man continued his training. Day after day, until the evening, and even late into the night, he continued to train. And some time later, the last training day came. Among the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript, the strongest was a strike that transcends space and time, which was called Space-Time Slash. During this time, Logan was only able to pump up his power core to the first star. Therefore, even if he concentrated all his strength in his grip sword, holding it with a steady hand, and gathering his will together, he could reproduce only one blow of the cutting wave technique called wavy split. strength. The blow inflicted by the knight was stunning. The blast wave raised a lot of dust and debris into the air, and the technique itself squeezed all the strength out of the guy, so much so that he could not stand on his feet and sank to the ground. But the result pleased Logan. After all, when the dust settled, a tree became visible, whose trunk was cut horizontally from the crown to the very roots. This sight and the realization that the red-haired man was able to do this caused he had a loud and joyful laugh. This power exceeded all expectations, and it was impossible for a beginner to master such a technique. His hands were shaking, and after the first blow the guy spent all his strength, but it was nice to have such an ace up his sleeve. I couldn't help but be glad that Logan achieved his training goals and he could proudly report the results to his father. But first the guy thought that it wouldn't hurt to wash himself and wash his clothes. When the guy returned to the estate, some unexpected things arose. Circumstances. When trying to meet with his father, some eccentric knight blocked his way under the pretext that the Baron could not meet with him, and therefore the young master had to leave. Logan was puzzled by this, and he asked for what reason and whether he was ill father, to which he received the answer that according to the law of the family, even relatives in the direct line cannot meet with the owner without prior notification. And Logan had to remember this. Rick, who accompanied his master, suggested that this law is already a couple of 100 years old. Logan was surprised that nothing like this had happened in his last visit, to which the knight guarding the doors replied that this only means that the previous guard did not do his job correctly. Such a reaction from those around him surprised Logan, since nothing like that had happened in his previous life. From somewhere he heard a conversation that the knight was simply taking out his bad mood on the young master. The acquired strength made Logan's hearing better, and therefore he heard the negotiations of the guards coming from home. They discussed that the first son turned out to be a coward who ran away after losing to his younger brother. So the knight at the gate understood that the boy wouldn't even be able to utter a word. And even if something goes wrong, he can still get out of it. These conversations made Logan McLean realize how low his reputation had fallen while he was training. So low that even the knights of his own family mocked them. The knight continued to say that Logan should come next time when he was given permission in advance. The situation was unpleasant for the red-haired and irritating, forcing him to sigh heavily. He planned to gradually improve his situation by showing everyone how he had changed. But apparently, the plans had to be accelerated. Logan reached into his bosom and asked the name of the knight. The guy's action puzzled the guard, but he introduced himself as Dominion. Logan, repeating the name, turned to him. In front of all the guards, he stated that the Dominion was preventing him from meeting his father, citing the Law family, who has practically outlived his usefulness. And he also humiliated him with his arrogant behavior. His speech worried Rick and he tried to stop his master. The knight also didn't like this, because apparently, the guy decided to put pressure on him with his authority. And the red-haired man continued his speech by saying that he, being Logan McLean, received an unfair insult. Then he threw the gloves pulled out from his bosom into the knight's face, and he challenged him to a fight, calling on the Dominion to fight a duel. In the silence that formed after such words, voices were heard, guards who could not believe their ears. Logan began to provoke the knight by asking if he was afraid, since his silent in response. And while Rick behind him, in a panic, was trying to figure out how to resolve this situation, Logan continued to mockingly ask Dominion if he had his tail between his legs in fear at the sight of the coward that they call him in gossip. And the phrase thrown with contempt that the best years of the knight were already behind him completely infuriated Dominion. Taking the glove off his face, he calmly gave his consent. But because he squeezed the glove in his hand, it was clear that the knight not at all calm. Then looking with an angry look into Logan's face, Dominion once again confirmed that he was accepting the fight. The news spread almost instantly throughout the castle. It was decided to conduct the duel immediately on the indoor training field. Logan stood confidently in front of the Dominion, throwing a wooden sword over his shoulder. Ordinary soldiers gathered around to watch. Everyone was wondering what the young master was up to. They were talking in low voices about the time when his younger brother knocked him out in a duel, and that Logan then hid for 3 whole months so as not to catch his younger brother's eye. The wars began to bet on how long will he hold out against the Logan Dominion. The red-haired man's mood deteriorated. Apparently, no one believed in his victory. In the house, including the knight himself, as he turned to Logan that he looked too relaxed for someone who was participating in a duel. At the same time, she asked him to take care, although he cared about his appearance didn't express it in any way, rather the opposite. This statement made Logan laugh, as it showed that the knight had the audacity to agree to the duel, but he no longer had the courage to talk nasty things in front of other knights. Aside for Rick watched all this together with other servants, and he was very worried that the young master still went to a duel with this knight. After all, if something happens to the master, it will be Rick who will answer. Slowly Logan headed towards Dominion. The knight who agreed to play the role of the judge for this duel announced the beginning of it. He also reminded that for safety reasons the battle would be fought with wooden swords. He then asked Logan if he was ready to begin. Logan nodded as a sign of agreement. This whole situation confused the night judge since he really did not want to carry out this battle. But the young master was very stubborn, so he had no choice. Although the weapons were wooden, the knights, using mainly their strength, even with such a sword they were quite capable of killing a person. Therefore, the judge mentally prayed that Dominion would go easy on the young master. After the judge began the side, both Logan and Dominion increased the distance between them. Both stood in preliminary stances holding swords in their hands. The Dominion was the first to act. He began to gather the strength within himself to strike. The soldiers watching from the side noticed this and were greatly surprised by this action, because the knight was fighting, in their opinion, against an ordinary person. Rick, who was watching from the side, was very afraid of this, in principle, like the rest of the servants, because if the young master fell under this blow, it would not seem like much. Unlike those around him, Logan was completely calm, because after his training he saw everything perfectly. Although Dominion accumulated great power, he handled it very clumsily, which was understandable because it came out uncontrollably. Grinning, Logan turned to his opponent with the words that it looks like he was on edge, and he asked if something had upset him. These words completely enraged Dominion, and he squeezed him tighter in his hand sword. The words spoken earlier by the young master that his best years were already behind him touched a nerve. Dominion had been the weakest in the order of knights for 40 years and was planning to retire soon. He was simply minding his own business, waiting for his retirement. But Logan's words hurt him greatly. After all, everyone knew that the young master, even having the opportunity, did not strive to raise his rank, which means he simply had no right to say that to him. Concentrating his strength, he rushed towards Logan. The force released around him was so oppressive that those who were watching from the side were sure that the red-haired man would suffer. Dominion was not a completely hopeless knight, so since he was going to retire anyway, he decided to finish off the guy with his secret technique. Swinging his sword, he directed all his concentrated force at the young master. Logan remained motionless all this time and was completely calm. At the last moment, the young man simply took a step to the side and used one of the learned techniques, called the Great Triple Murder. Dodging the blow, he struck back at the ball from top to bottom, thereby pinning it to the ground. The force of pressure on the sword seemed incredible to Dominion, so incredible that he could not hold the sword in his hands, and it fell to the ground. The knight could not resist and fell to his knees next to the young master. To use the technique, Logan also collected and concentrated his power in his body, but after the blow he began to dissipate it. Looking down at the man, Logan asked how he could call himself a knight with such a maximum. The surrounding soldiers watching this fight were even speechless from such an outcome. The same applied to the judge and the servants. The scene where Logan stands over the defeated Dominion was shocking. The observing soldiers finally began to come to their senses little by little, discussing what they had seen. They were amazed that the first young master was able to use force. Logan called out to the judge and he came up to find out what the young master wanted. The guy offered to give Dominion a second chance in the duel. Then the judge asked the knight if he would like to continue. But Dominion did not listen to him, as he was trying to understand what was wrong is happening to him. His hands were shaking, his mind was confused, and a frightening thought crept in that he was weaker than this guy. Refusing to believe it, the Dominion began to concentrate its power again body. His mind was clouded with anger, and he could not accept what had happened, deciding to attack. Logan saw that the knight was furious and was putting too much pressure on himself. Swinging his sword, he attacked the knight back with all the strength he could muster. The blow landed right in the face, and blood began to flow from the man's nose. Standing firmly on his feet, Logan watched the knight fall with a calm expression on his face. But in his heart he was angry, although he gave Dominion a second chance, but thought that he would refuse or at least show himself better. Sitting on the ground, Dominion felt severe pain pierce his entire body. Then he turned to Logan, and even tried to admit his defeat, but did not have time. The red-haired man cut him off mid-sentence with another blow from his wooden sword. The guy reflected that he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who was trying to rebel against his master, but he still had to punish him. He swung his sword again, but without using internal strength, and he began to mercilessly strike at the Dominion over and over again. His cruelty did not frighten the observing servants. Now they were afraid not for him, but for himself. The watching soldiers were also stunned and found it hard to believe that this was really their young master. After all, it was almost impossible to change like that in 3 months and not only awaken the strength, but even completely change the technique of the sword. They had the feeling that the guy had been training for several decades to be a swordsman. And Logan stopped beating the knight when he lost consciousness from pain. And only then was the night judge able to announce that the victory belonged to Logan McLean. The Baron's office was quiet as always. Patrick McLean, talking with his son, noticed that he seemed to have awakened and asked what happened during training. From these remarks, the guy realized that his father had watched his fight personally. Turning to his father, he He began to assure that he had simply gotten rid of self-interest and was ready to let go of the past, and that while working with his thinking in that moment he felt how power began to fill him, and it was incredible. This is exactly how Logan felt everything in his past life. Only after refusing to take revenge on his family was he able to gain strength. He then barely managed to awaken after magpies. Hearing his words, Baron Maclane agreed that he had indeed changed. Turning to face his son, he angrily asked why the first thing he did after gaining understanding was to attack the knight. Logan did not hesitate to answer that he deserved it, but then he clarified whether his father had heard the whole story from the guards. The Baron confirmed that he knew everything, but still asked whether there was a need to go so far. Fully confident that he was right, Logan confirmed that yes, it was. The Baron looked at him doubtfully and asked really. To his father's distrust, the young man replied that Knight tried to deceive his master's son and expose him to ridicule, and if he had not stopped this, then he and Knight would undermine the discipline in their house. After all, hierarchy is a pillar that allows the entire structure to function. As soon as it shakes, the balance is disrupted. Remembering the past 10 years' life as a mercenary, Logan came to the conclusion that when it came to a group of armed men, self-will had to be cut off in the bud, and today's incident would serve as a lesson for the rest of the knights. In response, the Baron objected that the Dominion was definitely very mistaken and that he had forgotten his duties and tried to fool Logan. But the son overdid it and he had to control himself. And the thought occurred to Logan that his father had forgiven him after all. Apparently his face was so expressive at that moment that Baron Maclane perfectly understood what this guy was thinking about and asked if he wanted to be punished. Naturally, Logan refused. The Baron continued with a sigh that he did not consider his action to be correct, and therefore he should not do such a thing again, especially without his permission. He also reminded that the young man still had not officially received his rank. For some time after a pause, the Baron also added that Logan should find out something. Such words and tone puzzled the young man. Unexpectedly, the father announced that his fiance Rina would visit them soon. This news was stunning and Logan shook with excitement. The image of a beautiful girl came to mind. Logan was incredibly happy about her arrival, or rather her money. The heels of women's shoes clicked on the steps of the carriage. Coming out, the girl looked forward. At that moment, the porcelain announced that Mrs. Rina Wolves had arrived. Upon entering to the castle, Rina Wolves proudly began to walk along the carpet to meet the owners of the house. The servants who met she was amazed, and the guards were fascinated. Everyone was captivated by the girl's gentle appearance and silver hair. Arriving in front of the owner of the house, the girl politely greeted Lord Maclane. With a charming smile, she asked if he had chewed well. In response, Patrick Maclane greeted the girl, noting with a laugh that she had become a real lady. Rick stood with the rest of the greeting servants, admiring, because he had only seen her as a child, and how she grew up to be a real beauty. He was amazed. But looking towards the 7 patriarch, he drew attention to Logan. According to those around him, he should have glowed with happiness, having finally met his bride, but he looked rather gloomy. Rina continued to address the Baron with a request to read a letter that her father, Earl Wolves, had entrusted to her. The letter began with an address to the head of the house as a dear friend, was written in an ornate style and was very long. So long that the girl finished reading it only half an hour later, expressing at the end the hope of her father to accept his request. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Count Kieran Wolves asked for the termination of his daughter's engagement to Logan. At this point the letter was completed and the girl handed over the scroll to the maid. In the reception hall there was complete silence. Logan thought, summing up such a long letter. It seems Count Chiron was counting on Patrick Maclane to become Aura user, but he had remained at the level of a high-ranking knight for 20 years. In addition, Logan's reputation was simply terrible. Accordingly, the Wolves house did not see the point in uniting with the Maclane family. Therefore, he wanted to break off the engagement. A wave of palpable rage swept through the hall and the Baron asked the girl that since the engagement was broken off without a proper reason, then the Wolves house was trying to insult the Maclane house. Patrick Maclane of all I was shaking with anger and my hands squeezed the stone railings so much that they began crumble. Looking at this, all the soldiers were confused. Rina, with an innocent look, replied that this was not so and that she had guessed about the possibility of such conclusions and therefore asked to be allowed to personally deliver the message in order to settle any misunderstanding. With tears before her eyes, the girl stated that the memories of how she lived here for a whole year as a child still linger in her memory. That the moments created with young Mr. Logan in this beautiful and serene place, her young mind retained as a value that she had no desire to forget. But since she is related to her family and therefore obliged to carry out their instructions, she thought it best to personally apologize to them and the young master. Her appearance, intonation, and words touched the hearts of the surrounding servants, creating the impression that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Sobs were heard around her, but Logan did not care about it. At that moment, a female voice sounded asking the girl, "What is the reason after all?" because I would like to hear about these inevitable circumstances." The girl shuddered and looked at the speaker. The words were spoken by Mariana Kairos, Logan's stepmother and Ronian's biological mother. She had long considered Logan an enemy over the succession issue, and therefore should not have interfered. However, this question affected the honor of the family, and she could not stay away. The girl bowed her head in apology and replied that she could not tell anything, since she herself did not know the reason. To which Mariam asked if she really did not know the details that relate to her future marriage. To which Rina, putting her hand to her face, answered with sadness in her voice that she, as a devoted daughter of the clan, was destined to marry and become part of another family, and that her father did not discuss such an important decision with her. To which Lady Quiros inquired that the girl came to talk about the termination of the engagement without giving a reason, and that this is how they need to perceive it. In response, the girl remained silent, but after a moment noticed that the wolf's house intended to pay in return. The compensation was 3 million gold. These words struck one of the men present. He was the financial manager of the MacLane house, Dwayne Filsner, for whom the amount of 3 million was simply huge. Hearing the announced amount, Logan was delighted, because now it was he who could get this money. But at that moment, Baron Patrick, disappointed with everything that was happening, could not control his power. Its flow spread throughout the entire hall, influencing the surrounding knights and showing how strong he is. This also affected Rina, but the escort knight came to her defense and asked the girl to stand behind him. He turned to the Baron with the words that he, Rockford, a knight of the House of Wolsey, calls out to the owner of the house and asks him to calm down in order to continue the conversation. This really calmed the Baron a little, and he was surprised to note that the knight was also a high-ranking one, which was impressive for such a young age. But at this, he remarked with force in his voice that the wounding of such a rising star could well serve as an honest measure for humiliating the dignity of the House of MacLane. Although they were both high-ranking knights, the Baron's strength was clearly higher, and the knight was preparing to get injured. But at that moment, the voice of a girl saying that the head of the House Wolves always called the Baron a man of honor, and he also said that he would not persecute the young lady and the younger knight. Rina noticed that they did not try by honor with money, so she asked to accept it as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain friendship between the houses, despite the upcoming public criticism due to inevitable circumstances. Such cunning words made the Baron's grind teeth, because if he continues to put pressure, he will become a dishonest person. And it seems that this is exactly what Count Chiron was trying to achieve by sending these two children here. Taking control of himself, Patrick MacLane replied that a guest remains a guest even if he brings bad news, so he will not oppress them, and that they will not accept this offer of money for breaking the engagement. They demand only one thing. Rina Wolves, who was sent, should have politely and sincerely apologized to Logan, and any other compensation will not be accepted. These words inspired the surrounding guards and knights, because this is exactly what they expected from their master, and this is exactly what, in their opinion, an aristocrat should be. But at that moment, Logan called out to the Baron. He turned to him with words that, as a person worried about the break of an engagement, he wanted to ask for something, and therefore, with pressure, he asked to listen to him. The young man's thoughts were that they needed this money. It infuriated him that his father was going to let them just apologize, because 3 million is the annual budget of their entire house. Moreover, half of this amount came from his stepmother's family as assistance, and as soon as they stop providing it, the house will go bankrupt, and what would they have to do then? It was impossible to comprehend how his father did not understand what he was doing, and that they were obliged to get these funds at any cost. Logan stated that he would like to accept the offer of the Wolf's house, and this greatly surprised the Baron. Having already become angry with his son, he asked if he wanted to force him to back down from his own words. All this also caused an uncontrollable flow of power that was directed at the guy. The Baron was a high-ranking knight, and therefore, although without an aura, the pressure was very great. Logan had to activate his internal forces to resist this pressure, because if he could not resolve this issue now, he would never be able to advance further. Baron Patrick, turning to his son, asked if he really believed that their house was so poor that he would give up honor for the sake of money. The guy exhaled and gathered his strength. He confirmed that it was just so much, and that right now they owe the bank 3 million, and the annual interest on the debt is 150,000. Without this support from Chiron, the family could become bankrupt and become a great house of the poor, which will come to an end very soon. More precisely, this is exactly how Logan would like say, but since this was an official meeting, he had to restrain himself. Therefore, he calmly answered his father that the reason why they should accept these 3 million was precisely because of honor, to which the Baron inquired dissatisfiedly that for the sake of this honor he wants him to retract his words. To which Logan reasonably noted that the Wolves' house is superior to them, and Count Chiron also rules the East, and although his forces are located there, the MacLane house does not serve him. This means that a simple apology will lead to the spread of rumors that they are trying to please the wolves. At this point, Rina intervened, stating that her family was prudent. Explanations, so what kind of rationality can we talk about? And therefore advised her not to expose herself to ridicule. These words confused and forced the girl. Logan remembered how in a past life he believed that Rina, as it seemed to him then, was sincerely upset about the inevitable breakup, but before it happened, one thing happened. Rina called Logan to her room because she wanted to say goodbye to him since they are parting forever. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that she still wants to create last memories with him. Logan was touched by her words because his life as a young master was ruined, and the decision risking everything for the woman he loved, escaping, seemed like the best moment at that moment. He was about to invite the girl to run away in the evening together when she took out a dagger and ripped open her dress. Shocked, Logan called the girl's name, trying to understand what was happening. But in response, that same dagger flew at him. This greatly shocked the young man. But even being shocked, he was still a knight and therefore managed to grab the weapon and fight off the flying blade. Rina, standing in front of him in a torn dress with a somewhat gloating expression on her face, she turned to him with a question whether he really believed that he had the right to own her, and that he should already figure out where his place was and get away. She stated that Logan had lost to the boys, which means he doesn't need the sword at all, and the fact that he finally got it will make her task much easier. Logan, in bewilderment, tried to understand what the girl was talking about. At that moment, she screamed heart-rendingly, wrapped her arms around herself, and sat down on the floor on her knees. At the cry, a knight burst into the room and saw that Rina was standing in a torn dress and standing opposite her Logan with a drawn sword. The girl began to say indistinctly with tears in her eyes that Logan suddenly began to behave aggressively and, without finishing speaking, burst into tears. Simply put, she framed him, and since the young man was already guilty of many things, even his family did not believe his excuses. As a result, the McLeans had to apologize to the wolves' house and pay huge compensation. Because of this story, Logan could no longer trust women. He was sure that this time, too, Rina planned to profit and run away, breaking off the engagement. But this time, he was not going to let that happen. The young master thought about the current situation. At first, he planned to change his reputation in the family, slowly showing a new side of himself in order to convince people about him. And then one day the family would also reconsider their opinion towards him. At least that was his original plan. But the fight with Damien made it clear that the guards were turning a blind eye to the fact that he was clearly being disrespected. And during his absence, many rumors had also spread. He strongly doubted the possibility of influencing his family only by receiving the recognition of such people. There were 9 months left before the regional vassal war, and his reputation was now unimportant. The thought that he had to save his relatives forced him to act without hesitation. Therefore, he clearly and loudly addressed the girl with the fact that he accepted their offer of compensation despite the wishes of the family. This statement greatly surprised the girl, and also forced his father to raise his voice again, since he considered that his son dared to contradict his will. To which Logan calmly noted that empty apologies did not suit him, and if their honor is worth just a couple of words that will dissolve in the air, then it is just as weightless. Rina did not like the conversation that was taking place. It was clear that she did not want to give this money to Logan. Therefore, in order to preserve her reputation and still somehow influence the situation in her favor, she declared that they would submit to the will of the Lord, the owner of the McLean house. Therefore, she proudly turned to Baron Patrick, putting her word on honor that she would like to hear the final decision. She was also puzzled by Logan's behavior because he had previously been in love with her, but now, it would seem, he was completely cold towards her. The guy thought that the girl made such speeches only to save her father's reputation, but in fact she was most likely bursting from the inside with the thought that she would have to give this money away. The Baron, having managed to pull himself together, said in a calm voice that as a representative of the McLean house, it was quite enough for him sincere apologies. However, he left the final decision up to Logan. This statement shocked everyone around in the hall. All the servants and guards began to whisper after hearing such words. Rina herself was perplexed and angry, but could not do anything about it. Still continuing, the Baron asked Logan to be more careful. After all, if you sell your honor, then in the future you will be more willing to agree to such size. Having finished his speech, Baron McLean looked expectantly into his son's eyes. But Logan was going to disappoint him since he could not miss this opportunity, and therefore declared that, as a person who suffered from a broken engagement, he would accept money from the Wolves' house as compensation. His final decision caused different reactions. Marion was quite happy with this. The same could not be said about Rina. She was clearly upset by the result. With complex feelings, Patrick turned to Logan and said that although his son had changed, it turned out that it was for the worse. And then he added that he himself was to blame for not being able to explain to him the true value of honor. These the words saddened Logan, but he did not back down because he believed that he was doing this for the good of his family. Some time later, in the castle of the McLean family, a whole mountain of gold glittered in front of Logan coins, and the guy stood with a satisfied look and thoughts that he had finally received these 3 million gold coins. Various options for using such a sum arose in his head, making him lose calm. At that moment, someone knocked on his door rooms. The red-haired man decided that it was Rick who had come and allowed him to enter, but it turned out to be not a servant, and the man who greeted the young master entered the room. Logan looked at the newcomer in surprise, recognizing him as Dwayne Filsner. A plump older man with a joyful smile all over his face confirmed that he was Dwayne. This man managed the finances of their family and was the Baron's most trusted confidant, so that smile on his face was there for a reason. The young man began to have vague suspicions as to why he had come to him. Dwayne Filsner was now faced with the greatest difficulty of his life. As the financial manager of the McLean house, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle, and as a result, he received many requests and complaints, such as replenishing winter supplies for the servants, replacing the guards' weapons, and so on. And in order to make up for the lack of money, the manager had to beg for it from Marion's father. Sometimes he felt not like a financial manager, but the leader of the poor people. And if the McLean fiefdom had not been his home, he would have been retired a long time ago. But now he hoped that he had a chance to smooth things over for at least a couple of years. From Dwayne's point of view, Logan was a clueless child who could easily be to deceive, and he came to him with a clear desire to ensure that the young master shared the money from the compensation. Of course, he could not say this directly. Therefore, he pretended that he just came in to say hello and also to express his admiration. To Logan's incomprehensible look, he declared with all passion that not everyone could stand their ground, not paying any attention to unreasonable pressure, and that he was literally shocked by what kind of heir the McLeans are growing up. Dwayne was confident in the level of his ability to flatter, especially considering that previously the young master had only been scolded, which means he simply had to reveal his heart, and at the same time wallet. But Logan's reaction was completely different from what the man expected. Instead of a smug expression on his face in response to praise, the young man with strange eyes asked what kind of nonsense the manager was talking about. Dwayne was not ready for such a reaction, but decided not to back down, and therefore continued his speech that in these difficult times for the family there are 3 million gold was like rain during a drought, and the ingenuity of the young master will allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief. To which Logan asked what his money had to do with this. Filsner fully expected such an outcome, but still decided try again. Naturally, Logan's negative answer was unpleasant for him, because it meant that he was going to spend all the money on himself. This made the manager very angry, but he had to pull himself together. Memories of the last 20 years of his life as the financial manager of this family were not the most pleasant, especially those moments when he had to beg the head of the Kira's family to lend them money. The thought of how often he had to humiliate himself brought tears to the man's eyes. Then Logan asked the question whether things were really that bad with his family's finances, to which Dwayne Filsner replied that they owed Cooper Bank 3 million, and only one annual interest was a large sum, to which Logan casually asked if that was equal to 150,000 gold pieces. The finance manager was amazed that the young master was in the know. Logan then noted that it was harvest time, so it was quite possible to pay the interest. Surprised at how much the young master knew, Dwayne noted that running a barony also required money and it's always difficult with them. And just Dwayne wanted to say that if the young master could help a little, he cut him off with a firm sorry. But no, the manager was surprised and upset by this answer, to which he noted that he thought that Logan's act against his father's will was committed for the good of the barony. The guy confirmed this, to which Dwayne would have already wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but Logan interrupted him again, saying that he would spend the money for the benefit of the family and not to cover current expenses. He confidently stated that he needed to think about the future and not about debts. This statement again angered the manager because he believed that Logan could not foresee the future and therefore could not manage the money correctly. Therefore, it would be better to give it to him. Logan asked that if now they are paying off the debt with this money, then how in general this could change the family's situation. To which Dwayne replied that the budget will grow and managing the castle in the next couple of years will become much easier and they will have the opportunity to exhale. To which Logan asked what would happen next, and he made the assumption that most likely the family would again be mired in debt since they did not have any special goods to sell. This means that all this was a vicious circle, and it was this circle that he wanted to break so the money would go towards the implementation of his plan. These words perplexed Dwayne. He even wondered if the same bully he knew was really standing in front of him. Logan represented a child who did not care about family problems, but now everything didn't look like that. Grinning, the young man offered the manager a deal in which if he did him a favor, Logan could help partially cover the family expenses. Dwayne doubted and decided to first find out what the favor was. With a mysterious smile, the young man stated that he needed him to gather some mercenaries. A few days later, Rick asked Logan in an excited voice if he was really going to leave. Logan, standing in full knightly uniform, answered in the affirmative, to which the servant noted that he had returned from solo training not long ago. So why did he need to leave? In response to Logan's answer that he had to earn money, Rick asked if the young master really didn't have enough of it. While packing his bag, the young man confirmed that he needed more. Rick was worried about the too tense atmosphere in the castle that was going on lately, and the fact that the Lord would clearly be against his son leaving. The young master agreed with this and stated that he would therefore leave secretly. This amazed the personal servant so much that the latter burst into a scream so loud that Logan's ears were blocked. The young man understood that if he couldn't influence his reputation now, then he wouldn't be able to change everything else, which means it was necessary to organize an army outside. Fortunately, he knew that is happening outside, because it was at this time in his past life that he was kicked out of the house. And to carry out his plan, Logan first wanted to find one person. While the young master was lost in his thoughts, Rick continued to be indignant at his irresponsible behavior masters. He couldn't understand what he was thinking, since he was trying to escape at this age. To reason with his young master, Rick decided to do an even stupider thing and lay down on the floor with an ultimatum that if he wanted to escape, he would have to go through him. This behavior greatly angered Logan, so much so that he was demonstratively going to step on his servant as punishment. Naturally, when the servant got scared and asked to stop, Logan did not do so, but only told him not to worry since he had left a letter father, which means no one will blame Rick. The young man fell silent and looked at his servant with a kind smile. True, this smile did not inspire him with calm, and in principle he was right. When Baron Patrick read the letter from his son, he was dissatisfied, to put it mildly. In the letter, Logan addressed his father. He stated that the break in the engagement broke his heart, and he decided to leave for a while, but there is no need to worry about him since he will return soon. The Baron's angry cry spread throughout the castle, and the poor servant, with tears in his eyes and trembling in his body, he mentally begged the young master to return as soon as possible. Going back to the past, 200 years ago the McLean house was not like this situation as it is now. It was a huge and extensive county, stretching from the neighboring Viscountcy of Thesron to the Viscounts of Sylvan, Perrin, and the Plains of Buffons. It was then revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the Kingdom of Grandia. But the ineffectual reign of 3 generations before the current Lord Patrick MacLean led to the demotion of his family in rank, and also a significant reduction in controlled territories. Huge grain holdings, which were once called plains the MacLeans, were given over to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various landowners. The place where the MacLeans ended up was hard, dry land near the southern mountains. There were no regional products there, nor were the copper mines typical of the highlands. In such conditions, even if the MacLean family wins the regional war, it will forever have to turn to the cuirass for help. Heading into the city, Logan thought that it would take a lot of money to break the vicious circle, much more than 3 million. Recalling information from the past, the young master of the MacLean house headed to the greatest trading city of the Kingdom of Grandia, Kale, with a specific goal. Namely, to find a person who will help get the rest of the money. Walking through the shopping streets of the city, Logan from everywhere heard an invitation to purchase their goods, ranging from precious stones from the Empire and weapons from the north, ending with fresh southern fruits. The road to this city reminded the young man of how far his lands were located. According to his memory of a past life, the person he was looking for spent his youth in this city, and according to the tips of local residents, Logan tried to find his home. The man he was looking for in that life had the nickname Goldbug Philip Cloud. The Ares Empire was the strongest nation on the continent. Its powerful centralized power worked according to a merit system, and regardless of gender or age, a person with talent could succeed here and enjoy power and wealth. Even foreigners had this right, and a great example of this was Philip Cloud from the Kingdom of Grandia. He was one of the richest merchants influencing the empire, and the greatest military merchant, who was considered a traitor to the Kingdom of Grandia. However, in reality, despite his nickname, he supported his fellow countrymen and used money and power to make Grandia a sovereign state. As Logan approached Philip's place of residence, he examined everything around, and when he saw a young man in glasses kneeling on the pavement, it was difficult for him to believe that he was the very famous merchant. Of course, he was not yet supposed to become famous, but he looked like a complete loser. The man was shaking all over, and he muttered under his breath something like a curse addressed to those who had deceived him, and also lamented about what he should live on further. Watching the kneeling man clutch his head, Logan remembered the rumors about how the man's business went bankrupt due to deception. Coming closer, the red-haired man heard Philip muttering about suicide. He definitely couldn't allow this, so he turned to the man right away. Looking from top to bottom, Logan asked with a smile whether he or Philip Cloud Having slightly come to his senses, Philip stood up from his knees and looked at the man with red hair and eyes. He asked who was asking him. Logan's gaze, in which he looked at Philip, was strong-willed and self-confident, attracting attention. The guy was very happy when he found the merchant. Approaching closer, Logan asked if Philip would have time to talk with him. Having looked at the red-haired man better, the merchant clearly understood that they did not know each other, but he was familiar with this look. As a businessman, he had encountered this many times. This was definitely greed. Looking at the guy's old armor and adding in his mind the time when he approached him, Philip came to some conclusions. When Logan just wanted to introduce himself, the merchant interrupted him. He began shouting that now was not the time for repayment of the debt, that he would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property only in 3 days, then he could come. Logan tried to assure that he had not come for a debt, but Philip's inner mind had clearly awakened beast. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the fury with which he began to shout at the knight, claiming that he had not yet received the proceeds, which means he had to leave. This scream struck Logan so much that he froze in silence for some time. There was a clear look in the merchant's gaze was read in large letters telling him to get out and leave him alone. Logan tried to stop the man's hysteria by calming him down with words and assured him that he had not come for money, but that he wanted to invest in him. The latter greatly puzzled Philip. He even asked if the young man really wanted to invest in him, and having received an affirmative answer, he finally believed that he had not come for debts. In Philip's opinion, offer to invest money in a person who had just gone bankrupt, only a madman could. He really wanted all this to be true. Then the merchant asked the young man how much he wanted to invest in him. In response, Logan asked how much was needed. He was ready to provide the amount to cover the debt so that Philip could get back on track. For the man, it was all like a dream, and although he wanted to madly believe in it, doubts still remained. After all, if you look closely at Logan, his armor was very dirty. It's clear that he came from afar. And when he looked closer under the layer of dirt of the armor, he discovered a coat of arms. As a merchant, he knew well who this symbol belonged to. And therefore, when Logan how many he needed money and assured that he would try to help, Philip became completely angry and began to scream again. Such mood swings slightly confused Logan. With rage in his voice, Philip began to claim that Logan was trying to deceive him, but nothing would come of it since he clearly could not invest her. The symbol on the young man's chest was the sign of the southeastern barony of Mac Lane. Everyone in the area knew that this was a poor family who was asking for help from their father-in-law, which means making any investments when your own household is not able to pay off its debts. This house is not able to. This means that the guy who offers investments with this sign is clearly a scammer. He also warned Logan that if he continued to pass them off as a nobleman, he would lose his head. And in general, it was useless to extort anything from Philip. After all, he was bankrupt. Burning with emotions and grievances, Philip impulsively even began to shake Logan by the shoulders so that he would understand his situation. Logan did not know how to react to this. On the one hand, it was clear that Philip was at the very bottom, did not lose his insight. On the other hand, now this was greatly bothering Logan. Looking at how the man was hysterical in the middle of the street, the young master of the McLean house tried to figure out how to calm his future business partner. And then he came up with something. Taking off his shoulder backpack, he again called out to the merchant. And when he started his record about the fact that there was nothing to take from him again, then interrupting him mid-sentence, the young warrior demonstrated to him his core power, forming a fireball in the palm of his hand. The action did not so much reassure Philip, but greatly surprised him. After all, awakening the power only a genius can do so at such a young age, and there is hardly an idiot who would dare to ruin his bright future by cheating a small trader. After thinking a little about this, the merchant was able to pull himself together and apologize to the guy, explaining his harshness by saying that a lot of trouble had happened to him, and also asked what exactly the guy had to do with him. Exhaling with relief that he finally managed to calm the man down, Logan began to explain. He wanted to hire Philip forever. As a bonus, he was ready to pay off all his debt. The phrase hire forever confused Philip a little. Moreover, the McLean house could not have that kind of money. Logan asked for the third time what the amount of debt was, and having received the answer that it was $250,000, he replied that he would give the entire amount, and the man will receive another $300,000 from above. Philip was shocked by these words, and he was also blinded by the light. This light came from the young man opening his travel bag, full of gold coins. Holding out this bag to Philip, Logan assured that it contained 550,000 coins. Having received such an amount at once, the merchant simply did not know what to do next. In his eyes, Logan with a bag full of coins looked like a real angel. Naturally, Logan did not give the money just like that, but offered to conclude a contract. Even without fully realizing what he was doing, Philip signed it in blood, and only after the words of the sorceress, who provided the form, he realized what he had done. According to the contract he signed, if a subordinate tries to intentionally harm his master, he will feel terrible pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. And while Philip realized that the contract was magical, the magician, as if by chance, noticed that if he was not satisfied with this, then Philip can awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight. Well, or I can pay someone of the fourth circle and above to lift the curse. Having left the magic shop for so long, Philip Cloud was able to fully realize what he had gotten himself into. After all, having signed such an agreement, he essentially became a slave. Looking at the satisfied face of Logan walking next to him, he tried to understand why he was the one, because for the cost of such a magical contract, one could buy 30 slaves. Satisfied with life, Logan stated that since they met for the first time, they still cannot trust each other. And since he is investing that kind of money, then he needs a guarantee. Looking at the dissatisfied expression on Philip's face, the red-haired man grinned, and then stated that when they get to know each other better, the contract will be cancelled. And to create trust in each other, they both must work hard. This did not reassure Philip, since the young man did not talk about terms or conditions. But since he still had no choice, the merchant decided to believe him after all. Hand to the knight, Philip seriously asked what he needed to do first. Also seriously, Logan replied that first he needed to buy monster meat. This statement struck the man so much that he unconsciously said out loud everything he thinks about his employer. Logan did not get angry, but only chuckled in response. Philip's confusion was understandable, because the blood and meat of the monster contained poison, and therefore it was not used anywhere, but simply burned. Based on the knowledge of his past life, Logan knew that in a couple of years the situation in this case would change dramatically when it became known that it was possible to neutralize poison with ordinary ingredients. In areas with a shortage of provisions, people will begin to eat monster meat, and after a few months, the number of people cured of incapacity will increase among them. Consumption of monster meat will lead to the appearance of the Kalok remedy. Even those who have become infertile after being injured will see the effect. The Imperial Magic Tower will confirm this effect as authentic and safe. And a year after that, Kalok will disappear from the shelves across the continent, primarily because the drug will have a good effect on male strength. Although the thought of this drove Logan into a fever of embarrassment, he was happy because with this knowledge he could make many times more money out of the 3 million that he received from the wolf's house. Walking behind his employer, Philip looked at the incomprehensible for him, the reaction of a young man. And more he wanted, not caring about the consequences of the magical contract, to simply run away. A little later, sitting in a tavern, Logan explained to Philip the details of the task that he was going to entrust to him. More precisely, the merchant had to purchase monster meat for 1 million gold. This seemed crazy to the young businessman, which he immediately reported to his employer, because only a crazy person would spend a whole million on the meat of a monster that cannot be eaten. Logan confronted him in response, saying that they would earn much more if they bought even more meat. Philip was sincerely against such an action, but realized that Logan could not be convinced of his decision. Having resigned themselves to the inevitable, they began to discuss the price range for the meat of the Kalok monster. According to preliminary calculations, it was now worth nothing. They simply burned it because there were no buyers for it. Therefore, Logan assumed that if he simply ordered corpses from hunters, then the amount of meat he needed would cost 200 gold, taking into account the kingdom's transport fees. And if they bring a lot of mascara at once, it will be even cheaper due to transportation. Philip was surprised that the young master even paid the transport fee, but at the same time he believed that the price was still expensive. In his opinion, Logan correctly determined the preliminary price. At the same time, he asked if the young master, with a budget of 1 million gold, was going to hire a guild for hunting, and then buy back the spoils. Taking a sip from the mug, Logan confirmed that this was the case, and then asked if there were any problems with this. Philip thoughtfully tapped his finger on the table and noticed that this was the wrong approach. Now all the meat was being thrown away, so it would be enough to just buy it back. Simple mercenaries who are ready to bring and selling anything for a coin was quite enough for themselves, and if they see that someone else is trying to get rid of the meat, they will simply buy it for them. Therefore, Philip is sure that a guild is not needed for the task at hand, and it would be enough to ask ordinary hunters how they will bring to their feet all the Kalok meat in the kingdom, and even cut up. Having heard the proposal of his merchant, Logan was struck to the core by his point of view on resolving this issue and decided for himself that he was already completely bought all the expenses for him. Philip, not understanding what exactly the red-haired man was thinking about, continued with a request to continue to allow him to engage in financial planning, since now his fate completely depended on the fate of the young gentleman, and he clearly did not see the whole picture of running a business completely. Logan himself was aware of this, and therefore the man's remarks could only look away. Suddenly, he remembered one thing he wanted to entrust to Philip. Having explained that this was a more important task than purchasing meat, he handed him a list of what needed to be purchased first of all in large quantities, in batches. Having read that the list contained such things as shells made from ironwood, which grows in the southern mountains of the empire, springs and glue, the merchant assumed that the young master wanted to start creating toys for sale. To which Logan, with a pleased expression on his face, noted that this was much better than just toys, period. He could not yet tell Philip that all these were raw materials for weapons. In a past life, weapons made from these materials were used to invade the kingdom of Grandia, and even a pitiful soldier with its help was able to keep the night under control. Logan entrusted Dwayne with recruiting mercenaries to whom he was going to give this weapon so that they would gain an advantage in the regional war. However, in order for this weapon to exist, it was first necessary to find a master to make it, as well as an instructor who would teach handle him. And if with the second the young knight still understood where to turn, then with the first it was necessary to think. 2 days later, Logan arrived in the mercenary city of Harran. It was there that he was able to find the rank mercenary Kaisalan. He wanted to hire this warrior as an instructor. Having heard the offer from this type of work, the mercenary doubted since he had never done anything like this before. Logan wanted to recruit him no matter what, and therefore, convincing him, he began to claim that it would not be difficult because he simply had to train the C-rank mercenaries who were hired by his house. Despite all the assurances, Kaisalan still doubted this job. He stated that he had no idea what others had said about him to the young master, but he only supervised a couple of children, and with such a question it was better to turn to professional teachers. Logan was sure of this a mercenary because in a past life he himself worked with him and therefore knew all his abilities. He knew very well that Kaisalan could master any weapon and had excellent horse riding skills, and these were precisely the qualities that were required for the guy's idea. Moreover, he knew for sure that as an instructor, the value of a mercenary increased several times. It was he who raised the most powerful squad of mercenaries in a past life after his serious injury, and his skill after retirement could not be compared with anything. Logan was confident in his choice, but noticing that it seemed that Kaisalan was not in the best mood, decided to butter him up by offering more money. Therefore, he confidently declared that he would pay 4,000 gold for the work. This amount surprised Kaisalan. After all, a rank mercenary can earn a maximum of 1 month 2,000, and then they offered him twice as much. Realizing the announced amount, out of pride the mercenary pretended that he was not interested and repeated that he had never worked as an instructor before and was about to continue his refusal with other arguments, when Logan interrupted him, asking what he thought about 6,000 then. Kaisalan got chills from this amount, but he still continued to refuse, arguing that he preferred a task where it was necessary fight. The red-haired man pretended to be thoughtful and said that it seemed he had no choice, and therefore he would pay him 7,000. Barely restraining himself, the mercenary hit the wall with all his strength and asked in a raised voice if the young master thought that you can buy anyone for money, to which he heard a firm 8,000, and then his soul could not resist, and Kaisalan, with a happy smile, agreed to take on this work. To confirm the contract and full agreement, the mercenary knelt down in front of Logan, swearing an oath for the duration of the work. So Kaisalan was hired. Walking through the city, Logan fully introduced himself to the mercenary, telling about his home and where it was located. Then he asked the mercenary if he was curious why didn't they hire a worker from the feudal city of McLean and from here, to which he noted that all this does not matter as long as there is decent pay. Logan was satisfied with this answer. Suddenly, someone's irritated scream and the blow of a whip were heard from the side. Turning his attention in that direction, Logan saw the overseer of people in shackles. We all built one after another and walked somewhere deep into the city. Each one had a weight on them to prevent them from escaping. The picture was not very pleasant. Noticing Logan's interest in what was happening, Kaisalan explained that, as the young master should have known, Harran is called not only a city of mercenaries, but also a city of slaves. Therefore, in the future, he would often encounter such scenes on the streets of the city. Further ahead along the street there was a slave market, where completely different slaves could be purchased. Logan did not like this sight, but, being a member of the aristocracy, he was well aware of what was happening. Moreover, he himself was going to go there to buy one slave. As soon as he entered the slave market, he immediately attracted the attention of various traders. Literally immediately one of them made an offer to buy a slave from him, clearly considering Logan a stupid hillbilly. He was about to offer him his goods at a supposedly cheap price when he suddenly encountered the gaze of Kaisalan. This gaze was so frightening that it forced the merchant to retreat. He recognized the mercenary and therefore decided not to contact the red-haired man anymore. Noticing what had happened, Logan was pleased as he now felt more calm. This situation already showed that hiring Kaisalan was clearly not a waste of money. They walked further into the market. His attention was attracted by a large tent, which clearly had more security, which means it could be the very place that the young man was looking for. At the entrance, an elderly slave trader met him and greeted him, asking if he knew where exactly he had come. To which Logan replied that he was going to buy a gnome. That the young man had definitely come to the right address, the elderly slave trader offered to go inside the tent, explaining that unusual races are very rare, so they take special care of them. Entering inside, Logan looked around. Not far from the entrance stood Cage with two emaciated elf girls. Noticing his attention, the same merchant began to tell him how to catch these elves were extremely difficult, and also asked if Logan had ever seen one of these. He was about to tell in more detail about his product in order to interest the buyer, but the young man cut him off. Reminding him that he came specifically for the gnome, he turned his attention to the figure in the depths tent, asking him to bring it closer to them. Remembering that this was exactly what the young man had spoken about upon entering, the merchant immediately fulfilled his request. The dwarf was shackled and in stocks. His gaze was clearly malevolent. While Logan looked at this representative of the dwarf race, the merchant began to describe his characteristics and skill, noting that even among the great dwarf masters, this one was one of the few with the rank of expert. Such a rank was quite rare, and therefore caught Logan's ear. Everyone knew that by their nature, gnomes skillfully used their hands. They created and repaired objects, seeing in this the meaning of life from childhood until old age. And the rank of this gnome was significantly higher than what Logan was looking for. Having a master of such rank, the young man did not need to worry about anything related to construction and manufacturing. Pleased with the find, Logan inquired about the price, noticing the buyer's interest in the product and also taking into account Logan's appearance, motivating that the gnome is an expert, he set a price of 200,000. Having heard this, the guy got angry, asking the seller if he really looked like that simpleton. At first, the seller was surprised that the young knight reacted like that. And then, feeling all the pressure of the latter's power, despite the presence of guards nearby, he decided to give in and lowered the price to 50,000. Logan was quite pleased with the result of the transaction, which could not be said about the merchant, and the gnome and Kaysalin were surprised by how easily the young man was able to reduce the price. Not that the gnome was happy that he was bought, but he was quite pleased that the slave trader could not profit so much from him. Walking after Logan, the gnome asked where he was taking him. The red-haired one replied that the end point was the McLean estate in the southwest, and it was there that the dwarf would make items for him. Sea-doomed, the dwarf sighed and said quietly under his breath that this was roughly what he expected. Logan noticed the dwarf's reaction to his words and thought, even though the gnomes were considered skilled craftsmen, this did not apply to those who were sold into slavery. After all, despite their natural inclinations, without passion they cannot create real works of art. Therefore, in order to restore his enthusiasm, Logan decided to propose to him. Walking behind the young knight, the dwarf was surprised that he suddenly called 20 years. Logan caught up with the dwarf and looking into his eyes explained that if he tried his best strength for 20 years, then the young master promised to send the gnome back to the mountains. Dwarves were long livers and 20 years was essentially nothing for them. Hearing the red-haired man's promise, hope appeared in the eyes of the gnome. And only he already wanted to clarify the answers to the questions that arose in him questions when they were interrupted by a cry calling to grab someone. A guy and a girl sitting on his back rushed past them, and an overseer ran after them with screams that the slave was running away. Therefore, he ran at a fairly high speed despite his load. But Logan's attention was not attracted by his endurance, but by the color of his eyes, one of which was red and the other blue. The guy with his burden rushed further down the street. He had to put in quite a lot of effort so as not to slow down. He rushes along the street between passers-by, pursued by cries of that the slave was running away. The pursuers sounded quieter, and the guy decided that they would still be able to break away. But suddenly a scream was heard from the side, notifying that they had been found, and he was knocked down with a rather strong kick to the side to the ground. The pursuer, one of which there was a fairly strong warrior, and the second bald man with a bleeding hand, still managed to catch up with them. The wounded man was incredibly angry with the guy. It turned out that he was able to bite his hand and then escape, taking the girl with him. With all his anger, the bald man kicked the guy, but he didn't even scream or move because he was protecting his sister with his body. Logan, McLean, and Kaysalin could observe everything that was happening from the side. The latter advised not to stop, since, in his opinion, there was no need to look at such slaves. Logan McLean agreed with him, but still remained motionless. The blue color of the hair and the multicolored eyes of the guy, as well as the girl, attracted his attention. It loomed in the back of his mind that he had already seen this somewhere. Suddenly it dawned on him that the guy's name was most likely Victor. Out of surprise, he even said this name out loud. Kaysalin was surprised by the reaction of the young master, but he just waved him off and asked to give him a minute of time. Thoughts about such an unexpected meeting were spinning in Logan McLean's head. In a past life, there lived in the kingdom an extremely famous aura user nicknamed the Noble Killer. He was first a slave who escaped after killing his master. He was wanted for the murder of countless soldiers and knights in pursuit, as well as the aristocrat. He had to hide as a criminal. About 10 years later, when he reappeared, he already used the aura, thereby proving that he had risen above the common people. He killed the entire family that previously owned it, and since then he killed every aristocrat he came across in Grandia, for which he received the unusual nickname user aura, Killing Aristocrat. Logan McLean remembered that the incident with the disappearance of this slave occurred a year after he became a mercenary. Therefore, now that person should not have been bought yet. The thought occurred to him that if he saved the boy, then in the future an aura user would be on his side. But there was a problem with this guy. Right now he watched as the blue-haired man grabbed the slave trader's leg with his teeth, while the latter screamed throughout the street for at least someone to take this guess away from him. The guy bit the man's leg until it bled. It was clear from him that he was an uncontrollable homicidal maniac. And that was a very big problem. Still looking at what was happening, Logan McLean thought that if the guy became a lethal weapon killing his allies, then he could just lock him up somewhere. The completely angry slave trader tried to kick the guy again. But at that moment, someone blocked him, preventing him from touching the boy. The man turned towards the blocker with indignant cries about who dared to interfere with him. With his gaze, he came across Logan McLean, who was blocking his leg with his leg swords. The appearance of the red-haired man made the slave trader wondered who he was and when he managed to approach. Then he saw the family symbol on his armor. Then lowering his leg, he suggested that the warrior might be a potential client. After that, the bald man's tone changed sharply, and he began to explain to Logan McLean that when a product does not listen to him, he has to educate him. And in the end he asked if the client wanted to see anything that was available. Logan McLean confidently stated that he wanted to buy a couple of slaves, looking at his brother and sister. Noticing his interest in children, the slave trader began to explain that because their eyes are a rare color, they are quite expensive. In response, I only heard a request to name the price. Delighted at the opportunity to get rid of this pair, and even make money, the slave trader said that the price of each was at least 10,000. Logan McLean knew very well that a strong young slave costs about 3,000 gold, and the merchant increased the price by once again for the children, of whom only skin and bones remained. Of course, 10,000 for an aristocrat murderer is quite cheap, but the merchant didn't know. It was clear that the slave trader saw the red-haired guy as easy prey and wanted to get rich off of him. Only Logan McLean did not agree with this. Looking at the pair of children, the young man asked the seller why he increased the price 3 times for a child who was about to lose consciousness, especially for the second one, who already had one foot in the grave. Hearing such words about her brother, the girl burst into tears. The slave trader himself understood that he had inflated the price greatly, but did not want to give up, and therefore began to convince the young knight, but he cut him off at half a word. Setting a price of 500 coins for each, he concluded with the phrase that this price was more than enough for an ordinary child slave. The slave trader still did not want to give up, claiming that this would not even cover their original price. To which Logan McLean frowned and asked, indeed does he think that the young knight doesn't know how much slaves really cost? At the same time, his menacing appearance and the tightly clenched hilt of his sword produced an indelible impression. The slave trader realized that insisting further would be dangerous for his life. The bald man's head was filled with the thought that Victor was always nothing but trouble, and it was unlikely to get better in the future. After thinking a little more, the slave trader agreed to the deal. For a while later, the boy regained consciousness. Having woken up, the guy found himself on Kaysolin's back, who, sensing his condition, was very surprised since the boy's wounds could not heal so quickly. Then he heard the voice of Logan McLean, who confirmed with a smile that the guy had indeed come to his senses quickly. In fact, the red-haired man was secretly emitting a force that could barely be noticed as they walked all the way. He was secretly directing it directly into the guy's body, and it was better than the magic of most low-level priests. That is why the blue-haired man was able to come to his senses so quickly. However, Logan McLean's attention was focused on the girl. She could definitely see the direction of this force, and this is under the condition that even Kaysolin could not notice. Reflecting on this, the young master tried to understand whether it was is this a gift or just a coincidence. During this time, Victor completely came to his senses. Literally in the blink of an eye, he jumped off Kaysolin's back, and then tried to attack Logan McLean swung his fist at him. Naturally, the young knight easily dodged the blow. Moreover, he intercepted the boy's hand. Then he also easily carried out a grappling technique. Grabbing the guy by the neck, the young master immediately decided to show who was in charge here. Without squeezing tightly hand, but holding him up, he asked whether the guy was obsessed or just stupid. At that moment, a girl called out to him. Victor, reacting to his sister's voice, urged her to run. This angered Logan McLean, and then, releasing his aura, he asked if the guy understood the situation he and his sister were in. And while Victor was trying to free himself from the knight's grip, he continued to say that it is good that the guy has a fighting spirit, but he needs to choose his opponent wisely. Then, removing the pressure of the aura, Logan McLean expressed the hope that the second since he would not have to warn the boy, period, and if he obeyed him, then he and his sister would be completely safe. But if this happened again, then he was ready to get rid of both the boy and, of course, his sister. After that, the young knight released his grip. Victor fell on the pavement street. For a while, he tried to catch his breath because the red-haired man's grip, although it wasn't strong, still squeezed his neck. Bending lower to the boy, Logan McLean carefully examined him and came to the conclusion that he had enough for today. Then he announced to the guy that he planned to make a night out of him. Victor at first did not believe that it was about him, but Logan McLean confirmed that everything is exactly like that and made the assumption that the guy probably knows that knights are an honorary aristocrat. If the boy can become a knight, then he will cease to be a slave, and so will his sister. Having heard this, the children looked at each other and silently came to a general agreement. Victor, clenching his hands into a fist, decided to trust the young master and expressed his full agreement. The boy Logan McLean really liked the reaction. Looking at how the two children take care of each other, he began to figure out how to control the guy's tough nature. The key clearly lay in his sister. When all the issues with the children were resolved, Logan McLean confirmed that Victor would begin training as soon as they returned home. Then he turned to Hammer. He suggested that the dwarf step aside for a minute. While Case Ellen was busy with the children, the young master suggested writing a contract. At first, Hammer did not understand what was being said. But then Logan McLean explained to the gnome that this was the same magic contract promised by the guy for 20 years. Its conditions stated that if the gnome honestly served the agreed time, the young master would send him back to the mountains. This contract finally made Hammer believe the guy's words. Seeing the absent-minded look of the gnome, the red-haired one asked if he really didn't want to do this, to which the artisan said that he definitely wants and is ready to do anything. That he will do anything just to be able to return back to the mountains. The thought that this is really possible made tears involuntarily flow from his eyes. Seeing all this written on the parchment of the magical contract, the dwarf uncontrollably expressed his gratitude. And Logan McLean at that moment was thinking that if the contract was enough to return the master's motivation, then for him it would be in any case plus. Because thanks to this, he could get everything he wants. Although, if we consider that he was able to acquire an aristocrat killer for himself, albeit a future one, then one could say that on this trip he acquired even more than he bargained for. This means that preparations for a war between the regions will definitely go smoothly. At the same time, while he was absent, rumors about his strange behavior spread on his fiefdom, and his reputation sank to the very bottom and broke through him. And most of all, it seemed to be one person, or rather his servant Rick, who had a hard time because of troubles in trying to change anything, and all he could do was pray that the young master would return back soon. After some time, the servant's prayers were heard and Logan McLean returned back. Rick was incredibly happy about this. Seeing his personal servant Logan McLean rushing towards him, he greeted him and asked how he lived. Having finally seen his master in front of him, Rick was delighted. So delighted that he really wanted to beat the young master. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this. Having calmed down a little, Rick tried to find out from Logan McLean what he was really doing, and whether he knew what people were talking about him now. The rumor that the young master spent 150,000 gold on monster meat made others think that he had gone crazy. A few days earlier, Philip Cloud made a request to small traders and hunters. At the request of Logan McLean, he began to purchase monster meat. Such a request slightly shocked the others, and when one of them asked what kind of idiot wanted this, Philip Cloud said that the order was being made at the request of Logan McLean from the barony of McLean. When this name was pronounced, the small merchants began to remember all the rumors that were now circulating about him, including the broken engagement. Listening to their conversations, Philip Cloud thought about the reputation of the man for whom he now had to work. This could become an obstacle in the future, but despite such thoughts, the merchant's instinct screamed that he should not miss this opportunity. Therefore, without waiting for the merchants to turn around and leave, he announced a price of 1 gold per kilogram. This price made everyone immediately fall silent and think. Philip Cloud knew for sure that not a single mercenary would refuse to sell garbage even to a scumbag if he was willing to pay. So he asked if they were willing to take on the job at that price. If so, then they all needed to bring Kalak meat, which only they had. Such an aggressive sales move encouraged the mercenaries to take up this business, and rumors about Logan McLean spread throughout all the fiefs near Kale. These rumors made the inhabitants of the McLean house believe that the young master had gone crazy. Logan McLean was only glad that Philip Cloud completed his task just fine. Rick reproached his master that there was no point in laughing in this situation. As an argument, he cited as an example the faces of the people whom the red-haired man brought with him to his house after they heard all these rumors. The young master just grinned, assuring his servant that there is no need to worry about this since everything will be over soon. Rick was not convinced. Even the head of the house was furious about this. A little later, in the office of the head of the house, Logan McKay appeared as his father and stepmother. With a gloomy face, Patrick McLean asked his son if he liked running away from home. To which the guy, with a calm face, said that it really turned out to be a useful trip. Such words of the young man angered the Baron even more, so he said with evil sarcasm that he had heard rumors about his son's madness, but he was glad that he had a good time. Logan McLean also adamantly stated that rumors are just rumors, and he is not the least bit ashamed of what he did. Hearing his words, Marion Kira's was simultaneously angry since this all hurt the honor of the family, and happy since it gave a chance to remove the guy from the path of Ronian, the head of the house. Therefore, with an indignant tone, she turned to the Baron that this guy does not understand at all where his place is and how his actions can affect part of their name. Logan McLean interrupted her, saying that this unnecessary since he spent almost nothing and the funds received from the termination of the engagement. These words angered the woman. Therefore, she turned to her husband with indignation that he could no longer turn a blind eye to this. True, the Baron asked his wife to stop. She, in turn, continued that the first gentleman was completely to blame, but the Baron interrupted her with a cry. This somewhat shocked Marion Kairos. After all, her husband usually did not raise his voice to her. Then Patrick McLean turned to her and asked her to go out the door because he would like to talk with Logan McLean alone. This shocked the woman even more, as she did not expect her husband to do this to her. In response, the Baron looked at Marion Kairos and declared that he was going to give him a final warning. Logan McLean fully felt the seriousness of his father after his words. When they were left in the office, just the two of them, the Baron asked his son what was going on with him. He asked the guy to answer honestly what happened to him and why exactly this happened. Logan McLean realized that his father this time won't back down, but he said out loud that he would not understand, even if he told everything. The Baron was not satisfied with this answer, and he asked his son whether he even understood what he was doing, and whether he realized what exactly the people around him were saying about him. If you let him down the result of what the head of the house had to listen to from his vassals about his son, then we can say that they considered the guy cruel, evil and obsessed with money, and recently even insane. And if his son continues to act in the same way further, then he will no longer be able to cover for him, so the Baron asked to announce at least the time when this will all end, so that he could at least apologize to his deceased mother. Logan McLean shuddered at the words he heard. He couldn't believe that his father mentioned his late mother, since in his previous life such a thing had never happened, even when he was kicked out of the house. Looking at the upset face of the Baron, the red-haired man thought that he might not have lost hope in his regard. Therefore, after being silent for a while, he asked to give him 1 year. With a confident face, he swore that after this time the Baron himself will understand why the guy is doing this now. That's why he asked his father to do this favor for him. Patrick McLean thought about it when he heard his son's words. Having finished the conversation, Logan McLean left the Baron's office. Patrick McLean himself remained sitting at his desk, thinking about his son's words. A request for a favor grated on the ears and seemed a strange concept in a conversation between a parent and a child. Deep in thought, the Baron turned the medallion in his hands. If Logan McLean's words turn out to be empty in a year, then the Baron will have to make a decision. Opening the medallion, the man thought that he was first and foremost the head of the house, and only then a father. A portrait of a beautiful woman was inserted into the medallion. Looking at the image, the Baron mentally asked for forgiveness from his late wife Rina. He didn't understand at all what was going on in his son's head. He remembered that he promised her to protect the guy at all costs so that he would grow up to be a good man. But he sadly thought that it seemed like he should have been more attentive to him. Coming from his father, Logan McLean suddenly met his brother Ronian. He was shabby, accompanied by 2 equally shabby guards. Well, the most surprising thing was that it seemed the boy was able to awaken his power. Although Logan McLean had no doubt that the guy could handle it, he was only 14 years old. In his past life, his strength did not awaken until the War of the Regions, but now everything happened much faster. With shining eyes, the boy said that it was all thanks to his brother and, to his surprised look, explained that the knights tried to prevent him from meeting Logan McLean when he returned, and then it happened. The red-haired man looked at the 2 guards with shock. They looked as if they had been rolled across the field for a very long time, most likely with their feet. What was surprising to him was that his brother woke up just to see him. Moreover, the boy was so amazing that immediately after waking up he could cope with 2 knights at the same time. Logan McLean was very happy and properly praised his brother. To himself he thought that if he were taught the secret techniques of the divine sword, then when his strength stabilized, he could become much stronger than in his previous life. A short distance away in the south of the barony there was a small guest house. There, Logan McLean was able to find Dwayne Filsner. He was glad that the young master had finally returned. In that house there were 350 C-rank people, whom the manager hired at the request of the red-haired one. Looking at the young master, the mercenaries whispered, was he the one who called everyone and then left them in this crumbling house for 10 days? Some expressed their doubts whether they were going to be deceived. After all, the Baron's family would never have gotten involved with the mercenary guild if they had not gone crazy. On the other hand, given all the rumors that were already circulating about the guy, it was quite possible that he was a madman. Well, or just a fool. Someone even made a remark about exactly how the young master wears armor and a sword, trying to pretend to be a knight. Logan McLean heard perfectly well everything that was said to you, and realized that it was necessary to pacify them all now, otherwise they would be impossible to control. Therefore, he turned to the one who made the remark about his armor. He asked if the mercenary really believed that he looks funny in armor. The mercenary was surprised how he was able to hear him, but stated out loud that he did not understand what he was talking about. Logan McClay remarked that he, of course, did not think so, otherwise he would have had to answer for such words. He also noted that as a C-rank mercenary, there is no ability that would allow him to look down on others. Such a remark slightly angered the mercenary. The red-haired one noticed this and asked if such a remark could really offend him. And if this is so, then even such an insignificant person has pride. And then he ordered him to come forward. While he was confused trying to understand what they wanted from him and how to react to it, the guy continued that if he could hit him at least once, he would immediately receive a year's salary and may be free to confirm his words. He swore on his honor as an aristocrat and took the rest as witnesses to his promise. This statement excited everyone, and the summoned mercenary immediately agreed. Until the young master changed his mind, he stood in front of him and asked if he would retract his words in the future. The mercenary himself was much taller than Logan McClane, and therefore looked down on the young man not only morally, but also physically. Some from the outside it even seemed that such a big guy already had a B rank, but some assured that this was not officially the case. True, he will be able to get it after finishing this work. Hearing this remark, Logan McClane understood why he was so confident in himself. The mercenary was already impatient to finish the fight as soon as possible, since this would allow him to immediately receive both money and rank. Because of his good mood, he decided to invite the red-haired one to strike first. He grinned and asked if he would regret it later, to which the mercenary confidently stated that he had been using the sword much longer than the guy, and therefore he shouldn't worry. Deciding to show himself even more generous, he asked if the young master wanted to get some other advantage, but didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Fist Logan McClane, filled with power, hit him exactly in the center of his face. The blow was so fast that the surrounding mercenaries realized everything only after the incident. Dwayne had the same expression Filsner. The mercenary's face literally caved in. The blow sent the man flying several steps back and lost consciousness. The demonstrated difference in their strength silenced all the mercenaries. What was also amazing to them was that the young master could use his inner strength. Logan McClane exhaled and counted himself that this should be enough. But just in case, without dissipating the internal forces in his fist, he asked the others if anyone else wanted him to discuss. Naturally, there were no volunteers. Everyone was so shocked by his talent that they preferred to just shut up. Case Ellen watched his employers fight from the sidelines. He knew that the guy had inner strength, but still did not know that he was so good. After making sure that those who wanted to go to There Is No More Duel with him, Logan McClane continued, having introduced himself again. But this time officially, the guy stated that he was the one who called them all here, and he was sure that many were probably curious why should he spend money on mercenaries. Having not heard malicious remarks in response and seeing their interest, the guy was pleased, and so he continued his explanations. He announced that he planned to make cavalry crossbowmen out of them. He had not previously told anyone about this, including Case Allen, who was hired for this, and therefore his words turned out to be somewhat shocking to those around him. Some of the mercenaries even doubted what they heard, because no one had used crossbows on horses before, since reloading them simply took a lot of time. Case Allen whispered to the guy that cavalrymen usually do not use crossbows. Logan McClane confirmed that he knows this, to which the mercenary asked why he started all this. Everyone knew that a crossbow was more powerful than a bow, but inexperienced shooters took more than a minute to reload it. While riding a horse, a person will very quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he has 3 or 4 loaded crossbows with him. Therefore, the guy understood their doubts. The fact is that Logan McClane was not yet ready to explain his plan completely, so he said that the others might still think that he was throwing money away by pretending to be a soldier. Therefore, Case Allen should just carefully train, he will understand them, just why it is needed, later. According to the guy, the cavalry crossbowmen will be a powerful force of the McClane house even after the feudal war. Case Allen was full of doubts from the words of the young master, but all he could do was remain silent and agree. A few days later, Logan McClane received a report on the initial tests of the mercenaries. The result pleased him, since out of 350 mercenaries, only 38 could not pass a simple qualification test. While he was thinking about further training, he was called. It was Hammer, who was looking at the sketch provided to him and trying to understand what it was. Logan McClane drew attention to him and explained that this was a diagram of a crossbow that he would have to make. Hammer looked at the piece of paper doubtfully, and the guy, noticing his disbelief on his face, I noticed that the sketch probably looks a bit rough to the eyes of a professional. The fact is that Logan McClane used this weapon for several decades in a past life and, in principle, knew it roughly structure, but still had no idea how to make one. Since Hammer was a dwarf with the rank of expert, he had to cope with the sketches that were available. The dwarf thought about what this crossbow actually consists of and what parts it needs. Therefore, I decided to clarify whether it is really necessary to place the container in which the shells will be located in the back of the crossbow and make it self-reloading, and even make him shoot 3 times in a row. It seemed so ridiculous to him that he unconsciously wondered out loud who came up with this nonsense. Logan McLean, without hesitation, confirmed that he did, and realizing the guy's answer, Hammer felt cold sweat running down his back. In order to avoid trouble, the dwarf put on a happy face and said that if you think about it, the idea is very innovative. He also noticed that there are some difficult moments, for example, that such a mechanism will not withstand the binding cables and will break, and because of the wooden box at the back it will be inconvenient for the shooters, and he doubted what to do in this case. Logan McClay, in principle, had never been involved in the manufacture or repair of any weapons, and in fact did not have the slightest idea how to answer this. Therefore, he carelessly stated that since the gnome is a master, then it's up to him to decide. Such words greatly angered the gnome. After all, according to the guy, it was his idea. Seeing that the gnome was almost steaming from his ears, the red-haired man backed down and said that he was joking. After thinking a little, he suggested reducing the size of the shells in the compartment where they are stored, and perhaps the dwarf was right. In fact, 1 shot would be enough, but in return it was necessary to make the container removable and more voluminous so that it could be easily reloaded each time it was emptied. And for convenience, such a container can be called a store. The old dwarf really liked this idea. He even experienced something like enlightenment, because an ordinary crossbow, even in the hands of a professional, will not fire twice in a minute, and if it succeeds, then it will be a weapon of a new time. Logan McLean agreed with this statement, because it would only have to be invented in the future. Hammer almost immediately began to think about what he might need. For example, things like a container, springs, some wood, glue, and string. All this could be easily obtained. Having lit up, he felt motivated and said that he would definitely try to do it. Delighted by his words, Logan McClay asked how long, in his opinion, it would take to make such a crossbow. Then the dwarf asked if he was out of his mind, since he asked to create something that no one has ever heard of, and even within a certain period of time. The guy replied that people had already invented this weapon. Hammer was very surprised by such a statement, so he wanted to know where and who exactly did it. Logan McClay brushed aside such questions and noted that if he thought he couldn't handle it, he could give up. Naturally, the dwarf's pride did not allow him to go on backwards, and he confidently declared that in a month he would create something much better, so the young master could find out what it was like to deal with a dwarf ego. A few days later, training was taking place at the castle's training ground. The young man ran with all his might. It was clear that he was tired, as the sweat was pouring from him, and he was out of breath from running. Logan McClay watched the training and periodically made comments, at the same time encouraging. Victor tried to follow all the instructions of the young master, but his strength was already running low. His training was watched not only by the red-haired one, but also by his younger sister. Since they arrived at the castle, they had only been fed and allowed him to sleep off. It was clear that the food helped Victor change beyond recognition. He had clearly gotten stronger and had gained some meat and muscle, although the guy's steps at that moment were somewhat uncertain and shaky. Noticing this, Logan McClay allowed him to rest. After the young master's permission, the guy seemed to have exhausted all his strength at once, and he fell to the ground. Immediately his younger sister rushed to him. But despite Victor's pitiful state, Logan McLean was pleased, since the guy was 14 years old, despite the fact that he was smaller than his peers, was able to run 20 kilometers without a break. He was definitely talented, but what the young man liked most about the guy was his perseverance and endurance. Looking at how the girl took care of her brother, Logan McLean thought that the boy was not a killer from birth, which means his life is because of what changed. And looking at the relationship between brother and sister, the young master seemed to guess what was the matter. Having given Victor a short rest, the young knight announced to the guy that it was time to move on to the next training. He then threw him a wooden sword, declaring that he would learn the sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom, which every knight student should know. After that, Logan McLean rolled up his sleeves, also picked up a wooden sword and was about to demonstrate the first blow, ordering the boy to carefully watch and learn. The young knight took the appropriate stance and grasped the hilt of the sword. Then, maintaining the correct posture, he swung his sword, and then struck punch in the air. Without even using internal forces, he caused the shock wave to scatter in a circle. Victor carefully watched the young master. However, thoughts were spinning in his head not about how to correctly get into the initial position or strike, but about the fact that he was very tired to the point where he wanted to pass out and fall asleep. But he also realized that hard training and strength were the price for good food and sleep. And not only him, but his sisters too. And in order to collect himself and not pass out on the spot, he bit his lip until it bled. This allowed the guy to gather his remaining strength. He also clasped his hands on the hilt of the sword, as the red-haired man had done before, and then repeated the swing and strike with the sword in the air. The result of the first blow amazed Logan McKay. The guy exactly repeated the movement and even the breaths, but he saw them for the first time. It even seemed to him that even Ronian was not that good at that age. This meant that the boy was infinitely talented. To stimulate the boy's interest in training, he stated that if he developed stamina and perfectly performed the kingdom technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he would be able to call himself a knight. Victor's eyes sparkled from this title. Looking at his happy face, the young master asked whether he could handle it, to which he immediately received assurance that he will be. Then Logan McLean added that if a guy needs something for training, he should tell Rick about it, and he will get everything he needs. Victor assured that at the moment nothing was needed. Red-haired asked if he was sure of this, to which he received the guy's answer that all he needed was for the young master to continue to look after his sister, and this will be enough. At the same time, his gaze was very persistent. This confident and purposeful look could not but please Logan McLean. He understood that the boy would not be able to go to the War of the Regions, but in the future he would become a huge support for the House of McLean, and therefore continue to teach it gradually further. There was no need to rush into this, since the army of mercenaries and new weapons would become a formidable force. But he also understood that he shouldn't rely on them too much, since Hammer might not get a good crossbow, and even if it does, that is the chance that the mercenaries would not take possession of it. It was impossible to hope for only one thing, so it was necessary to come up with a backup plan. To begin implementing it, Logan McLean turned to his father for help. When the Baron heard that his son wanted to join the Knights training, he could not believe his ears. Standing in front of him, Logan McLean confirmed that everything was so. Outside the castle in the forest there was a training ground for the Knights. Standing in front of the soldiers, Heinkel, captain of the Knights Order of the House of McLean, made an announcement. He informed everyone that a young master would be training with them that day, as he wanted to join the training of the knightly order. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers obviously were happy. Some even had thoughts that, having previously defeated the Dominion, the young master's pride and conceit had risen. Heinkel understood them perfectly, but could not do anything about it. Previously, Baron Patrick McLean called him to his office and said that he was going to send the young master to train together with the knights. He immediately expressed his concern that the soldiers would not like it, to which the Baron replied that he was not asking to treat the guy in a special way. On the contrary, he wanted Logan McLean treated him like an ordinary recruit. This order caused the captain of the knights a lot of headaches, since it would still be easier to treat him in a special way as the son of a master. But the Baron's order was not discussed. Seeing the captain's doubts, Logan McLean turned to him and asked him not to worry. Moreover, he promised the old knight that if within a week he could not catch up with the others in terms of academic performance, then he would pretend that nothing had happened and will leave everyone alone. Heinkel was both surprised and pleased by this statement. Without thinking twice, he agreed with the young master's proposal. He thought to himself that this week the level of difficulty of the training would increase 3 times. A little later, the heavy clatter of running people was heard through the forest. Each of the soldiers in this training was sweating and breathing heavily from fatigue. The task that the captain gave them was to run a distance while carrying their comrade. This is an exercise, according to the captain, helped not only to develop physical strength, but also to understand what it is like for horses compared to riders. According to the arguments of the old knight, a real cavalryman must experience for himself how difficult it is for horses to carry fully equipped soldiers. For the soldiers undergoing this training, all this seemed like nonsense. The only thing they understood about this was that they had to go through this hell because the young master was here. The only thing that made them happy in this situation was that he would not have to withstand such stress for long. And they even argued how many days he would last. Although, unlike other soldiers, Logan McLean felt quite tolerable. Moreover, being in the same conditions and carrying one of the soldiers in full equipment, he was even able to get ahead. Heinkel was surprised by the fact that the young gentleman managed to lead. Moreover, he did not complain, did not wear out from fatigue, but smiled. At the same time, some soldiers were already began to fall from fatigue, and the captain of the knights thought that at this rate the soldiers would most likely fall behind the program. But he could not allow this to happen. Therefore, he gave the order to everyone to stop and rest for 10 minutes. Hearing this, all the soldiers literally fell onto the grass to catch his breath. Unlike the others, Logan McLean remained standing. To accurately check the latter's condition, Heinkel approached him and asked how he was coping, and if he was tired. The knight himself was sure that he, of course, was tired, and if he had simply answered honestly, then it would have been possible to cancel a training of such complexity. But to his surprise, he answered that the training was quite tolerable. This training seemed very good, because if knights pass through it every day, they must surely be strong. Therefore, he was looking forward to the beginning of the next one. Such words discouraged the soldiers and made the captain of the knights think about what to do next. This was not what he wanted. The reaction of the soldiers and the expression on the captain of the knights greatly puzzled the red-haired man. Soon evening came, and the moon rose to replace the sun. Logan McLean was left alone at the training ground. Training with the soldiers was the same backup plan if everything else failed. Then he could simply join the knights and fight on the front lines, which is why he wanted to get closer to them now. He also realized that although his inner strength could be developed through meditation, it was also important to train his physical body to keep up with his growth inner strength. This is what the training of the Order of Knights could be useful for. Left alone at the training ground, Logan McLean decided to activate his inner strength, and what he felt greatly pleased him. With the increase in physical strength, the core of his inner strength also grew. That is why he did not feel tired after such a grueling training. Then the young man decided to check what he was able to achieve during the time he trained with the knights. He grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly and activated his inner strength. He concentrated on the core for a while, and then he swung his sword. The power from the one-star core spread throughout his body and covered the weapon. The young knight guessed that when he could reach the second star, then too will be able to acquire the strength to match a high-ranking knight like his father. And this thought swept through his whole body with a shiver of joy and pleasure. A few days later, Hammer came to him in office. He brought several copies of crossbows, but none of them satisfied Logan McLean, and he asked the dwarf if he was really unable to come up with something better. After all, none of the ones brought corresponded to the results that he asked for, if only because each of these crossbows only fired one shot, and none of them had a magazine. Rude words and manner of expression, as well as criticism, greatly angered the dwarf master. Noticing this from the latter's expression, the young master hit himself on the head with his palm and asked for forgiveness, declaring that he shouldn't have said that to him. The angry dwarf confirmed that even though the guy was his owner, he hurt his pride like artisan. But, as if not hearing the latter's words, the young knight said that if he is not capable of the best, then nothing can be done about it. And then he added that, unfortunately, it was several weeks of work in vain and apparently he expected too much from an expert-level gnome. Therefore, it was completely his fault. It was he who misjudged the gnome's abilities and made a mistake, which is why he spent so much money in vain. The finally angry gnome said that he needed 1 month. Seething with anger and rage, he claimed that he would create a new version in a month and will return. And in order to release at least a little of his anger, he broke the brought samples with his bare hands. As Logan McLean expected, he was able to anger the gnome so much that he did not retreat but began to gnaw. And he also thought that if he enraged Hammer even more, he would be able to do something more amazing. And months later, the dwarf provided his new sample. This one was already loaded with 2 arrows at once, and, therefore, he could fire 2 shots at once. Moreover, the aiming, although not entirely accurate, was not great. This was not suitable for small targets, but for fighting large knights it could have been fine. While Logan McLean stood, his mouth open in surprise, Hammer described this specimen, boasting that it fires 1 shot more, is easier to hold with your hand, and you can also change the magazine. What struck the young master most was that reloading this crossbow took less than 5 seconds. While the dwarf was talking about the advantages of this model and how exactly he was able to make it, the young man realized that the radius of destruction of this crossbow was less than that of weapons from the past, but it was also less, which was much better suited for a cavalryman. Such a crossbow in such a short time exceeded all his expectations, and he could not help but be glad that they managed to do so much, although there was still a whole month. Noticing that the red-haired man was not listening to him, Hammer became angry. He was about to burst into an angry tirade, but the guy suddenly grabbed his armpits and lifted the air. With a happy face, he declared that the dwarf tried and did an excellent job. He began to praise uncontrollably both dwarves in general and Hammer in particular. All this made the dwarf blush with shame and ask to be lowered back to the ground. But Logan McLean turned to him with eyes full of happiness and hope. Hammer, still pleased and embarrassed by the praise, asked what he wanted. What did the young master with crazy eyes and with a smile from the villain? He asked if the GLM master could make 400 of these things in a month. 2 weeks later, Logan McLean provided slightly modified crossbows to the Mercenary. These crossbows they shot much more accurately at the target. To begin with, Kaysellen decided to try them out, and the result impressed him. The modified crossbows were not only more accurate, but also flew much further than the original copy. The mercenaries were also amazed that it fired several times in a row. Kaysellen literally fell in love with this weapon. He realized that if he equipped an army of more than 300 cavalrymen with it, then it would be scary to think about the consequences. Finally accepting this idea, he turned to Logan McLean with a question whether he had such power in mind when he spoke about cavalry crossbowmen. To which he replied with a smile that this was exactly what he expected, noticing to himself that Hammer had a hard time making everything come true. Of course, other masters helped him, but it was impossible to predict that he would carry out this order 2 weeks ahead of schedule and even make an additional 100 crossbows. Expert rank dwarves were something. True, after this Hammer demanded a break. Logan McLean would like to share crossbows with both people from the knightly order and ordinary soldiers, but he had financial problems. In addition, there could be a leak of technology, and this was not wanted yet. The young master turned to Kaisalin with an order for all the mercenaries to take crossbows and go to clear the mountains outside their territory. The mercenary was about to object, but the young master interrupted him by asking whether he considered this impossible. Kaisalin sighed, but remained silent. Looking at the arrows stuck into the tree trunk, he was silent for a while, and then remarked that maybe it would work out. To which the red-haired one said that he couldn't, namely that it would work out. At least with Kaisalin it was necessary to make sure that it worked out, otherwise everything that had been started earlier would have been in vain. Looking into the back of the retreating Logan McLean, the mercenary thought that he would not give out such weapons for mass murder just like that. And while the young master, having ordered all the mercenaries to take a crossbow, explained some details, the thought crept into Kaisalin's head that he was preparing for war. Having sent the mercenaries to train in the mountains, Logan McLean himself continued to train at the training ground with the soldiers. Some soldiers, watching him from the sidelines, were surprised. Not only did he not give up from such hard training, but also showed tremendous endurance, using a double load for himself. For most soldiers, this was so amazing that it seemed funny. The only way they could explain this was by the genes of the genus. Resting and sitting on the sidelines, they wondered how well the young master could wield a sword then. For many, this was a controversial issue, since although he defeated the Dominion, he still lost to his younger brother when he had not even awakened yet. But what surprised them most was that he had been withstanding all the stress for a month now. Initially, these trainings were designed to supplant Logan McLean, but they were now firmly entrenched in the order. Suddenly, they became an incentive for low-ranking knights who usually did everything carelessly, as they gave visible results, thereby increasing the significance in their own eyes. And the knights actually realized what it was like for their horses to empathize and thereby improve the bond between them. And this also helped to strengthen the bonds between the knights too. More and more often, conversations could be heard and seen. Some soldiers support and encourage others, stimulating the latter to make even more efforts. Looking at this, Heinkel thought with a smile that he continued to train them like this because the young master still didn't want to leave. But the result pleased and surprised him. Feeling the adoring gaze of the captain of the knights, Logan McKay was covered in goosebumps and almost stumbled while running. Heinkel was incredibly grateful to the red-haired man for such unity. Looking at how the young master looked around, the captain thought that he was his lucky talisman, who himself came to them on his own 2 feet. After training the body every evening, Logan McLean was engaged in strength training. Before going to bed, he always meditated. With the help of it, after exhausting the body with training, he began to stimulate inner awareness. By repeating and coordinating this day after day, the guy could observe his results. Recently, he noticed signs of a change in strength, and if he could improve it as planned, then the Superman, Aura Master, and even the Archmage would cease to be a threat to him as in a previous life. When the session meditation began to come to an end, Logan McLean felt the heat. His core of power began to heat up and grow. A stream of power began to break out of the core and spread throughout the body with great speed. Feeling this, the young knight began to read the words of meditation even faster. At some point, the concentration of power increased even more, and then a stream of power burst out of his body into the environment. This did not last for a very long time, but when it was over, the young man felt something. A smaller core began to orbit around its main core. Then Logan McLean realized that he had finally achieved a 2-star core. Now he had a base to study the next secret sword technique, which was called the Deadly Iron Cut. If we take into account the strength received from the first technique, the second definitely had to exceed all expectations regarding its power. It was a great pity that it would still not be possible to master it completely before the war. After all, if he could achieve this, then even high-ranking knights would not be afraid. Finally, spring had fully come into its own, and everything was covered with greenery. Not far from the mountains in the valley, a flock carelessly wandered monsters. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard throughout the valley. The noise grew and got closer, and this made the monsters worried. Mercenaries were rushing towards them in an even formation, riding on horses, and this made the monsters start scattering in different directions. Naturally, Kaisalin was at the head of the mercenaries. Having assessed the situation in the valley, as was discussed earlier, he signaled to the others by raising his fist in the air. Horse formation fanned out to surround the monsters. The command charge was given, and everyone readied their crossbows. At the command shoot, all the mercenaries simultaneously raised their crossbows and fired a volley of arrows at the monsters. Everyone was literally filled with arrows. Wherever they ran, the arrows always overtook them. Each hit its target without flying past. A small group of the detachment watched the hunt from the outside. They served as a defensive unit and backup. At the head of this group was Kaisalin, who carefully observed and analyzed everything. The soldiers participating in the hunt for monsters were amazed at how difficult and quickly they were able to cope this time. After the cleanup, everyone shared their impressions with each other about the crossbows issued. Everyone was amazed that this weapon had almost no recoil, and the striking force was great. Logan McLean rode out from the observing group to the hunting soldiers on horseback. He also assessed the actions of the mercenaries. It was clear that their old habits of using a regular crossbow were still making themselves felt, but they began to reload faster, and as a result, a pack of over 100 monsters was destroyed in less than 10 seconds. The result of the hunt was more than satisfactory. Kaizelin drove up and asked if the master was happy with the results. The red-haired man confirmed this, making the remark that although during the first hunt they showed themselves terribly, but now it was much better. All this time, the senior mercenary had one question. Unable to resist, he nevertheless asked the young master why he needed to prepare such squad. He had never heard of a mercenary army with such power before. Therefore, he wondered if Logan McLean was gathering all the monsters on the continent. And just when the young knight wanted to explain his position, a loud voice called out to him. A messenger on a horse was rushing towards them at full speed. His appearance greatly disturbed those around him, and when asked what happened, he replied that he was sent by a man named Rick. Hearing this name, Logan McLean was very surprised, and the messenger began to tell. It turned out that last day a message arrived from Vicount Tesron, and it said that he had declared war on the barony. The reasons for the declaration of war by Vicount Tesron were accusations. The head of the House of Tesron, through the broadcasting sphere, said that he accused House McLean of insulting the Viscount's ancestor by wrongfully taking his life. Accusation was so absurd that Patrick MacLean froze in amazement when he heard it. The vassals of House MacLean present tried to remember what exactly was discussed. The incident that was announced was in such a distant past that it was strange that they remembered it at all. It was even more strange to declare war because of it. Many vassals were worried about what to do. After all, the Viscount's knightly order alone outnumbered them in number, and even taking into account the Baron, the chances of victory were slim. Someone suggested requesting support and sending knights to guard the city, but this proposal also had its drawbacks. Then someone suggested sending an ambassador to negotiate a truce. This proposal angered the Baron so much that he slammed his fist on the table, and then he demanded from everyone silence. As everyone focused on him, Patrick McLean stated that although his family's power was not as great as before, these people declared war for no particular reason, which means it was on purpose. He then asked what they were thinking about, who proposed sending a diplomat to make peace. It was clear that the other side would never accept this. Therefore, the Baron ordered everyone to prepare for war and draw up a plan on how to win it. He was not going to accept any objections. After these words, everyone became quiet and thoughtful. Then someone raised the question of the participation of the Baron's sons in the war. Mariam Kira shuddered when she heard this question. As a mother, she was categorically against Ronian participating in this. But since she did not have the right to say in this matter, she looked at her husband with hope. For some time, Patrick McLean was silent and then announced in a heavy voice that his sons would go to war along with the others. Ronian had already awakened his power, and Logan was old enough to contribute. When the topic of Logan McLean came up, someone remarked that they had heard about how the young master is training with the knights, and since they both can use the force, they will be able to provide great support in this war. Along with the rest of the servants, Rick was also present in the room. He heard everything that was said at the meeting. The problem was that Logan McLean was currently away. As soon as he managed to leave the room, Rick rushed as fast as he could to send his master a message. He was simply obliged to report what had happened to him immediately. At this point, the messenger finished his explanation for Logan McLean. The young knight thought about what had happened. According to his memories from a past life, the war was supposed to begin only after some time, and he could not understand what could influence on this. Seeing that the young gentleman was silent, the messenger hurried him, since he was sure that Viscount Tesron would undoubtedly ignore all the customs and go straight to them. And if the young master wanted to make it at least by the middle of the battle, then he needed to leave now. Hearing this, Logan McLean realized that he simply did not have time to think about a further plan. At that moment, Kaizelin hurried to approach him. Being the head of the mercenary detachment, he announced that the detachment was always ready to get down to business. Seeing such readiness, the red-haired one asked why the mercenary was not very surprised by this news, to which he replied with a smile that they were now in such a state that they themselves ready to start a war. After all, they had excellent weapons in their hands. It was obvious to everyone that they wanted to take advantage of him. It all sounded terrible, and the men looked too confident in themselves. But Logan McLean was incredibly happy about this. After all their confidence was not in a vacuum, because they did not leave a chance to those monsters, the number of which had increased since last winter. There was no point in worrying, since they only needed to win. And now Logan McLean was confident that their strength would be enough to do this. House McLean were feverish from the news of the unexpected war, but all the mercenaries were confident of their victory. The red-haired man ordered a squad of mercenaries to move forward. The war began earlier than Logan McLean had planned. Literally the next day after her announcement, Tesron's troops appeared on their territory, and the number exceeded all the expectations of the vassals. The herald hurried to the Baron's office. He told Patrick McLean that there were about 100 single knights, about 1,000 soldiers in the regular army, and approximately 10,000 cavalrymen. From what he heard, the Baron was horrified, since this was definitely a full-scale war. Patrick McLean was shaking all over with anger. They had to face not only the forces of knights, who for ordinary people were like supermen, but also with cavalry. It was difficult to imagine that this was the scale of a war between fiefs and not nations, and the head of the house did not understand why the opposing side would go so far. But the next news was much more stunning. The herald said that the House of Kiras would not send them help. This message morally devastated Marion Kiras. At first, she did not even believe it, hoping that the herald was mistaken. To which she received the answer that Mr. Dwayne Filsner had already contacted them several times, but never received an answer. Baron Patrick McLean could perceive this only as a betrayal. Therefore, he ordered the gathering of all men capable of holding weapons. He was going to respond with all the forces that the house had. It was clear that the trusted representative, the House of Quiras, turned away from them. Therefore, finding himself in a trap, Patrick McLean intended to gather as many men as he could to fight the Tesseron forces. Unfortunately, their numbers were not so great. Among them there were only 53 knights, 552 soldiers in the regular army, and 4,500 conscripts. In total, there were barely 5,000 people. After some time, the enemies came close to the city. Seeing the large-scale advance of the enemy, many soldiers lost heart. The army of the House of Tesseron stretched from edge to edge. But even what was visible, there was not even half of the number of all the Viscount's people. There was a murmur in the troops about the absence of Logan McLean, since he recently left and has not returned yet. Some decided that it was no longer worth even waiting for him, since he most likely ran away after hearing about the start of the war. This conversation reached the ears of Ronian McLean, and he indignantly stated that this was all not true. He believed that his older brother would never have done this. After all of Logan McLean's actions recently were aimed at strengthening his strength, as if he knew in advance that the war would happen, and therefore he simply could not escape. The guy's careless words were perceived by the soldiers not quite the way he wanted, and a rumor ran through the army with accelerated force that the eldest son had really escaped after all. And while Ronian McLean, in fright, realized that his words had been misunderstood, the Baron said that he would have to replace his older brother. Therefore, he must remain determined no matter what happens. The Baron himself heard this rumor, but still could not believe it. How be that as it may, now they needed to prepare to win the war. Therefore, the Baron called on everyone to destroy the enemies. Motivated by the words, the soldiers rushed forward. All this was observed from the other side by Vicount Tesseron. He was incredibly glad that the Baron himself entered the field. He was sure that even Patrick McLean would not be able to defeat all his knights. After all, no matter how strong he was, no matter how enormous the inner strength he possessed, no matter how skillfully he wielded with his weapon, he could not resist everyone alone. Trying to break through the vanguard, Patrick McLean put a lot of strength into his weapon. Moreover, he accelerated as soon as he could. But suddenly a shield bearer. When the Baron's spear collided with the shield of this knight, Patrick McLean felt something was wrong. He was able to calmly block his blow, and the expression on the knight's face was clearly not frightened. Fights began to take place everywhere. Rick fought on the battlefield along with everyone else. Then what was happening around scared him to death. People were dying everywhere. He was scared, and the thought crept into his head that they were losing. Their army was so outnumbered that even servants like him were sent to fight. And if they are surrounded, then this will definitely be the end. At that moment, 3 people hit the computer like me on the head. Unable to stay on his feet, Rick fell to the ground. One of the enemy soldiers tried to pierce him with a spear. Since Rick did not want to die, he tried to resist, dodging the blow of the spear. This angered the enemy soldier, and he even began to swear. But at that moment he was also pierced by a spear. The one who arrived in time, the soldier who saved Rick from the enemy, demanded that he quickly get up and grab his spear. But only Rick was glad that an ally had arrived in time and wanted to grab the outstretched hand in order to rise, when an arrow flew into the allied soldier. He fell dead in front of the servant. Unable to bear it such pressure, Rick jumped up and started running with 3 heads. He tried to run as far as possible from the enemies. Well, no matter where he ran, people fell around him. At some point, Rick was left alone on the field, surrounded only by the corpses of soldiers. It was incredibly scary. And then he saw a formation of cavalry rushing straight towards him. A panicked thought flashed through his head that they would all die. In another part of the field, Baron Patrick McLean was fighting with a knight who was able to withstand his blow. The Baron was amazed at how much strength he had to be able to withstand him. Despite all the pressure from Patrick McLean, the knight continued to stand firmly on legs. And suddenly the knight decided to express his admiration for the Baron, because he could not believe that he could not defeat him one-on-one even despite all the preparations. The man's words made Patrick McLean think about the current situation. This knight could survive his blow, containing an internal strength. This means that he was a high-ranking knight like the Baron. Several more appeared not far away, who were definitely heading towards them. Judging by the sensations, they were mid-ranking, and although they were weaker, but numerical superiority could play a role. The Baron then realized that he had been lured into a trap. The high-ranking knight only grinned, saying that they had put a lot of effort into this. In fact, the Baron was surrounded by enemies, but he also understood that if he cannot defeat these knights, then no one in his order will be able to, and then they will most likely lose. And he could not allow this. Having made a decision, Patrick McLean threw his spear and, with a sword in his hand, headed towards the enemy knight. He also took out his sword and took a blow on him. The blow was so strong that the enemy knight almost dropped his sword, and his hands were cramping in pain. But he didn't have time to complain about anything. Patrick McLean was about to strike again. Suddenly the Baron felt a threat from the side. He tried to attack him from behind Warrior with a spear. His actions were so fast that the Baron barely managed to dodge. At that moment, a high-ranking knight attacked him with a sword, and the head of the House of McLean had to shorten himself again. Such shameless actions and a sneak attack angered the Baron, but his words about observing knightly honor only made the opponents laugh, and the high-ranking knight advised not to relax, because the Baron was still a trained high-ranking knight. After these words, the Baron jumped off his horse. Without thinking twice, he attacked one of the opponents, but at that moment he felt pain. The soldier with the spear was able to reach him, leaving the crow a wound on his stomach. The tip went right through from the back, and the one who struck the soldier was immensely happy with the blow. Moreover, having pulled the spear back, he tried to attack the Baron again. All these actions resulted in severe pain and all over the Baron's body. Blood from the wound slowly flowed down his leg. Despite this, Patrick McLean remained firmly on his feet. It was clear that the high-ranking knight distracted the Baron, blocking his blows, and the others attacked on the sly. It was a trap, but the Baron could get around it. After all, his people were dying around him. Patrick McLean had no choice but to stand until the end. The blood did not stop, pain pierced his body, and for some reason Logan McLean was remembered. Standing opposite all these soldiers, the Baron was glad that his eldest son was not here which means he could survive and continue the family business. In the country, Viscount Tesron watched the Baron's battle, Patrick McLean. He thought about what he did right, without telling anyone about that he had a high-ranking knight. Thanks to this, the Viscount hoped to defeat Patrick McLean and capture his castle. And while he was thinking about what he would do next, he heard a strange sound from behind. It was definitely the clatter of cavalry. Looking around, he saw one of his knights rushing towards him. Hastening to the Viscount, the knight informed his overlord that they had discovered a detachment of cavalry in his rear numbering about 300. This news surprised Tesron, since he had never heard of such an elite detachment near the House of McLean. The knight further reported that these horsemen did not have spears, and their only weapon was a small crossbow. Having heard about this, the Viscount laughed. It was customary that crossbows were used by hunters, and therefore he did not take the enemy reinforcements seriously, ordering simply to send soldiers from the rear and archers to get rid of them. These were elite troops, so the Viscount had no doubt that they could cope. But at that moment the soldier who brought him the news fell, pierced in the head by an arrow. This frightened Viscount Tesron. Looking back, he saw a strange picture. Behind him, along the horizon, lined up in one line, stood the cavalry with crossbows, and it was led by none other than Logan McLean. He looked at the battlefield with pain in his heart. All around were the bodies of the people of his house, and the soldiers continued to fall dead. This greatly angered the young master. He saw how the people of his house asked for help. Fury began to rise in stormy waves from him from within. Putting his strength into his voice, he gave the order to shoot. At that moment, he seemed like a real devil to Viscount Tesron, and then a dark cloud rushed over the battlefield arrows. When many arrows headed towards the army of Viscount Tesron, they at first could not realize what was happening and froze in place. But when the soldiers woke up, it was already too late. All this many arrows pierced the bodies of enemy soldiers. Although some arrows could not penetrate shields firmly stuck in them, very few remained unharmed after this attack. Only those who managed to hide behind the shields, and the rest were dead. Then followed a counterattack order for the archers. Everyone drew their bows and fired a volley of arrows towards the newly arrived enemy. To the surprise of the archers, their arrows did not reach the opponents. This was somewhat stunning, because it meant that they were out of the attack zone of the archers. But at the same time, arrows from crossbows calmly flew towards their line of battle, and they struck straight at the target with amazing accuracy. In the blink of an eye, a new volley killed them, who was still standing. Such a radical change of position led Viscount Tesron into confusion. He could not understand how his entire rear was destroyed in a second. After all, they didn't even use magic, but just ordinary-looking crossbows. He still could not understand what kind of weapon was created in the house of Patrick McLean. After thinking a little, he ordered the cavalry to be moved from the front line here and put them against the enemy cavalry so that they could defeat the latter. The order was transmitted immediately, and a signal flag was raised next to the Viscount. Seeing the prearranged signal, the cavalry warriors immediately began to move. They were experienced warriors, and therefore could act quickly. Having set off, it did not take them long to arrive at the place. Seeing their warriors behind with their backs, Viscount Tesseron ordered them to attack Logan MacLane's cavalry. Seeing that strong enemies were set up against them, the mercenaries did not show even a drop frightened. On the contrary, Logan MacLane was very happy about this since they essentially walked into his hands. At the same time, somewhere on the battlefield, another strong clash took place. Ronian MacLane also fought his own battle. Unlike the other's knights, the boy had no real battles, but despite this, he could anticipate enemy attacks and dodge them, fighting on an equal basis with veteran soldiers. His opponent even praised such skills. The enemy soldier was called out by another, reminding him that they had no time for games, since the course of the battle began to change in a strange way, to which the first was indignant, since he was completely serious in his actions. It's just that the boy really was a serious opponent with whom he had to be considered, despite his age. Ronian was almost exhausted, realizing, after being in a real battle, that in fact he was not a genius, but just a boy who had recently awakened. His hands were shaking from fatigue, but it was impossible to lower his sword and lose to him. After all, his father had entrusted him with a responsible task, which means he could not die here. Suddenly, the behavior of his opponents changed dramatically. They sharply turned their backs to him, waving their swords. He simply had no right to miss such a chance. Therefore, he grabbed his sword tighter and rushed forward. Finally, he was able to strike a strong blow to his opponent. Blood from the wound flew in all directions, staining his sword. The soldier staggered and froze, but Ronian couldn't believe that he had succeeded so easily. After all, having fought all this time, he was never able to inflict at least one serious wound on this soldier. Suddenly, several arrows stuck into the ground in front of them. The two enemy knights standing in front of him staggered, and when they fell to the ground in front of him, the boy was able to see that they were pierced by many arrows. When Ronian MacLane looked in the direction from which those same arrows flew, he saw an amazing picture. From edge to edge, smooth the mounted warriors approached in formation, and at the head of the cavalry, his older brother was riding to meet him. As Ronian MacLane was sure, Logan MacLane did not run away at the news of the war, but hurried to their aid. Ronian had never been so happy to see Logan, but he, not stopping, he rushed past him with the rest of the soldiers, rushing onto the battlefield. An order from the enemy commander was heard over the field to attack soldiers with crossbows. The enemy cavalry also rushed towards them. Knights on horses with spears and shields lined up in front of Logan MacLane. The spectacle was truly amazing, and the red-haired man wondered in admiration if what he was now seeing was the famous formation of a serpentine shield. And then he ordered his soldiers to aim diagonally to the ground. The mercenaries were puzzled by this order, and they looked at their commander to confirm it again. To which Glue, with an evil smile, announced to them that their target was horses. Realizing what he meant, the mercenaries portrayed exactly the same smile. Then came the order to shoot, and a swarm of arrows flew at the enemies. Horses, injured from crossbow shots, rearing in pain. Few of the enemy knights were able to sit on their horse in this situation, and most of them fell on the ground. Watching this picture, Logan MacLane was happy. Fortunately, he arrived in time to help his brother, but somewhere on the field, his father was still fighting. The young master decided for himself that this time he would do whatever it took began to save his family. There was simply no point in him winning the fight if his father died, and therefore, leaving Kaisalot in charge, he rushed deep into the battlefield. This decision puzzled the mercenary, because they had previously planned to stay out of reach of the archers. And then the master, without listening or waiting for anyone, rushed forward. Kaisalon was sure that victory was in their hands, and therefore did not understand why their most important did not try to earn it himself. Of course, Logan MacLane was the strongest among them group, but the mercenary doubted that if he faced a middle-ranking knight, he was unlikely to be able to win. Worried about his employer, Kaisalon ordered all the mercenaries to cover young Master Logan. During this time, the battle Baron Patrick MacLane against the high-ranking knight of House Tesseron was still ongoing. The two warriors were able to reach each other with the tips of their swords. The wounds they received prevented him from fighting with all his might. True, the enemy knight also looked unwell, but still tried to distract the Baron from being surrounded by conversation. During their battle, the Baron had already become accustomed to this and no longer fell for such tricks. Therefore, when he was attacked from the side, he was able to calmly dodge. Unfortunately, the new wounds were bleeding more and more. Patrick MacLane began to notice that his opponent's movements were becoming a little strange. More and more it began to seem to him that the enemy soldiers began to act with some kind of desperation. They were all literally pouncing on the Baron against their will. It is unclear why they acted this way if the advantage was on their side. They attacked the Baron faster and faster from all sides, as if competing with himself time. And Patrick McLean began to realize that he would not last long at this pace. Suddenly, a new force burst into their battle. Feeling something strange, the enemy soldiers looked back. What they saw was not even a person, but a cloud of power. The man rushed through them like a hot knife through butter. Even Baron McLean could not immediately realize what had happened. The figure standing in front of him was simply blazing with inner by force. Through all the light, Patrick McLean was able to recognize a familiar silhouette. And then he heard a painfully familiar voice when the man, exhaling, joyfully announced that he had barely made it. Only then could the Baron believe that the man in front of him was his own son Logan McLean. Standing behind his son, Baron Patrick McLean could not utter a word, although many thoughts and questions were swarming in his head. He saw Logan McLean along with a detachment of mercenaries approached from the enemy rear, but was sure that he was still far from getting here. It was simply amazing how the young man had made such a journey through many enemies to his father. When Baron McLean turned back, what he saw amazed him. The entire field was groaning with the bodies of the enemy's defeated soldier. There was no one alive to be seen. Patrick McLean simply did not understand when his stupid son could become so strong. Although at the moment it was not important. The man did not understand what was happening, but since his son was here, then the advantage was on their side. Having asked this question to his son, the Baron received an affirmative answer. He felt incredible relief. After all, his son is excellent with coped with everything. A little further away, a high-ranking knight woke up, whom Logan McLean had previously knocked down along with the others. The realization that some 20-year-old hillbilly boy knocking down 2 mid-ranking knights in an instant confused him. After all, at that age, he gave his all just to get the title of knight at all. This angered him to no end. It angered him so much that he was ready to kill him here and now. Noticing that his 2 comrades also began to come to their senses, he called out to them and ordered them to quickly drink the restorative potion. The Baron and his son prepared for the next fight. Patrick McLean understood that his son, although he was strong enough, was still not a high-ranking knight. And yet, a mid-ranking knight was up to him. In this situation, if the Baron himself took on a high-ranking one, and Logan McLean could fight with the remaining 2, then they would have a chance to win. The Baron was already preparing to engage in battle when the red-haired one held him back and declared that he would fight with a high-ranking himself. Patrick McLean began to dissuade his son from this battle since the enemy was too strong for him. Of course, he had already advanced well, but did not yet reach a high rank. Realizing that an argument might ensue, Logan McLean, although not hard, but sensitively hit his father on his earlier. Pain like lightning pierced the hero's entire body, showing that he was not unable to continue the battle. Logan McLean turned to his father with the words that he was in such bad condition that even he himself could calmly cope with it. And then he asked his father to trust and allow him to fight with a high-ranking man. The red-haired man was serious in his desire. Seeing the determination in his son's face, the Baron gave in. Having given his consent, the man walked away so as not to interfere or distract the guy from the battle, and to ensure that if they didn't fall on him from behind, they also had to. But he still asked him to be careful. Logan McLean was pleased to hear concern for him in his father's voice, and the smile itself lit up his face. To end it all, the 2 entered into battle at the same time. The Baron took on those knights who were of a lower level, and the guy rushed with all his possible speed to the high-ranking knight. Seeing that it was not the Baron rushing towards him, but the same boy who rushed in and stopped his fight with the Baron, the high-ranking knight was very stunned. In fact, it was an insult to him. There was a feeling that he was underestimated. Anger began to boil throughout his body, and along with it, his inner strength increased. Unable to bear such an insult, the knight concentrated all his strength in the sword, intending to deal with it in one blow, pointing the weapon at the guy running towards him. Logan McLean's speed was already quite high, and he would hardly have been able to slow down normally. On the other hand, he didn't want this, and therefore, in order to be able to resist, so he concentrated his inner force on his sword. He also strengthened his legs, increasing his speed once again. At full speed, Logan McLean slashed his sword at the knight with all his strength. The 2 inner forces collided, spreading waves of air throughout the area upon impact. Possibly because of the speed, or maybe because Logan McLean's inner strength was of a slightly different kind than others, but the high-ranking knight could hardly stand on his feet. Unlike the guy, he was like an unshakable wall. The blow also threw the red-haired enemy back several steps. This also mentally struck the enemy knight. After all, despite the fact that he was injured, he still did not feel any remarkable strength or high level from the guy. But Logan McLean continued to push him. This was stunned and pleasing at the same time. After all, it turned out that the red-haired man was giving his all against him. Then he also decided to act with all his might. Gathering as much internal strength as possible, he tried to repeat the actions with the guy strengthened. He also accelerated and tried to deliver a slashing blow from top to bottom, filling him to capacity sword by force. The knight's appearance was menacing at that moment, but Logan McLean was not swayed one bit. He will face the blow with all his determination. The fight acquired a dynamic character as both fighters moved quickly and jerkily, leaving behind traces in the form of small craters. But it could not continue for so long, as it was very exhausting. Then Logan McLean tried to change the rhythm of the battle. Instead of parrying and dodging, the guy decided to go on the attack, meeting his opponent head-on. In the battle with the Baron, the high-ranking knight was also hit hard and the exhausting battle began to take its toll on him. All his wounds hurt stronger and stronger, making it difficult to concentrate on the fight. Logan McLean was able to notice this. Having a good moment, he delivered a slashing blow to the opponent's chest, cutting armor of the enemy. Although the blow did not turn out to be critical, it greatly shook the latter's condition, and the high-ranking knight had to break the distance between them. Seemingly at a distance from the red-haired guy, the knight tried to come up with a further plan for his actions. After all, during the entire time of their duel, the guy never exposed himself to attack. It was not easy to come up with a moment for an attack. But if it was not possible to come up with such a moment, then the knight was going to create one, and he had the opportunity for this. An aura of inner strength blazed around the guy, and her concentration completely surrounded Logan McLean with a dense cover. Suddenly, the red-haired one felt something. All the power in his sword and around him began to attract and absorb the enemy's sword. Making sure that everything was going as he had planned, the high-ranking knight was delighted. He increased the impact of his inner strength onto his legs to give himself greater stability. Then he strengthened the absorption properties in his sword, and he sharply pulled the guy's strength towards himself as if he was pulling an outstretched thread. Logan McLean's sword seemed to be attracted by a strong magnet, and for one thing, himself. It was difficult to stand firmly on his feet since the force was pulling him straight towards the enemy's sword. The enemy knight decided to take advantage of the fact that the guy's center of gravity had shifted and he was not stable and had poor control of his movements. Grasping tightly onto the hilt of his sword, he prepared to strike. After all, thanks to his absorption ability, he was able to create just the perfect moment, and he couldn't miss it. The sword rushed towards Logan McLean at full speed, but it didn't hit, passing a little later than required. All that the enemy knight could get was a piece of clothing, and Logan McLean was already turning around behind him. A high-ranking knight, it was amazing how fast the guy could become. But after thinking a little, he realized that it was not the red-haired one who was so fast. In fact, it was he who became slower due to fatigue, and Logan McLean prepared to strike. He decided to use one of the secret powers of the divine sword technique. At the same time, the internal strength in his sword increased incredibly, as if increasing the length of the blade. Seeing what was happening, the high-ranking knight felt a strong threat from the guy and realized that he should quickly get away to hell. But it was too late. Logan McLean finished preparing for the first form of the strike. It was a cutting wave. The force of the strike was simply incredible. It was difficult to believe in it, even seeing it with his own eyes. The force of the strike rushed towards the enemy. The strike was also accompanied by a burst of light, which was seen by everyone on the field battle, and the Baron, who was still fighting with many low-ranking knights, and Ronian, who was on the other side of the battlefield. They all saw the explosion of the power of this blow. Having completed the execution technique, Logan McLean exhaled from fatigue. Even though he had become much stronger, and the cutting wave was not as powerful as the wavy split, he was still tired. And in this situation, there was only one thing that made him happy. The high-ranking knight was unable to dodge and fell under his attack. Then the guy squeezed the hilt of the sword in his right hand tighter, and standing in a victorious pose, he announced to the entire battlefield that he, being Logan McLean, was able to kill the enemy general. This means that the battle was won by the House of McLean. The news of the defeat of a high-ranking knight quickly spread throughout all the soldiers, and it was hard for many to believe it. On top of everything else, no one saw where Vicount Tesseron had gone, and his flag was also nowhere to be seen. Having neither a general nor a commander, ordinary soldiers did not want to fight anymore, throwing down their weapons. The knights still continued to resist, succumbing to their pride, but even they did not want to die in vain. Soon the battlefield a wave of cries that they were giving up, and all the weapons flew to the ground. At the same time, Rick could not withstand the tension and shouted a welcome cry to the young Master Logan. He was able to survive this battle, which he was happy about to the point of tears, and was immensely grateful that Logan McLean was able to turn the direction the flow of the battle towards their victory. Still not fully realizing that they had won, the soldiers of House McLean took up this cry, and a new wave of exclamations swept across the field, though this time joyful. The battle lasted all day and the last battles took place under the light of the moon. A war horse rushed through the area, carrying the sound of its hooves throughout the area. Viscount Tesseron rode on it at full speed. He was angry because he did not understand at what point everything did not go according to his plan. After all, he had been preparing for this war for 3 whole years. He even asked for help from other aristocrats and gathered 100 knights, but that red-haired guy with his cavalry and strange weapons ruined everything. Logan MacLane surpassed him head and shoulders. Viscount Tesseron fled from the battlefield precisely for him. The head of the scrap Tesseron was in a hurry to return to his castle. After all, only by hiding behind its walls did he have the opportunity to survive. Having reached the gate, the man jumped off his horse and headed towards the entrance. Because of the way he looked, the guards did not even recognize him until he ordered the gate to be opened. When the surprised guards came to their senses, one of the guards said something noticed. Following the Viscount in the direction of the castle, someone was also riding. Looking back, Viscount Tesseron saw the cavalry Logan MacLane. The appearance of a red-haired guy rushing at the head of his army drove the Viscount into horror. He was never able to catch up with Viscount Logan MacLane. He managed to get outside the gates of his castle. But the young master of the house MacLane was not going to just turn around and leave. Standing in front of the castle walls, he loudly announced that Viscount Tesseron lost, and also demanded to open the gates and let the winner through. The warriors standing on the fortress wall were surprised by such a statement, and although it was hard to believe, the owner of the castle returned alone and in such a hurry that this could already be confirmation of the red-haired slot. The news of the loss confused most of the soldiers, and they did not know what to do next. True, there were also those who refused to surrender. Although the Viscount's army had lost, now they were behind the walls of their own home. There were a little more than 300 people who came. Therefore, they were sure that they would not be able to break through their defenses. Noticing that the gates would not be opened for them just like that, Logan MacLane began to concentrate his inner strength. His actions did not go unnoticed by the guards, but they understood what exactly the young man was up to. They couldn't immediately. Using his inner strength, Logan MacLane strengthened his body, and then he rushed towards the gate and the castle wall. It was all so fast that the guards at the gate couldn't keep track of him, and when the young man was noticed again, he was already halfway to the top of the wall. Literally in the blink of an eye, he was next to the locking mechanism. Having captured the guards standing there, the red-haired man demanded that they open the gate if they did not want to die. Inside a state, in the Viscount's office there was a secret room. The passage to it opened at the table of the owner of the office, and at the moment Viscount Tesseron was there. In a hurry, he shoveled everything more or less valuable into a bag. Suddenly, a heavy voice was heard behind him, indicating that he had been found. In fright, the man turned around and fell into a panic when he saw who exactly was standing in the passage. Logan MacLane quickly found the office of the owner of the castle, since the servants showed him the way. They did this without threats from the young man, so this spoke volumes about the reputation of the owner of the castle. Of course, to hear such the Viscount was not very pleased, but what could he do about it? With his attitude and behavior towards the residents and servants of the castle, he made many enemies even within his own home. Therefore, even the most trusted persons, such as personal maids and the butler, turned away from him. Seeing how the butler silently turned around and left, without even trying to help his master, Viscount Tesseron simply seethed with rage. But at the moment this did not matter much meaning, since first of all he wanted to save his own life, and he could deal with the infidelity of the servants later. Looking at the young knight, the head of the house of Tesseron declared that he was surrendering and was ready to pay both reparations and a share in accordance with the convention regarding feudal wars. Therefore, he asked to spare him and his family. Hearing such a speech, Logan MacLane became funny, especially the Viscount's mention of the feudal war convention. After all, it was he who declared them enemies for no reason and invaded the territory of the MacLane house, bringing so many warriors, as if for a war on a much larger scale. Approaching closer to the Viscount, Logan MacLane looked down at him point blank, and then he asked if he had at least a little conscience to utter such words. Hearing about conscience, the Viscount tried to put pressure on the aristocrat's honor young knight. After all, according to the rules of the same convention, captured enemies were guaranteed the preservation of life. Logan MacLane confirmed that he respects the honor and traditions of his house, as well as the honor of the aristocrat, therefore he will save Tesseron's life and even give time and permission to take the gold and leave. These words made me happy, Viscount, and he even began to thank the red-haired one, but he interrupted him with words that his father would have said so. After all, the Baron was a man of honor to the core and without any conditions will spare the one who surrendered. Then he fell silent and looked around. In one of the jewelry boxes, he noticed a richly inlaid dagger. Taking it out of the box, the guy praised its beauty. Viscount Tesseron said that this blade was forged by the best master of the kingdom and invited the guy to take it for himself. But, pulling the blade out of its sheath, Logan MacLane refused this offer, and then, with the words that the Viscount had better take him with him, threw the dagger into his hands. This action of the young man left the Viscount in bewilderment and confusion. Then, Logan MacLane wrapped his hands around the Viscount's hands and plunged the blades of the dagger into his heart. All this happened so quickly that the Viscount did not manage to react, but only felt pain. Then the man turned to the guy with the words that he promised to spare him, but he received the answer was that, as the red-haired man mentioned earlier, his father would have done this, but not him. When Tesron tried to appeal to the honor of the aristocrat, the guy interrupted him with words that it was not for him to talk about honor. Looking into his eyes, the guy asked if they understand why Viscount, how many people died in this war, and that even the end of his miserable life will not atone for this. And then he drove the blade of the blade even deeper. This action killed the Viscount Tesron. Looking at the man's lifeless body, Logan McLean felt neither joy nor sorrow. He only muttered in an even voice that the Viscount should thank God for his quick death. Then he looked at the blood on his hand. Of course, the death of the Viscount would also bring its consequences and problems, but now that was not the main thing. The main thing was something else. They were finally able to survive the disaster for the McLean house, and it was time to end this whole war. And for this it was necessary to do one last thing. Taking more air into his lungs, the young man shouted to the entire castle. He informed everyone that Viscount Hammond Tesron had committed suicide, and the castle of House Tesron fell. Logan McLean was not sure will this be enough for all the soldiers to surrender, but at that moment Kaysellen found him. He told the young master that he should look into the underground dungeon of the castle. These were the words the young knight least expected to hear, but agreed to go after the mercenary. Several days later, Baron Patrick McLean arrived at Tesron Castle. Standing on the fortress wall, he spoke with his son. Previously, Logan McLean announced that Hammond had committed suicide, and the Baron was greatly surprised by this. The red-haired knight confirmed everything again, and noticed that the Viscount was probably in despair, so he did just that. Patrick McLean did not believe his own son and asked if he had killed the Viscount. The gaze of his father made the guy look away aside. Then, with a sigh, he admitted that he had done it on purpose. The situation demanded that he take control of the Viscount's domain, and if the Tesron family remained alive, then this would create a lot of problems in the future. Hearing this statement, Patrick McLean frowned and thought for a while. He then admitted that the guy had his own reasons for doing this, and Logan McLean thought that his father had changed, but not knew for better or for worse. Then, turning away from the guy, the Baron leaned his elbows on the battlement of the wall. Looking into the distance, the man admitted that his son had played an important role in this battle, and then a little thanked him audibly. From these words, said in a whisper, the guy felt both warm and sad at the same time. The Baron himself felt confusion and embarrassment at that moment. Then he turned around and turned to his son again. He told the guy that he would officially become the heir of the House McLean. This statement made the guy feel even more warm and sad in his soul. Looking at his father's satisfied face, Logan McLean thought with a smile, and then he clearly and loudly stated that he had to refuse. The Baron was taken aback by this. The last thing he expected was that his son, who had aspired to this role all his life, would so categorically refuse. At first, he thought that Logan McLean had rejected his offer out of concern for his reputation. But the contribution in this battle was to change it completely. The young man responded to this remark, "That's not the point. It's just that the McLean house is the home of a family of knights, which means Ronian is better suited for this position." After all, the younger brother began using power at 14, 5 years earlier than Logan McLean. If he continues and at the same pace, he will be much stronger than his older brother, and his exploits will most likely surpass those that Logan McLean has now accomplished. After listening to his son's words, the Baron thought for a while, and then said that perhaps the young man was right, but he does not become the head of the house for military achievements. The red-haired one agreed with this statement, but following the memory of his past life, he knew that Ronian McLean would receive the title of the youngest user of the Force. And when this happens, there would be no more problems for the House of McLean. But what was most important was that, becoming the heir, Logan McLean would not gain any advantage, since it would take too much time to learn to be a Baron a lot. But he could not afford this. Therefore, he stated that as an older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. Therefore, he asked his father to wait at least until Ronian McLean reaches the right age. Surprised by such attention to his younger brother, Patrick McLean agreed with this request. But he set the condition that in 5 years, when Ronian McLean becomes an adult, he will once again hold elections for heir. This option suited the guy. Then the Baron added that since the guy was now refusing the status of heir, he was obliged to provide him with another reward. And as soon as they return home and calculate the income, the Baron will be able to allocate a certain amount, for which Logan McLean asked his father to choose the reward himself. A few days later, an order was heard at the walls of the McLean house to open the gates. The knights of the McLean house returned with victory. The inhabitants of the castle rejoiced that the war ended so quickly. Some were surprised that their knights became so strong, to which another replied that such a quick victory was thanks to one person. Namely, the son of the McLean house, Logan McLean. The former was very surprised by this statement, because the eldest son of the house was known as the biggest bully. But the second replied that, according to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries were able to turn the tide of the battle. They were able to outflank the enemy from the rear as if they knew in advance what would happen. There were also rumors that they defeated their opponents with the help of secret weapons. Logan McLean himself was able to single-handedly cope with a high-ranking knight. For many, it was incredible to hear that their young master had become such a great man, because before he had only caused trouble. Some even suggested that there was a chance that the meat of monsters was brought for a reason and the young master was up to something. All these conversations gave rise to an unusual rumor that young Master Logan McLean was still just pretending to be a stupid child. Views that the residents of the territory threw at the young knight became more intense and more expectant. This unnerved Logan McLean, and the rumors he heard added to the awkwardness. Riding nearby, Ronian was sincerely glad that his brother's reputation was slowly rising, and he even began to joke that he should be pleased to hear him being praised, which confused the red-haired man even more. Then the younger one advised his older brother to smile more often at the residents of the territory. Logan McLean was not sure that this was a good idea, but looking at the waiting faces people standing along the parade procession, he decided to make a concession to his younger brother. The guy had never been able to smile beautifully in public, so the very thought of it embarrassed him. Deeply sighing, the first master turned towards the residents. Then the corners of his lips turned upward. The young knight sincerely tried to portray an encouraging smile and raised his thumb up to enhance the joyful effect. However, the overall effect was not at all joyful, but somehow ominous. Residents watching behind the parade and the eldest son, they felt horror. Some even thought that the first master was threatening them. Seeing this effect and hearing the subsequent whispers, both Logan and Ronian decided that there was no need to do this anymore. Patrick McLean, who was riding ahead of the parade, looked back to see what his two sons were doing. Realizing that the eldest failed to win the favor of the crowd, the Baron decided to help. He demanded that the people present greet the winners of this war. Shouts of congratulations were heard from all sides, like at home McLean and young Mr. Logan McLean. Only by late evening did everyone more or less calm down, and the knights were able to return to the castle. Logan McLean walked along the deserted passage of the castle. He thought that for those who had just returned from the war, the soldiers have good stamina, since they could celebrate until the morning. Suddenly a loud voice called out to him, asking what he was up to, and this somewhat surprised the young man. Looking back, he saw Mary and Kairos together with Ronian McLean. The latter tried to calm the woman down, but she, without listening to her son, turned to Logan McLean with the question of why he refused to become the heir and what his plan really was. She did not believe that the first son of the McLean house was sincere. Ronian McLean tried to smooth over his mother's harsh words, explaining that she was very hurt by the problems with her family. Logan McLean reassured his younger brother, assuring that everything was fine. Then he looked closely at his stepmother. He knew that she was always not happy with him, but after the betrayal of House Kira's, she had lost most of her power in the family, and therefore was no longer a danger to the boy. The young knight thought that if he now apologized for his behavior to her, perhaps she could accept it. Thinking like this, he gathered his strength. Standing right in front of her, he, calling her mother, declared that he realized that all his actions in recent months were not trustworthy, and he regretted that he was ruled by envy and a feeling of inferiority. Hearing such an introduction, Mariam Kira's turned to her son, saying that the master himself was the first to admit this. Ronian McLean interrupted his mother to prevent her from making the situation worse. Then he again asked for forgiveness from his older brother, explaining the woman's behavior by saying that she was out of sorts. Logan McLean asked to listen to him to the end, because the boy was the one to whom the knight ultimately had to apologize. These words surprised his younger brother. Logan McLean turned to him with the words that he had already apologized to him after the fight, but never voiced for what exactly. Now he wanted to apologize for specific actions. Logan McLean knew very well that his younger brother understood what exactly these apologies should be for. He simply remained silent. But now he himself needed to say it out loud, and therefore he asked forgiveness from his younger brother for hating him all these years. These words shocked not only Ronian McLean, but also Marjan Kiras, and the red-haired knight continued to explain that he was trying to cover up his own incompetence with hatred. Nowadays he sincerely regretted his behavior, and therefore asked permission to at least now formally apologize to Ronian McLean. Bowing his head, he sincerely said that he was truly sorry. For a while, Ronian McLean stood silently and looked at his brother and how he stood, bowing before him. Logan McLean understood that good deeds cannot be offset by bad ones, and he fully expected that his brother would not forgive him. But an unexpectedly calm and clear voice assured him that everything was fine. Raising his head, the young knight looked at his younger brother. Ronian McLean smiled sadly. Then, putting his hand to his chest, he began to explain that he believed that as long as he was good to Logan McLean, one day the brother he knew would definitely return. And although the sad smile never left the boy's face, he still exuded kindness and warmth. Realizing that his younger brother was not angry with him, Logan McLean regretted that did not dare to apologize earlier. Then he turned to his stepmother again. He assured the woman that he sincerely cares about Ronian McLean. and he really hopes that his younger brother will become the heir. He also said that he understood that he could not demand that she immediately believe him, so he asked her to simply observe his actions for everything that he would do in the future. Hearing the words addressed to her, Mary and Kira's did not answer anything. In principle, Logan McLean did not expect that she would believe him right away, but for now, it was enough that he was able to apologize. The weather had been good for several days. Hammer followed Logan McLean. On the way, he tried to figure out where the young master gathered immediately after returning from the war. In response, he received only the phrase that since the gnome had rested, then it was time to get to work. Hammer was greatly irritated by the young man's ability to answer his questions without answering. He expressed his dissatisfaction with this and his concern. Logan McLean with a smile asked him not to worry, since the dwarf would definitely like this task. Naturally, Hammer did not calm down, since the young master could hardly really know what the dwarf liked. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and what the gnome saw there greatly amazed him. The view of the mountain towering above the forest impressed even him, and the words of the young master that they would develop a mine here made him speechless. Some time ago, Logan McLean and Patrick McLean were talking about a reward in Tesron Castle. Logan McLean asked for the right to develop a mine in the mountain next to borders of Tesron. It was believed that despite the fact that it was a mountain, there was actually nothing there, and the Baron did not understand why his son made such a choice. Of course, Logan McLean himself knew something interesting about it. After all, it was this mountain that became the reason why the Tesron house started the feudal war. However, this became clear only a year after its end, when House Thesron began mining gold in the captured Maclane territory. This alone made House Thesron far more powerful than any other average duke, and so it continued until Ronian Maclane did not destroy the Viscount's entire family out of revenge. When Logan Maclane captured Tesron Castle, Kaysellen asked the young master to go down to the basement prisons. The mercenary said that they found something unusual there, and that is why he decided to report this to his employer. Having descended into the underground prison, Logan McLean found several men resembling scientists or researchers. Those, seeing a new face, began to ask to be released from captivity since they had not done anything wrong. According to them, they were simply gold miners, for which they were hired by the Viscount, and he locked them here. Hearing the words of these people, Logan McLean tried to control his feelings. He couldn't believe that Viscount Tesron had imprisoned 5 such valuable mining experts. Now Logan McLean did not need to look for them. It was a wonderful gift for him, and the researcher, looking at the expression on the young master's face, wondered if they were in even more trouble. House McLean was able to win the war against House Tesron, but it was tantamount to overcoming a small wave. If the invasion of the Empire, which led to the collapse of the country, was the last obstacle, then, according to the memory of Logan McLean, the events that will happen in a year will become the beginning of the destruction of the nation. Like a giant octopus, they will cover the entire country and bring down into the abyss of despair. And it all begins with the death of the current king, Samuel von Grandia. His sudden death will lead to a conflict between the 3 princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war, which will significantly weaken the fighting power of the kingdom. And the empire would invade just when the kingdom's strength had not yet been restored. This was the first reason that led to the collapse of the kingdom. House Maclane was not part of any faction, maintaining neutrality, which allowed him to remain a mere observer. However, Logan Maclane could not miss such a chance. He wanted to take advantage of the disorder to return the lands that previously belonged to his house and once again become the rulers of the Southwest. And if possible, then stop the civil war. Memories of his past life washed over the red-haired knight, and he froze in place for a while. He was able to come to his senses after calling out to Hammer, who asked him what he was thinking about in broad daylight, since he didn't even answer his questions and did not react at all. There were also gold miners there, imprisoned by Viscount Tesron. They all stood in bewilderment and waited for the orders of the young master. Realizing that he had gone too deep in his thoughts, the young man pulled himself together. For the sake of the future, it was necessary to quickly increase military power, but now it was somewhat difficult. The family did not have extra money, and therefore the guy had to rely only on what he could earn himself. But now it no longer seemed hopeless. After all, this mountain would become a source to sponsor all his endeavors, since there was gold in the middle of it. After informing the gnome and the researchers about this, Logan McLean said that he wanted them to start developing a mine here. And then I asked the experts how much it would cost approximately. Hearing such carefree words, everyone fell into bewilderment. And although Hammer had already encountered the unreasonable demands of the young master more than once, this task seemed terribly ridiculous to him. One of the researchers was the first to wake up from such an unexpected statement. He asked if the young master was sure of that there is gold in this mountain, and if this is so, then how did he even know about it? The young knight confidently declared that there was gold there since he had seen it himself. This was such an absurd statement that the researcher was speechless. No one had yet tried to develop the mountain, and it was unlikely that the young master could see through the rock strata. Logan McLean continued talking and said that this task would be secret, so the 6 of them would work. Deciding that the young master was going to kill them, one of the researchers stated that 6 people would not be able to work in the mine. This is exorbitant work. Even together with a gnome, this would be an unrealistic task. And for support, the researcher looked expressively at Hammer. He noticed a burning look men and began to think. In the end, he already knew that if the young master had decided something, it would be easier to die than to dissuade him from it. Therefore, the researcher stated that if they sleep less and give up a normal human life, then everything will work out. Logan McLean was pleased with this answer. Next, he turned to everyone present again with the question of whether they were ready to begin, and also to voice what was said about the initial capital. Having resigned himself to the inevitable, the researcher began to explain what was needed to get to the gold first to determine the scale of the job. But approximately the initial development fee should be at least 5 million gold. The gnome also added that safe development of the mine will take a long time. Preparation alone will take 6 months, and then the same amount of time to work at full capacity, and the mine will be able to generate income no sooner than in a year. Logan McLean already understood that his idea would require a lot of money and time, but in a past life this gold made the Viscount richer than others, and it was important for the young master to get it at any cost. The young man was overcome with regret that he could not sell monster meat now, since its effect was not yet known. Otherwise, the proceeds from the sale could have been invested in the mine. However, the effect would become known only after 6 months. Suddenly, Logan McLean thought, is it necessary to wait all this time? If he can remove the toxins from it now, then he can also make medicine now. When he was a mercenary in his previous incarnation, he often resorted to using a neutralizing agent to feed on this monster meat. And now he could do the same. It was even more profitable, since if he had done everything himself and sold it himself, then he would have had no competitors. A week later, Logan McLean was in the house belonging to his family in the south together with his servant Rick. A neutralizing agent was delivered there in barrels, which the young master ordered. Since Rick did not understand what it was and what it was needed for, he constantly called the neutralizing agent a muddy potion, which made him stronger, angered the red-haired knight. Having unloaded all the delivered barrels with all the potion, the young man asked his servant where the monster's meat was stored. Having heard from Rick that the carcasses were in the storage room, Logan McLean stated that they would head there since they needed to use a neutralization potion on them. And the fact that the servant would have to go to the warehouse with the owner simply horrified him. He had absolutely no desire to go there. He even began to lament that the young master had never been to this warehouse, so he didn't know how bad it was. This hysteria angered Logan McLean. True, when the man arrived at the warehouse, he understood his servant's reaction. The stench there was incredible. Of course, the red-haired knight expected that the smell would not be pleasant, but so much so. True, he quickly came up with a way out, collecting internal strength in the nose area. After this, external stimuli stopped affecting him. Seeing how his owner calmly entered the warehouse, Rick asked why he felt bad, but not to the young master. Logan McLean honestly admitted that with the help of internal strength he paralyzed his sense of smell, and if Rick was dissatisfied with something, then he could also awaken his power. In the warehouse, the young knight began to teach the servant what to do next. He began to explain that the meat must be rubbed with a neutralizing potion, especially the black places, which are the most poisonous. Then it was necessary to make minced meat from this meat. The next step was to twist this minced meat into balls and compact it properly. The result was something not very appetizing in appearance, but similar to medicine. Logan McLean explained to the servant that they would sell this medicine. Rick himself was also assigned to create this medicine. At first, the servant categorically refused, but when the young master said that he would pay generously for each pill, Rick agreed. Before starting trading, it was necessary to test its effectiveness. When the servant asked what it was for this medicine, Logan McLean replied that it is effective for men's health. Rick did not immediately understand what his owner meant, and he had to explain to the bunnies in what cases this medicine is used and how it is precisely this that acts on the male body. The realization of the final goal slightly shocked the servant. In principle, Logan McLean himself was ashamed to explain everything so clearly to another man. Then Rick thought about it and said that he seemed to know who could test this remedy on. Not that he was 100% sure that this man needed this kind of thing, but there were some rumors circulating around the castle. And this man was the finance manager of the Mac Lane house, Dwayne Filsner. Returning to his state, Logan McLean called the manager to his place. When Dwayne Filsner heard that the young master wanted to see him, he was surprised, but hurried to the latter's office. Having knocked on the door and received permission to enter, at first he did not see the first master. He appeared at his place behind her like a ghost. Such an unexpected turn of events frightened the manager so much that he jumped up at a decent distance. Logan McKay stated that he did not want to scare the manager. On the contrary, he was worried about his state of health since he had to settle affairs after the war and he must be very tired. Dwayne Filsner began to refuse, claiming that the gentleman had much more to do, but the young man interrupted him by saying that he knew for sure how difficult it is for him. After all, things were going badly for them since they had to spend a very large sum on the war, and the servants in the night, who did not know about this, demanded payment to them. The management of the house was now going through clearly difficult times. Such words touched the poor manager. He was happy to hear that the young master understood the situation and was so caring even about him. To which the young man asked if that was why the manager had problems in bed matters. But this statement was far from making the man happy. He became so angry that he was about to leave, but Logan McLean forced him to listen to everything to the end. Without letting the man to go out the door, he handed him his pill, and when the manager asked what it was, the young man replied that it was a patented product from the city of Kale, and the result is guaranteed after the first dose. True, the young man himself had never tried it on himself, but he did not say it out loud. Since the medicine was expensive, Logan McLean said that he wanted to give it to the first manager in their castle. The man hesitated, but took the medicine. The next day, Dwayne Filsner rushed around the castle in search of the young master. When he was able to find Logan McLean, the latter already knew that this would happen. The manager came running to them so out of breath and disheveled that Rick could not help reprimand him about his status in the castle. But the man did not listen to the servant's words, but immediately demanded to know the price of the magic pills. Hearing the words of the finance manager, the red-haired knight realized that this was a complete success. Rick was still unhappy that the two men were ignoring him. But Logan McLean, continuing to ignore it, asked Dwayne Filsner to extend his hand to him. For a reason unknown to the servant, the finance manager suddenly stood in the middle corridor on one knee. His look was collected and his appearance was solemn. Logan McClay's appearance suddenly became a match for the manager. Such a solemn atmosphere in the middle of the corridor unsettled Rick. The young master also solemnly took out a wooden box and handed it over to the bending knee of the finance manager. In the future, it would happen more than once that after the first successful use of the medicine, men bowed their heads before the young master of the MacLane house. The first young master of the MacLane house continued his experiments with the medicine on other residents of the castle, and the next one was Heinkel, the captain of the knights. At first, he refused to admit that he had any difficulties in this regard, but Logan McLean fed him the medicine right in the office. Perhaps the whole point was that the pill was even very effective, but it had a lightning-fast effect on the captain of the knights, and therefore, feeling a surge of strength within himself, he turned to the young master to get time off. Naturally, the red-haired knight he let him go to his wife. He also promised to talk to his father about the unscheduled time off himself. Heinkel, thanking the guy, rushed away satisfied, and Logan McLean got himself another faithful ally. The third test subject was the Baron. Although ashamed and embarrassed, Patrick McLean thanked his son for such a gift. To avoid an uncomfortable situation, the young man hurried to leave his father's office, and he also thought that at this rate perhaps he and Ronian McLean may have another brother or younger sister. However, against the background of all these happy men, one unfortunate one stood out. It was Rick, who made all these medicines. But despite this, the young master did not give him any pills. Hearing such a statement from the servant, Logan McLean gave him a pitiful look, and then he revealed one terrible truth to the man. And this truth was that Rick had no one with him try the effect of the pill. Naturally, such a statement made the servant incredibly angry. Having fully convinced himself of the effectiveness of the medicine, Logan McLean contacted Philip Cloud through the broadcasting sphere. Having learned about such a pill, the merchant realized that he was going to bring the medicine to the market and asked at what price it would cost once to sell them. Hearing that the young man was going to set the price at 100 gold per tablet, he was worried that the young master would run into trouble with it such and such a price. Logan McLean assured his merchant that he was simply confident in his product. In a past life, it was bought so often that the price had increased terribly. Therefore, he began to explain that if in the future this medicine was sold in limited quantities, it would be possible to raise the price much more. Philip Cloud agreed that it would be so, but subject to the effect of the drug and the presence of buyers. Logan McLean firmly stated that he was convinced of excellent results. It was enough just to find someone famous who would try the pill and express his opinion. And this must be someone who needs such a medicine. Philip Cloud still had doubts, since finding such an aristocrat was somewhat problematic. and it is unlikely that having tried the effect on himself, he will begin to spread about this in high society. To which the young man noted that this is not necessary, since many ears always eavesdrop on the conversations of aristocrats. This means that even if it's a big secret, rumors will still spread, and other buyers will flock to them like bees to honey. After thinking for a moment, Philip Cloud suggested going to a banquet in this case. Logan McLean really didn't like such places, and therefore the merchant's proposal did not arouse his enthusiasm. Previously, he only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary, but these were taverns, not secular society, to which the merchant noted that it was easiest to make connections there, and if the young master wants to promote his business, he will have to spend time. But he also reminded that it will not be possible to sell medicine at banquets. The last words made Logan McLean think. Seeing that the young master had fallen silent, Philip Cloud had a bad feeling and reminded him that his house would become an outcast if he started selling something like that in high society. To which the young man replied that it would not be him who would sell. Then suddenly he asked if Philip Cloud remembered about the informant in the capital about whom he had previously spoken, and then he ordered them to go to him and find out about everything they might need. Such a task surprised the merchant, since he did not understand what the young master was up to. He did not explain anything in detail, but only said that he would soon arrive to him himself, then he would tell everything at the meeting. After this, Philip Cloud only had bad feelings intensified. A week later, Logan McLean finally arrived in Grand. This city was the capital of the Kingdom of Grandia, and Philip Cloud met him in person. He was worried about the question of whether the young master was able to get permission to sell his medicine from the family. The red-haired knight replied that of course he had not yet told anyone about his plan except the merchant. He even brought 3,000 boxes unaccompanied by servants. The only thing he received permission to do was to leave the McLean house for a while. The words of the young master that he came without servants made the merchant a little worried, because what the son of a famous house moving around unaccompanied was not entirely normal. Logan McLean explained that when the servants are around, it is difficult to choose a route, not to mention that they also have their own work. Saying this, the red-haired young man thought about what he loaded Rick with an even bigger task. This servant was with him both in his previous life and in this one, and despite all the guy's complaints, he did everything for him. Logan McLean was truly grateful to his service, even when he hid something from him for his own benefit. Thinking about the latter and the servant's hard work, the young master decided to both punish and thank the servant at once. With a solemn expression on his face, he announced that he would name the medicine in honor of Rick and Pork, and Philip Cloud thought that he was in the company of the mentally ill. Having calmed down, Logan McLean and the merchant moved to the hotel room. The red-haired one wanted to discuss further plans for their development, and the room was a more suitable place for discussion than the street or bar. Philip Cloud said that he went to that informant to find out everything that the young master asked for, although he was outraged that for each document it was necessary was to pay as much as 90 gold pieces. Logan McLean assured Philip Cloud that although the informant charges dearly, he works efficiently. This means that if the merchant gave him everything accurately, then they were provided necessary information in full. The latter assured that he had conveyed everything to him word for word. In confirmation, he began to repeat the demands of the young master. Firstly, they needed the names of aristocrats who had been married for the last 10 years but had not had children. Secondly, they needed the names of aristocrats who had remarried or had mistresses. And thirdly, they needed the names of aristocrats who ate food that increased stamina. Logan McLean was pleased with his worker's memory and praised him for his good work. To which Philip Cloud replied that compared to what the young master had to go through, it was not difficult. He also assured that the hardest day in his work was the day when he learned about the war on the territory of the McLean house. And as soon as the young man thought that the merchant was worried about the life of his employer, Philip Cloud added that as soon as he thought about grief monster meat that he had to deal with, he simply gave up. This note made Logan McLean angry, and he threw information sheets at the merchant with the task of reading everything and learn. Then, after waiting for the young man to get acquainted with the complete list, he asked who, in his opinion, was suitable for them as their first client. Still offended by the unfair treatment towards himself, Philip Cloud began to think seriously, and while he was thinking about the list, Logan McLean watched him carefully. Then the merchant singled out one name and asked the young master for his opinion on it. The red-haired man moved closer and read what he was pointing at his employee. The choice of Philip Cloud surprised the young master a little. The banquet was held in an elegant setting. There were many people, both men and women. The center of everyone's attention was a heavyset man with blonde hair. This man was Count Dibus. Hearing someone call him by name, the Count turned around towards the voice. But what he saw shocked him slightly. A young man with bright red hair and a rather strange suit, reminiscent of a clown, was approaching him. The young man introduced himself as Logan McLean, the eldest son of the McLean house from the southwestern region. The appearance was so unusual that the Count could hardly restrain himself from laughing. Logan McLean himself was aware that he was dressed in an unclear way, but this was necessary to attract attention to himself. As expected, no one liked the clothes recommended by Philip Cloud. This style had another goal, to save time and not to acquire unnecessary connections, since the banquet was insignificant. The young man's only target was Earl Divis. His full name was Fallen Divis, despite the fact that he was an important figure in the process of preserving the kingdom of Grandia and married at the age of 20. As a man he was very pathetic and still childless. Logan McLean was very surprised when Philip Cloud pointed out his name on the list, since in the past in his life he became quite famous. The Count committed suicide because of his wife. Due to male weakness, his relationship with his wife did not go well, and there was an incident between them when his wife publicly insulted him banquet. He could not bear such neglect and it drove him to suicide. Reputation and other people's opinions were very important to him. His name fit all 3 points that Logan McLean presented for his list. This was the perfect first-time Emporic buyer. Therefore, the young man explained to the Count that he had arrived in the capital for business, and, having heard about the authority of Fallen Divis, he deprived him of meeting him personally. Having heard such conversations, the Count immediately lost interest, but out of politeness continued the conversation. Naturally, those around him began to whisper and mock the young man. After all, it was not customary to have such conversations at banquets. Logan McLean did not waste time on empty whispers, but immediately began to advertise his medicine to the Count. And then, as if in secret, he quietly said that his medicine was developed specifically for men, and that it increases sexual desire. At first, Count Divis was surprised by this statement, and then he was overcome by a wave of anger. Unable to bear it, he began to shout at the young man that his son, an aristocrat, should not sell such things. The people around were not sure what exactly the red-haired man said, but based on the Count's reaction they decided that it was something shameful. Fallen Davis deliberately raised his voice, believing that the young man was trying to disgrace him, which means he should have gotten the same thing. Naturally, Logan McLean was able to calmly understand all this, but the opinions of others were unimportant to him. The main thing was to attract the attention of the Count, and for this, despite the latter's reaction, he presented his medicines to him as a gift. Handing over a small box with samples, he said that Emporic in the future would be sold at 100 gold pieces apiece. And for him, he specially put 3 as a gift, swearing on honor aristocrat that the medicine had no side effects. No matter how Count Fallen Divis frowned, it was clear that he wanted this medicine. A few days later, to the house that Philip Cloud was renting under the store, the butler came. Confirm your identity with an ID, he said that his master had ordered the purchase of the drug Emporic. Logan McLean immediately realized that he had been sent by Count Divis. The deal was completed, and Philip Cloud escorted the butler. Returning back to the young master, the merchant was glad that for the first sale they were able to earn 10,000 gold. Logan McLean grinned and assured that they would earn even more. In the end, renting this store already cost them the same amount, and they had to work it out. Philip Cloud complained that he was barely able to negotiate such a rental price because it was the center of the capital. To sell medicine, it was simply necessary to have a premises where people could come and inspect the goods themselves. Logan McLean agreed with his employee and said that it was time for him to go to a banquet. The merchant was surprised because the young man went to such events every day and sometimes twice a day. The young knight explained that one client was not enough for him, and what was necessary advertised the product to as many people as possible. A week later, Count Divis's butler returned again for the medicine. Despite the high price, the Count was pleased with the effect because no healthy food had ever had such an effect on him before influenced. Already on the way to Logan McLean's store, the butler saw a queue. A large number of people lined up in front of the store. The presence of so many people immediately surprised the butler, but he was even more surprised by the fact that some people were familiar to him. Among the men standing in line, he was able to identify the manager, Viscount Talon, and the butler, Count Hamill. Fearing that he would also be recognized, and because of this, unnecessary rumors would spread, the butler hurried to get in line and tried to be less noticeable. At that moment, Philip Cloud appeared from the door of the store and addressed everyone. He said that the batch of medicine prepared for today had already been completely sold. One of those standing in disbelief asked how this happened, because this had never happened before, to which the merchant replied that he was really sorry, but Emporic had become very popular and supplies were not enough, so a limit was set at 50 boxes per day. Everyone in line was very upset because if they returned back to their owners empty-handed, they could have suffered greatly. Limiting the amount of medicine per day for sale had 2 purposes. Firstly, to attract the attention of even more people. After all, those passing by the aristocrat, turning their attention to such a crowd, sent their servants to find out what had happened. And secondly, to stimulate buyers, thereby contributing to an increase in the price of the drug. Day after day, Philip Cloud announced a limit on the quantity of goods. So, as soon as a small number of people could purchase the medicine, prices slowly began to rise. But even then, the demand for the drug did not fall. Philip Cloud was delighted with this situation. Every day they were able to meet the sales target. More in addition, everything was sold out almost immediately after opening, and this guaranteed a profit of more than $4 million a month. Naturally, Logan McLean also could not be happy about the development of this situation. In the end, they increased the price 3 times, and still there were people willing to pay more. He even joked that soon all the money of this kingdom would migrate to him at this rate. It was clear that this was impossible to achieve with this drug alone, but just the thought of this delighted both men. Of course, Logan McLean knew that Philip's contribution cloud was not small in this matter. Therefore, he offered the merchant to receive a percentage of the profit from the next month. This statement surprised the young man, and it further stimulated his desire to achieve as much income as possible. While the 2 young people rejoiced at their achievement, someone watched their store from the outside. Hammer got in touch with Logan McLean through the broadcast sphere in the wizard's house. He told the young man that according to preliminary estimates, the mine would yield at least 10 tons of gold annually. Hearing this news, the young master was so shocked that he unknowingly repeated it too loudly. Realizing that he could attract unnecessary attention, he covered his mouth, and then, almost in a whisper, he began to clarify whether the masters had made a mistake. Hammer once again confirmed that, judging by the miner's words, there is a great chance that the gold nuggets are in deeper layers. Logan McLean was incredibly happy to hear this, because 10 tons of gold was, according to rough calculations, about 100 million gold. It was a whole jackpot. Seeing how the young owner was rejoicing, the dwarf decided to slightly cool his enthusiasm by asking if he was able to collect the funds to pay for the start of mining. To which the red-haired young man confirmed that in the near future he would obtain the entire necessary amount and workers. Listening to the assurance of his master, the dwarf thought that it would be better if he were gentler with them. While Logan McLean was on the line in the wizard's house, night fell on the city. Heading home, the young man reflected that the initial investment in developing the mine would be about 5 million, and if sales of Emporic remain the same, then in a month it can reach almost the full amount. It was enough to sell it for only 2 months to earn a lot of money. According to preliminary calculations of the young man, he had about 700 boxes of medicine left, so he needed to return home and send more here so that there will definitely be enough to develop the mine. Already on the way to the house, Logan McLean felt that there was someone in the building. Since Philip Cloud was going to his place for the night, it definitely couldn't be he, which means they were thieves. Thinking about this, the young man rushed to the store building with all possible speed. Having burst into the premises, the young knight looked around. To his surprise, he could not find anyone. It might have seemed that the thieves had already left, but since there was only one way out, then most likely it was not so. Logan McLean became alert and readied his weapon, and at that moment he felt something strange. It was as if someone had rushed nearby. Having pulled out his sword, the young man turned around, striking backhand. Again, there was no one behind him. The street was completely empty, but the red-haired knight was definitely aware that there was someone there, someone who used an aura. Feeling its impact, Logan McLean turned around sharply. A figure, shrouded in inner strength and hidden by a cloak, stood on the roof store. The young master did not want to let the thief go just like that. Pushing off from the ground harder, he also jumped onto the roof of the building. The man in the cloak was in no hurry to leave anywhere, as if waiting for the young man. The red-haired knight prepared his sword to strike, and then attacked the mysterious figure. The man dodged, and the guy was able to only hit the edge of the hood. Standing opposite the man in the cloak, Logan McLean prepared to strike the next blow. He was incredibly annoyed that someone had encroached on his property, and he demanded the person to identify himself. Naturally, he remained silent in response, and then he simply disappeared. The remainder of the force put great pressure on the young man. But besides it, there was no trace left of presence of a thief, although he was just in front of him. The red-haired knight was amazed and puzzled by this fact. Having checked everything carefully again, the only thing he found from the secret figure, this is a scrap of fabric from the hood. After thinking for a while, Logan McLean still did not come to any conclusions about the identity of the man in the cloak. When a new day began, Philip Cloud returned to work. The news that an aura user had sneaked into the store was stunning for him. Logan McLean calmly confirmed that this was at least an advanced force user. After all, he sensed for a reason that the opponent had a high rank. He was significantly different from the young master. The thought that an aura user could be a thief perplexed the merchant. After all, the one who possesses it is capable of becoming an aristocrat from a slave, and the fact that such a person still stooped to robbery did not fit into his head. Then he asked what exactly was stolen. Logan McLean took out the open box and said that only 2 Emporic pills were missing. Then Philip Cloud made an assumption that the thief took these pills for himself. Oddly enough, among the aura users there were also incapacitated people. After these words, Logan McLean remembered that in his there was one aura user on the list. Philip Cloud also recalled that there was one such person. He had no children and lived in the capital. At that time, a young man was walking down the street with a woman. Walking along the road, he stared at the children running past. The woman noticed the look he cast at the child, asking where he was looking. The man shuddered and hastened to justify himself that he was simply enjoying the views of the street. But the woman didn't believe him. The children running past were very striking, especially when they were hugging their parents. She was somewhat upset by this scene, and the man hastened to assure the lady that he was really looking at the city landscape. Seeing that his companion's mood had deteriorated, he suggested returning home. The woman sighed and pressed herself against his chest, assuring that she was happy just because she was next to him. The man understood what she meant, but he was still sad. All he could do in this situation was also to hug her tightly back. This man was the best swordsman in the kingdom, Felix Esperanza. In his youth, while fighting for his country, he was injured in the groin area. As a youth, he did not care about another honorable wound received during the performance of knightly duty. However, now he had the title of Duke and the glory of the strongest on the continent. But he did not have a child who inherited all this. Before his marriage, he told his wife everything bride. But the woman did not reject his advances. On the contrary, she understood how difficult it was for him, and she agreed to become his wife in order to stay with him forever, despite even to the fact that she doomed herself to childlessness next to him. And Duke Esperanza tried to repay her for all that boundless love as best he could. The next day, after the invasion of Logan McLean's store by an unknown person, Duke Felix Esperanza was heading about his business. Following him was his assistant, who was worried that they were already late for the family meeting. The Duke only waved him off with the words that the sooner they got there, the more pressure they would put on him with words about the need to have an heir. The assistant roughly understood what exactly was the Duke's problem and, as carefully as possible, reported that a very effective medicine had recently appeared in the capital. The Duke, after such words, looked at his assistant a little strange glance, and then, in an uninterested tone, he asked if this was really so. Not seeing much enthusiasm from his owner, the assistant nevertheless continued to say that, apparently, it even healed physical wounds, and that the Count may not believe, but there are a lot of reviews about its effectiveness. Listening to all this, Felix Davis just sighed. He was ashamed, since he was the one who broke into the Logan McLean store last night, and the pills he had already taken had no effect on him. He felt uneasy about deciding to rob if he was disturbed by his wife's tears. After all, if someone found out about this, it would be an indelible shame. But the most offensive thing was that the drug had no effect on him. Then he turned to his assistant and said that rumors should be treated with distrust. After all, rumors could just be rumors, and medicine cannot cure what Aura could not cope with. Approaching the gates of his estate, he heard the exclamation of a guard. He explained to someone in a raised voice that a person could not meet with the Duke without an appointment. But the visitor did not give up and assured that he was not asking for a meeting with the owner, but only asked to tell him the name of the person asking. The visitor was firmly convinced that the owner of the estate would probably want to meet with him after hearing him. Earlier in the morning, when he and Philip Cloud had come to the conclusion that the aura user was most likely the Duke, Logan McLean prepared to go to him to pay a visit. This decision somewhat discouraged the merchant. He was afraid that the young master was planning to go to the strongest man in the kingdom to directly ask if he had robbed them, and at the same time ask if the Duke had problems with his wife. Philip Cloud advised not to run into trouble, but pretend as if nothing happened. After all, they won't be poor if they lose a couple of pills. After all, if something goes wrong, they will be in trouble. And although Philip Cloud spoke the case, Logan McLean could not miss such a chance if the Duke really turned out to be that thief. And so he was now sitting in the Duke's reception room. The butler of the house appeared and invited the red-haired knight to come into the office of the owner of the manor. Entering the room at the invitation, Logan McLean was able to finally meet the Duke in person. For him, this was a good chance to create a strong bond with one of the strongest men in the kingdom. Presented before Felix Esperanza, Logan McLean introduced himself to the man. Standing so close, the young man tried to assess the man in front of him. As far as he knew, he was about 70 years old, but the man looked much younger, and the guy was wondering if the Duke slowed down aging by using his aura. Felix Esperanza noticed that the McLean house was located in the southwestern region. This means the young man has come a long way, to which Logan McLean replied that he had recently opened his own business in the capital, so he decided to bring his product to the Duke as a gift. Then he put a small box on the table in front of the man and continued that this medicine is intended for men's health and its effectiveness has already been proven by many aristocrats. The Duke of Esperanza did not show any interest in the gift, but out of politeness continued to talk with the young man. Seeing that he did not react in any way, Logan McLean was no longer so sure whether he really was a night thief, and then he decided to change his approach. He said that such a thing would not be suitable for such a superman as the Duke. That is why he brought something more special as a gift. After these words, the red-haired young man, who was carefully watching the man, noticed, although weak, but the reaction. It was clear that the Duke was not interested at first, as regular emporic did not work for him. The poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine was neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and to treat dysfunction. But this ordinary poison could not work on a Superman anyway. Therefore, by accumulating it and creating a powerful concentrate, a stronger effect could be achieved. This made it possible to create a second version of the medicine, limited version, and that's what interested the Duke. Logan McLean called this version limited because it concentrated the effect of 50 regular pills, and the guy tested this version on himself so he could guarantee that it had an effect. But the pain from it was incredibly strong. If a person without a core takes such a pill, he will definitely die. But the user of the aura will have a different effect. Handing the medicine to the man, the guy said that if the Duke liked the effect of the pill, he could tell him and Logan McLean would send more. And of course, the guy guaranteed to take measures to maintain confidentiality. The next day, Felix Esperanza called Logan McLean to his place. He was in very high spirits and promised the guy to do whatever he wanted, as long as it was within the Duke's capabilities. Logan McLean at heart was glad that everything worked out, but outwardly he pretended that he did not understand what he was talking about. Aura Master is a master of martial arts and a master of strength who uses life energy. We can say with complete confidence that Felix Esperanza appreciated the effect of the medicine and it worked. Moreover, the medicine was not a one-time use, but with an accumulation effect. Over time, the Duke was supposed to be completely cured. The man felt it with his whole body. Both his melancholy and the pain in his chest finally came to an end. The Duke could not believe that the guy had brought such a valuable thing as a gift and did not even mention his action. The man immediately understood that the red-haired man had guessed who exactly the thief was. Otherwise, he would not have come to him the next day. Then, in the store, Felix Esperanza saw the guy's abilities as a swordsman and assessed them as very good. But since the guy did not raise this topic, the Duke also did not apologize for his offense. And therefore he said that thanks to the young man's medicine, he was able to recover from a protracted illness and is ready to repay for it. For this reason, the guy could express his wishes. After thinking a little, Logan McLean asked for one thing. More precisely, he asked for a useful book on the art of swordsmanship. Of course, he did not ask for something top secret or of a high rank, but he was sure that there would be something suitable in the Duke's collection. And the man was really able to find such a volume. Giving the book to the young man, the sword master warned that because of the training described in it, the body would be very sore. But it was worth it to learn the technique as it has some eccentric aspects. Having accepted the book, Logan McLean thanked the owner of the estate, and then asked him to write a letter confirming that he had given this technique to the guy, and the Duke agreed. Logan McLean was completely satisfied with the result since he got what he wanted, and although he was sorry to take only one book when the sword master was ready to give much more, his goal was completely different. Suddenly Felix Esperanza said that this situation seems wrong to him. One book would not be enough, and therefore he was going to personally teach the guy this technique. This turn of events surprised the young knight. It was hard to believe that the greatest swordsman in the kingdom had expressed a desire to train him. The Duke continued by saying that he understood that the young man was modest and did not ask for much, but the man was embarrassed to repay with just a book and wanted to do something more. This was the first time in both of Logan's lives that he had heard anyone talk about him like that. And even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, he had no need to refuse the offer of training from the strongest man in the kingdom. Of course, he immediately agreed. To begin with, the Duke decided to evaluate the talent of the young knight. To do this, he brought Logan McLean to the indoor training field. Taking a position, the Duke ordered the red-haired man to concentrate since the man was not going to give in. Having listened to the Duke's demands, the young man tried to fulfill them, taking a fighting stance and preparing to draw his sword from its sheath. Later came an order from Felix Esperanza to take out the sword, and with it came a wave of overwhelming force. It fell on the guy, threatening to crush him. Logan McLean could not move, much less grab the hilt of the sword. Having felt such pressure firsthand, the guy understood the difference between an aura user and a simple force user. Despite the pressure received, the young master of the McLean house began to wonder if all aura users were able to restrain entire body, using power like magic. If this was really the case, then all the battles on the continent would be ended by aura users finishing off the others. Thinking about this, Logan McLean came to the conclusion that it was most likely not a matter of strength, but of a certain ability. The young man tried to understand what exactly it was, and the Duke watched all the guy's actions. The red-haired knight decided to turn to his inner strength. Having activated both of his cores, he used the power to enhance the perception of the senses, not the body. And then he was going to analyze what was holding his body back under the influence of the sword master's aura. Every time he tried to move, the Duke's power stimulated the activity of the ability. This dissipated the force that the guy put into the movement, Logan McLean didn't know how it was possible to achieve this, but he understood how to counter it. The guy was going to catch the moment when the Duke was just about to suppress his power, and that's when he had to react a little faster. Having tried to do just that, the young knight was able to draw his sword. This action surprised and delighted the Duke. Exhaling in admiration, the Duke shook his head, as he thought the guy was very talented. Logan McLean could barely hold on, concentrating his inner strength in himself. Then the Duke, when he saw that the guy had completely mastered the suppression, lowered his sword with the end to the floor and ordered to watch him carefully. He began to concentrate his inner strength on the tip blade. Gradually building it up, he rotated it around the entire blade, painting it red. At first, the young master decided that this was the aura of the blade, but then he realized that he was mistaken. Felix Esperanza directed all the collected power into a blow against him. Logan McLean even felt sick from the pressure directed at him and cold sweat rolled down his back. Seeing in person what terrifying power the Duke wielded, the old name of this technique the power of the blade. The sword aimed at him moved slowly, and the guy saw it clearly, but he couldn't move at all. The body refused to obey. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move even a millimeter. The strength of the Duke permeated his entire being and interfered with the functioning of his senses. And at the same time, the pressure of the red blade continued to grow. Logan McLean tried to understand what he could do in this situation, since he could not even understand the principles of the technique. Suddenly, the young knight felt something. The power of his two cores began to neutralize the strength of the Duke. Intuition told the guy that it would be impossible to dodge this blow, but he was determined to resist the knight without retreating a single step. The red-haired man began to concentrate his internal energy around himself. The Duke immediately realized that he was trying to create a barrier of force. Then, no longer intending to hesitate, the man grabbed the hilt of the sword more tightly. Swinging, he prepared to strike, taking a fighting stance. Strengthening his feet with force, Felix Esperanza attacked the guy. By this time, Logan McLean had already been able to strengthen the barrier of power around him. But he still continued to be nervous under the pressure generated by the Elder Knight, and he wasn't sure that he could really survive everything. Of course, the Duke was not going to kill or seriously injure the guy. His blow landed on the barrier, so the blow itself barely affected him. But the shockwave carried the red-haired knight to the opposite wall of the training field and the barrier itself was destroyed. The blow against the wall with his back knocked out all the air from his lungs, and then the guy fell to the floor. The Duke of Esperanza continued to carefully watch the guy's further steps and his reaction. Although the young knight pressed it hard against the wall, he did not give up and tried to get back on his feet. His blade was all covered with cracks, ready to crumble at any moment, not having withstood the force of the blow, and the guy himself was shaking in pain. But Logan McLean was still trying to figure out what the Duke's lesson was. It was as if it was the aura of the sword, but not it. The young knight did not believe that the Duke would teach him something that he could not master, and the man confirmed this, saying that it was simply the full power of the technique. Hearing these words, the red-haired man grinned and lost consciousness. Felix Esperanza admitted to himself that in the end, unconsciously, he began to take the fight a little more seriously. It was still difficult for him to believe that the guy, faced with such force face to face, was able to cope. Such a fighter was simply destined to succeed in the world of the sword. Therefore, the Duke promised himself that he would closely watch this guy. Some time later, Logan McLean left the Duke's house. The butler, who was looking after the unconscious body of the young man, explained that the Duke allowed he had to rest until he fully recovered, which meant the young man could stay here longer. In response, Logan assured that everything was fine with him and asked him to convey his gratitude for the potion that he had been given. The butler did not argue and only escorted him to the gate. When the red-haired knight left the estate, it was already sunset in the sky. Having said goodbye to the guide, the young man was finally able to go home. To the surprise of the butler, he was in quite a hurry, so much so that he could not even notice when the guy left the territory of the estate. Turning the corner and hiding from prying eyes, Logan McLean leaned against the wall with a pained face. His whole body continued to tremble in pain, since in fact he was only pretending to the butler that he was fine. The point was that the young man did not use the potions provided by the Duke's estate. It was so expensive and rare that the young knight decided to put it aside until the moment when he might really need it. Recently, the young man was able to develop his inner strength, so he hoped to heal his wounds on his own, although I understood that it would be difficult because they were inflicted by the Duke. Despite the pain, Logan McLean clearly gained much more from this meeting than he lost. A note was also attached to the bottle, which indicated the contact coordinates with the Duke's estate and a note that if the young man encounters difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he can contact him for advice. The red-haired knight was glad that the Duke of Esperance had such a high impression of him. The man even treated him almost like a student, and the established contact could be very useful to him in the future. While Logan McLean was thinking and rejoicing at his luck, Philip Cloud called out to him. The man explained that he was waiting nearby for the young master to leave the estate. He also asked why he looked so pale. He even suggested that the young man could have been rude to the Duke, for which he was beaten. Logan McLean only brushed aside such an assumption and explained that the man taught him the art of the sword, although the consequences of such training were now affecting his health. Seeing how the young master was bleeding from his mouth, Philip Cloud did not believe his words, and promised to prepare everything necessary to escape, including the fastest horse. A week later, Patrick McLean was finally able to return his health to normal. After selling all the boxes of medicine for the day, he sat next to Philip Cloud and discussed the total income received during the entire period of sales of the drug. It turned out to be a little smaller, I would have liked, but the amount was still impressive. The merchant assured the young gentleman that if sales remained the same, then the desired amount would be easily earned in the next month. The thought of this delighted both men, and their delight was so strong that they could not contain their joyful exclamations. For the first time, Philip Cloud shouted as loudly as his employer, indulging in dreams of future income. Delighted, he remembered the merchant and told the young man that he had established a process for purchasing monster meat and kale. And then he asked if the young gentleman was thinking about buying a house in the capital, taking into account living expenses, it would be much more profitable. Logan McLean refused such an offer, explaining that he would stay here for a year, a maximum of 1.5. Until then, it was necessary to focus specifically on Emporic, and after that, he will still have to move, even if he wants to stay in the capital. Philip Cloud asked what the young master meant by such words, but in response he only heard that he did not need to worry about anything. Hearing this, the merchant only sighed and asked the young man to take care of his health so that the business would continue to flourish. The memory of that terrible cough of blood after visiting the Duke's estate still came to mind. Smiling, Logan McKay assured that everything was fine with him now. That's why he spent the whole week locked up to recover. Philip Cloud doubted the words of his employer, since every time he came to his room, he was always doing something at the table. Grinning, the young man did not explain anything, and the merchant did not ask any more. The young master really liked this behavior of the man. Changing the topic, the merchant asked if the young master was now going to go home. He confirmed these intentions and also assured that he would send a new batch of Emporic. He also gave the man one more task. He had to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces every month to the lands of Tesron and McLean. Moreover, this had to be done within a year, and therefore the merchant was also entrusted with finding a normal supplier for this purpose. Once again surprising the young entrepreneur with the strangeness of the task, Philip Cloud asked if the young master really valued his people so much that he was ready to feed all the residents for free. In response, Logan McLean only shrugged his shoulders, since he did not act out of great love, but because it was a necessity. After all, only in a year on the territory of the McLean house will the chronic shortage of food supplies be able to stop. Even with the rich Tesron plains, due to the infertile lands of House MacLane, the overall balance will still go into the minus. People's labor played an important role in the red-haired knight's plans, so there was no way he could let them starve. Then he remembered something. Logan McLean said goodbye to Philip Cloud and left the store. The place he went to was full of homeless people. It was located in the slum cities, the Shadow Guild of Beggars. Officially, it did not exist, but for a generous reward, the guild members took on any task. Logan McLean came to them with a request to find several people. All he had on them were names and a couple of external signs. He didn't know where they lived, or even the approximate area where they might be located now. In order to fulfill this order, the Shadow Guild would have to search the entire continent. The red-haired man was aware of this and was willing to pay generously. This kind of request was always problematic for the guild, but the payment was too tempting, and so the young master's order was accepted. In fact, Logan McLean did not have much hope for success, since he knew that there would be it is difficult to find the people he is interested in, because even what he knew might not be real. But he simply had no other option. He had to gather all the independent superhumans at any cost, those who had reached such a level in a past life and had not joined any organization. After all, each of them could provide great support in the war against the Empire, especially one guy whom the Empire was able to hire from a previous life. Suddenly, Logan McLean realized that he was in a hurry in his actions. After all, there was still time. For some reason, he was too anxious, despite the fact that things were going well in the capital. He definitely needed to calm down. In the rather dim laboratory, the man was seething with rage. Another, addressing him as an elder, asked him to calm down. But the first one did not listen to him, wailing that the head of the tower was driving his students away as if there were no other workers. The other man was still trying to calm the first one, explaining that since he only came to convey the words, further actions did not depend on him. Then the first one again demanded to at least explain why the head of the tower had called his students this time. The second began to explain that they were being sent to the countryside in the southwest, or, more precisely, to the territory of the McLean house. With each of them in a word, the first man looked more and more terrible, and having agreed that the business trip would last for 6 months, the second man was already terrified. Finally angry, the first man began to release a curse towards the head of the tower. Then he added that he could not allow this, which means it has come time to settle the issue once and for all. The man's face looked very menacing, evil veins stood out on his forehead, and his gaze was full of murderous desire. As the capital of the kingdom, there were many fancy buildings. One of them belonged to the Earth Magic Tower. Previously, Logan McLean decided to visit it. Surprisingly, there was no one in the lobby except the man sleeping at the reception desk. When the young master tried to attract attention to himself, the man behind the counter had difficulty opening his eyes. As soon as he could see the red-haired young man, he immediately jumped up and welcomed him to their abode with a smile. The man behind the counter was an earthbender. He was wondering what business the young man had come for. He decided that the man who had come was an aristocrat, but he was embarrassed by the young man's too simple suit. The conclusion was that he could not have come to meet with a high-ranking magician, and, therefore, he most likely came to buy scrolls, and the young man confirmed this by ordering 150 magic scrolls of destruction. Hearing what was required, the magician behind the counter could not believe his ears, and Logan McLean, believing that the magician doubted his creditability, took out a user certificate issued by Cooper Bank. Out of curiosity, the magician looked to record the amount indicating the buyer's creditworthiness, and it said that the representative of the certificate had 4 million gold in his account. For some time the magician could not move from shock, but still managing to pull himself together, he announced that he would escort the young master upstairs. The magic of destruction was a long-range earth magic spell for the fourth circle. Depending on the potential of the mage, this magic could even bring down a rock. Well, due to disadvantages such as the time it takes to activate and show signs of use, as well as the fact that it only works on rocks and dirt, it was not used at all in battle. But it was ideal for construction, and Logan McLean was going to speed up the development of the mine and at the same time solve other problems with it. The young man was taken to the office of the head of the tower, where the head himself met him personally. Having heard about the required number of scrolls, the head of the tower, Radio's Great, got nervous. After all, they haven't had such generous customers for a long time. Logan McLean was very surprised that the head of the tower himself came running to meet him. Apparently, this was because of the amount announced by the previous magician, and this made me think that things were going worse for the tower. On the other hand, the weakness of his trading partner was beneficial for him. Therefore, he began to explain that his house Mac Lane was a small fief in the southwest, so it was not surprising that the magicians had not heard of him. The word fief already meant that the young man was an aristocrat, and the behavior of the first magician was not entirely correct in relation to the title. The head of the tower promised to give a severe reprimand. At that moment, the magician at the reception had a chill running through his whole body. Radio's Great was angry that he almost scared away such a client with his behavior. In peaceful times, earth magic was used only for farming and planting crops with trees, and not every aristocrat will spend expensive scrolls on such banal things. After all, it's easier to hire people, and those who did this, from the point of view of magicians, looked like ignorant fools. They were the ones who were talking about how the magic tower was becoming weaker after Radio's Great took charge of it, and the fact that such a person showed up to them was an excellent opportunity for the tower to make more money. Therefore, the head began from afar, saying that there was one problem. To create a scroll of the fourth circle, at least a magician with a fifth circle was required, and therefore, now there were not so many ready-made scrolls in the tower. The head of the tower wanted to show the young man in this way that the scrolls of the fourth circle were a rare commodity, but he only asked with an irritated face, "And so what?" The head of the tower clearly did not expect such a reaction, but he was not going to just retreat. Therefore, he continued his explanation by saying that the creation of each scroll is expensive, so they could not make them in advance. But Logan McLean, without even listening, began to rise from the table, saying that it seemed like nothing could be done. And then he added that he planned to purchase scrolls in such quantities every month. But since it was difficult for the tower to overcome this, he would simply turn into the magic tower of the ruler's family. Radio's Great stretched out on the floor in surprise at what he heard. Just in case, he clarified whether he had misheard the last phrase. The red-haired young man confirmed once again that he was going to purchase 150 scrolls every month for 6 months. For the head of the tower, it was like manna from heaven, throwing him into a world of euphoria. But the young man's subsequent words brought him back to earth. He stated that since it is already difficult for the tower to make 150 scrolls, then they simply will not last 6 months. After these words, Logan McLean prepared to leave. The head of the tower simply could not allow this. Grabbing the young man's leg, he began to assure that they would definitely cope with everything. In response to the young master's doubts whether this was possible, he began to prove even more diligently that their tower would definitely cope with this. At the same time, he even began to polish the guy's shoes with the sleeve of his robe. The scrolls of the fourth circle cost 10,000 gold each, and 150 would have cost the young man 1.5 million. In 6 months, the amount would have been 9 million. Having made such calculations, the head of the Tower of Magicians finished cleaning shoes of a young man. This price in itself was attractive, but realizing that the tower may not fully fulfill the entire request, Radio's Great offered some compromise. He advised hiring magicians to replace the scrolls. This proposal surprised Logan McLean, since magicians hated doing dirty work, which is why they usually sold scrolls. Therefore, it was strange to borrow magicians instead, who would cost even more. Max with the fourth circle would be as effective as 3 scrolls, and this offer would indeed be tempting. But the young man doubted that this tower would have such a magician who would want to go to the construction site in the countryside. Laughing, the head of the tower said that even he could not order magicians of this level, but instead, he could provide 9 magicians with the second circle and 1 with the third. These were students who had been working as a team at various construction sites for a long time. In return, the young master was asked to reduce the number of scrolls requested. Thinking in the long term, Logan McLean decided that it would be even better, although he was confused by the wording that these were magicians specializing in construction. He even became interested to see what kind of people they were. At the request of the young master, a team of these magicians was invited to the head's office. One of them introduced himself as Grick, a magician of the third circle who spoke for everyone. They all looked exhausted and shabby. Logan McLean also introduced himself, but the surprise of what he saw did not leave him for a long time. In order not to shock the client further, the head of the tower sent the magicians on their way. When they left the office, the red-haired man with a gloomy face turned to Radio's Great and asked why everyone looked as if they were about to die. The magician began to assure that despite their appearance, they are young employees with the greatest experience in the field of construction and are real specialists. Logan McLean examined them with the help of his inner strength. He saw that they were indeed reliable magicians with stable circles, like the head promised. And if you consider that they were about 20 years old, then they can clearly be considered talented. But the fact that the magician agreed to send his students to the countryside seemed very strange, and the young man wondered if it was worth checking out. To do this, he decided to carry out a provocation and stated that, in comparison with the scrolls of the fourth circle, the proposal to reduce their number and provide only magicians of the second circle was not a completely fair exchange, to which the head of the tower stated that such a number of magicians should still be enough. Hearing the magician's last remark, Logan McLean smiled ominously. Looking at the head, he suggested that for 120 scrolls and 10 magicians he would pay 1,200,000 gold. The smile on the magician's face did not disappear after such words, but began to look somehow terrifying. It was clear that he could barely restrain himself. The young master of the McLean house understood perfectly well that this was a damn low price, given their talent, and for such a price no one would send normal magicians. Well, surprisingly, Radio's Great agreed to this. Moreover, he immediately offered to sign a magical contract. Such actions greatly surprised Logan McLean. It was somehow wrong that the head of the tower was in such a hurry. This further suggested that there was something wrong. And at that moment, another magician burst into the office of the head of the tower, whom 2 were trying to restrain, shouting that he heard everything and demanded to explain everything. His actions were so uncontrollable that they frightened other magicians. What can we say? Such a formidable magician forced even Logan McLean should be wary. Having examined him with his inner gaze, the red-haired man realized that a fifth circle magician was standing in front of him. The man continued to make a fuss, demanding to know why the head of the tower again wanted to send his students away. The head of the tower, calling the magician who had burst in, Clayton, began to convince him that this was necessary for the good of the tower since his students were the most talented. Without listening to the end, the magician of the fifth circle began to ask why only his students were forced to do difficult work. And not just anyone, but children who had just returned from work and did not even have time to come to their senses. Radio's Great continued to insist that young people don't care about work, and this was necessary for the good of the tower and themselves, to which Clayton noticed that the head began to oppress them ever since the magician reached his fifth circle and became an elder last year, to which the head tried to silence him, afraid that Logan McLean, having heard all this, would change his mind. The young man, listening to these proceedings of the senior magicians, finally understood what exactly the catch was hidden in. He realized that Clayton was able to get his fifth circle and at a relatively early age and became an elder, and this frightened the head of the tower. But not being able to conflict with the elder, he took it out on his students. Internal conflicts in the tower were not uncommon, and in this case they played into the hands of the young master. Logan McLean was happy. Radio's Great continued that if a man did not want to obey the orders of the head of the tower, then he could get lost along with his followers. This formulation of the question at first greatly stunned Clayton, and then it caused a surge of magical power in him. Completely angry, the senior magician began to gather magical power around himself. Naturally, the head of the tower did not stand aside. He also repeated that if Clayton does not want to stay in the tower, then no one will holds. The collision of the magical forces of both wizards made the walls of the building shake. This surge of power frightened all the junior magicians, and they tried to stop the men, but they were already so heated that no words had any effect on them. And at that moment a dull sound was heard in the room knocking. When both senior magicians turned towards the sound, they both saw that Logan McLean had put his seal on the magical contract. This action surprised both of them so much that they suddenly calmed down and froze in place. The younger magicians also froze in bewilderment. Logan McLean picked up the scroll of the magical contract and announced that it had been concluded. And now that the contract had been signed, the dispute between both wizards had no meaning. Turning to the young magicians, the young master ordered to follow him. As for the older wizards, the young man advised them to sort out their problems themselves without interfering with others. After all, since the contract was signed, it will remain valid regardless of who will be the head of the tower. Pulling himself away, Radio's Great apologized to the young master for showing himself to be worthless, and then he assured that he would send him the scrolls as soon as they were ready. However, Clayton did not agree with this, and the head of the tower reminded him that no one can break the contract concluded with the tower. The senior magician had no choice but to give up this time, but he announced that he would leave along with his students. This statement surprised both the head of the tower and Logan McLean. At first, the head stated that the elder could not waste time in the countryside. Then the young master also stated that he had never hired a magician with the fifth circle. Having caught the main problem, Clayton assured that he would not take payment. He just travels with his students for the sake of the learning process itself. Naturally, the eldest son of the McLean house did not refuse this. As a favor, the elder magician asked to postpone the departure for at least one day so that the students could rest a little before leaving. And Logan McLean gave his consent, agreeing to meet the next day at lunch at the western gate. The head of the magician's tower was against this, but everyone ignored him. The day of departure arrived. As agreed, Logan McLean was waiting for his magicians at the western gate. Receiving such a contract was unexpected luck for him, because hiring one magician with the fifth circle would have cost $1 million, and the guy was eager to return home as soon as possible to begin his plan. In addition, he needed to send another batch of emporic to the store. Suddenly, a familiar but not very pleasant voice called out to him. In a carriage passing by, he saw Rina, his ex-fiance. Involuntarily, out of surprise, he called her by name. She greeted him back, but noticed that they were not close enough to call each other by name. The young man immediately corrected himself, calling her Miss Vuzvel. The girl, covering half her face with a fan, began to say in a rather polite manner that there were rumors in the capital that a rather shameful business had opened, and she asked if problems had started at the McLean house. In other words, she was asking whether the end had come to the young master's family and whether he was ashamed to walk around like this. No less politely, Logan McLean answered the girl that she should know how ambitious he is in terms of money, so the lady should not then to worry. In other words, he asked her to mind her own business and go where she was going. The girl continued to say that the amount she gave them was not small, and it seems that it was difficult to realize it if you live in such barren lands. Not wanting to talk to her anymore or listen to anything else like that, Logan McLean said goodbye and was about to leave, but she stopped him again. She was interested in a special weapon, which was rumored to have made a great contribution to the feudal war. Therefore, she wanted to make a deal with the young man. With a charming smile, she offered to sell this weapon to her. Hearing this, the young man made an innocent face and declared that this weapon nothing special. Moreover, although it is awkward for him to refuse her, he will have to. After that, he rushed away from the girl like a leper. Rina was very unhappy with this. Going to a meeting with the magicians, Logan McLean thought that even after he became famous for selling medicine, none of the aristocrats showed interest in the feudal war. But not this woman, although it would be more correct to say that it was not so much she who was interested, but her whole family. And quite quickly, crossbows are designed simply, so the young master hoped that he would be able to use them at least a couple more times. Suddenly he heard someone calling out to him. Looking closer, he saw that the magicians were coming towards him. Clayton, thoughtfully, noted that he clearly remembered that they had agreed to meet at the western gate, and he asked why the young master was coming to meet them. Trying not to focus on this, the young man explained that he had simply run away from someone annoying, and therefore they could just calmly hit the road. Along the road from the city to the feud they moved on carriages prohibited by horses. The senior magician looked carefully at everything around him. It was estimated that 3 large carriages were enough to transfer 5 to 6 people into each, and the coachmen were experienced. It cost a lot of money. Therefore, he turned to Logan McLean with the words that it was not worth bothering so much because he was wasting a lot of money. The magician's words made the young master tense. He had met very proud magicians more than once and knew how difficult it was to communicate with them. This one volunteered to go for free, so the young man thought it would be easy to cajole him. In response to the senior magician's comments about waste, the young master of the house McLean replied that since he had such wonderful magicians with him, then what he did was quite natural. Clayton simply remained silent to such a statement. Dusk fell, and so the caravan stopped to rest. A fire was burning a little away from the main camp. Logan McLean retired for meditation sessions. Not far from the young man, a blade flashed in the moonlight. The young man felt threatened without opening eye. He easily dodged the dagger flying at him, practically without interrupting his meditation. Following the dagger to a small clearing where the young master was, several men in cloaks with hoods came out. One of them expressed his admiration that the young man was able to dodge the throw so easily. He also noticed that he had heard rumors that were circulating about the guy in the capital, including the fact that he earned a lot of money by selling some medicines. After these words, Logan McLean realized that he was dealing with thieves. The fact that they interrupted him because of such nonsense upset him, since he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier, meditating in a calm environment. And since the robbers interrupted him, then let them not complain later, because he was going to practice the technique on them. Angry at his words, one of the robbers demanded to explain what he meant. In response, the young master demonstrated his answer by cutting his throat in the blink of an eye with one lunge. None of those present noticed his movements. Quickly recovering from the shock, the robbers rushed into battle. The young master of the McLean house also prepared to answer them, put him in a fighting stance. One of the robbers tried to reach the young knight with a blow of a knife, rushing at him forehead. In response, Logan McLean hit him in the stomach with a sword. The blow came with such force that the robber flew back several meters. This impressed the rest of his accomplices. The attacker slammed his back into a tree and died instantly. Since the beginning of the battle, the robbers had already lost 2. Situation: one of the attackers suggested leaving immediately, but he himself could not take a step since he could not move his legs. The red-haired knight himself tried to use a technique that the Duke of Esperanza taught him. He stood in the desired stance and began to concentrate his inner strength in the same way as the sword master had done. By repeating exactly everything that he was taught, he was able to concentrate all the power on the blade of the sword, enhancing its properties. Having also strengthened his body, the young man pushed off from the ground. He swung his sword as he jumped. Despite the distance between him and the remaining bandits, the aura of the sword got everyone. True, after the blow, his concentration weakened and the aura dissipated. It was still difficult for him to maintain such concentration for a long time, and the fact that he had already succeeded in this technique spoke volumes. Everything else will come with experience. Concentration and compression of force through a new source gives rise to aura. That day, along with the pressure blade, the Duke showed him the power blade, which was at a weaker level of the aura. But the guy thought that it was too early for him to repeat it. It was difficult to believe that he was able to use the blade of power, albeit for a short time. Of course, it was a joyful event, but Logan McLean remembered that he still had unfinished business. More precisely, unfinished robbers, since one still managed to dodge the blade of force. And he most likely could not use it now, so he decided to use the blade of pressure. This technique could not cause physical harm to the opponent, but it had its advantages. Using the force emanating from the sword to forcefully disperse and overpower the enemy was a characteristic feature of the pressure blade. This technique was good enough to be used in real combat. The young knight killed the robber who was unable to escape with the same dagger which was thrown at him at the beginning. With the death of the last robber, silence fell on the forest again. In the midst of the scattered corpses in the clearing, the young master thought about not going too far whether he was with his actions. At that moment, a menacing voice came from behind, claiming that he had seen everything. Clayton came into the clearing and his appearance was not very friendly, especially the expression on his face, which looked as if the magician was about to start killing. Logan McLean didn't understand why he was so angry. If the magician had found the young man's attitude towards the bandits too cruel and refused to cooperate further, then he could have gotten into big trouble for it. But contrary to appearances, Clayton praised his abilities' young master. Such a difference in behavior and appearance puzzled the red-haired knight, since the last thing he expected was such words in this situation. The magician continued with a smile on his face that he knew little about the user's strength, but what he saw was enough to understand how unusual it was that at that age Logan McLean was capable of such a thing. Feeling relieved that Clayton was not angry with him, the young knight politely thanked him for such kind words, asking him not to drive him into paint further. The two of them began to return to the main camp. Walking through the dark forest, each thought about their own. Logan McLean was wondering why Mac had come such a way in search of him, because he deliberately moved away from the main camp so that he would not be exposed by those who were not allies. Suddenly, Clayton spoke to the young man. He said that life was difficult for his students because they had no better teacher. Therefore, while they were together, the magician wanted to start training them. The red-haired youth noticed that the magician was already coping with this task, so he did not understand why this was said now. The older magician stopped and looked carefully at Logan McLean. Then he explained to the young man what he meant. The gist of it was that once they arrived and began working, the elder mage wanted his students to have breaks between shifts to train. In return, he promised to work a lot more. The young master of the McLean house had no reason to object to such a proposal. Suddenly he noticed that something strange was happening to the magician. From him came a stream of mana that was absorbed into the ground and headed somewhere. Following his inner gaze, Logan McLean noticed that the other side of the stream was connected to some tents in the camp. After looking a little closer, the young master realized that the rest of the magicians were sleeping in them. The young knight was not entirely clear why going that far for the sake of his students. Looking at the older mage from the other side, Logan McLean said that he seemed to value his students a lot. Clayton agreed with this and explained that since he called himself a teacher, he should at least teach them the basics. Logan McLean, I agreed with this, but I wasn't sure that it was worth arguing with the head of the tower for this. The magician chuckled embarrassedly and stated that he was the first to behave this way. A few days later, the travelers were able to see the symbol of the McLean family. A white flag with a coat of arms fluttered on the highest spire of the castle when the carriage drove up to the gate. Upon returning home, Logan McLean appeared before the Baron in the latter's office. His father noticed that in the capital he was able to gain a lot of experience and the trip clearly benefited him. And then he asked if the young man had anything to report. The first son of the house, McLean, wondered what exactly he should tell his father. He understood that sooner or later it was necessary to inform him about the sale of the medicine. And so I started with the message that business was going well and there would be a profit soon. The news of the profit greatly surprised the Baron, but he was even more surprised that his son had organized some kind of business in the capital. Then Logan McLean said that he had started selling the medicines that he had given to his father before leaving. Realizing what exactly his son was talking about, the Baron changed his face, and then clarified whether he had understood the guy correctly and that he was really selling an aphrodisiac to the capital. Seeing that the young man does not deny this, Patrick McLean sighed and noted that he remembered that he promised not to interfere in the young man's affairs. But he still asked next time to think at least a little about his reputation and dignity home. Seeing that his father was not trying to beat him, the young man thought that he had accepted the news better than expected. He verbally agreed to his father's request, although he was not sure that he would keep his word. He also told the Baron that in the capital he happened to meet the Duke of the Sword and establish a connection with him. Realizing who he was talking about, with a bad feeling, he asked, did he sell the medicine to him too? To which Logan McLean happily replied that it was so, and only his father began to be indignant at the fact that the red-haired man had lowered the reputation of their house. Plinth, as he interrupted him with words that in return the Duke of the Sword gave him a good secret technique of the middle level. Patrick McLean did not believe his son's words at first, but he handed him a book on the cover of which was the name of the Iron Blood Sword technique. In fact, he wrote this book. Logan McLean himself was staying with the Duke on the estate. In a past life, an Imperial merchant found it in some ruins. The book described a mid-level sword technique. At first, a merchant rewrote the book and sold several copies, but their contents leaked to the masses and began to circulate around the market. Soon the technique became public domain and all the knights of the continent could study it. However, this event would only happen in 10 years, and the young master of the McLean house decided that if their knights learned this technique now, the power of the house would increase. He should also add the Sword Kai technique in the Secrets of the Divine Sword, so that Baron Patrick McLean and Ronian McLean would have trump cards in their hands. However, the sword technique Iron Blood accelerated the force, which could cause damage to the internal organ during training, and the Baron might not allow his soldiers to study it. That is why the involvement of the Duke of the Sword could make Patrick McLean change his mind. After leafing through the book a little and reading the beginning, the Baron realized that these records were an order of magnitude better than those that he had in his house, and there the level was significantly higher. The reality was that aristocrats had difficulty obtaining decent sword techniques, and it was precisely because of this that Baron McLean had made no progress for 10 years. Realizing that as soon as a knight of their house mastered this technique, the average level of the entire order would increase by approximately 30%, the Baron was delighted. He even wondered how their house could repay the Duke for such kindness. Seeing that his father was in a good mood, Logan McLean wanted to take this opportunity to promote several of his ideas. And just as he was about to discuss them, his father declared that he should to master this technique in order to at least repay the Duke. And after that he rushed off somewhere, leaving Logan McLean in confusion and bewilderment. Already almost in the corridor, he shouted to his son that mastering technology was now his priority, and for now he left the affairs of the castle to his eldest son. He also threw some object at the young master. The confused Logan McLean barely managed to catch it, and was very surprised to recognize it as the seal of the house. Finally shouting to Dwayne Filsner to help him resolve the issues, he thanked his son and disappeared. And Logan McLean was left alone, stunned, in his father's office. Having come to his senses after a while, the young man realized that since the seal of the house was in his hands, then the Baron's permission was no longer required. This means he would have a chance to settle all matters while his father was training. At that moment, the finance manager burst into the office and immediately asked whether the young gentleman had really achieved success in the capital. And if so, then the man asked for help in the family with money. It was surprising for Logan McLean to hear this, because after the war they were supposed to receive a lot of money. Dwayne Filsner responded to such a remark by shouting that amount was not enough to maintain the two fortresses. Because of the war, their labor force has decreased and this year there will be much less food. And considering that even the Kira's house stopped helping them, then it was a disaster. That's why he asked the young master to give money, since he heard that his journey was successful. To which Logan McLean replied with a smile that he had already spent it all. The finance manager did not believe him, since he was rumored to have earned several million. And not everyone could spend such a large amount in such a short period of time. The young man did not answer the man to this. Then Dwayne Filsner realized that he most likely was not joking. And the more expressive and affectionate look and kind smile of the first master convinced the man of this much better than any words. This made the financial manager feel defeated. He still refused to believe that the young man was capable of such a thing. Desperate, he asked what he had spent all the money on, and Logan McLean explained that he spent about 1 million on magicians and magic scrolls, and also bought building materials and food to support the population. So he had nothing left. Hearing about magic scrolls and materials for construction, Dwayne Filsner was very surprised, and the phrase about food puzzled him. After all, a little food would in no way affect the well-being of the people. However, Logan McLean explained to him that food was purchased for 1 million gold. It was planned that food worth this amount would be supplied to the people of the territory for a year every month. Hearing about this, the finance manager roared. He wanted to know if the young master had gone crazy. For the young knight, this was an expected reaction, because the manager's opinion of the guy did not change much after he became a war hero. Therefore, he calmly explained that he was of sound mind, and this amount of food should have been enough to feed all the people. The man confirmed that this was indeed the case, and then asked what was going on with the building materials and magic scrolls. He wanted to know what the young master was going to build, and he replied that they would build a dam. 2 weeks later, an announcement appeared in all territories of McLean and Tesron that everyone was being called to labor obligations. Those in the McLean fortress were to come to the eastern gate. Those who belonged to the Tesron fortress were to arrive at the western gate. In both fortresses, the common people were outraged by this order. Calling to work in the middle of the busiest farming season could lead to crop failure and, consequently, famine. Ordinary residents barely managed to leave the battlefield alive, and now, in their opinion, the feudal lord himself was trying to finish them off. For them, in fact, there was a choice: either die while escaping or working, or die of hunger, which means death in any case. They would have been overtaken. All this led to the fact that ordinary people decided to take up arms. They, having gathered together, headed to the collection points to express their protest, and to attack the feudal lord. The next day, after the call for labor was announced, a crowd of men gathered at the designated gate. Some still doubted the correctness of their actions, because they were going against the knights, but most of the people in the crowd were angry with the owners of the castle. The number of people who came according to the order was quite large. In addition, since the decision was spontaneous, the castle did not yet know about the general mood of the population, and therefore were not ready for an attack. For ordinary residents, this was the best opportunity, and if they wanted to have at least any chance of confrontation, they had to act right now. Finally, the gates opened. The standing men grabbed their weapons tighter and gathered courage. Knights on horses rode out of the open gates of the castle. But what followed next was not entirely corresponded to the idea of the assembled people. The knights, on carts behind the horses, brought many boxes, and one of them ordered everyone to line up and prepare for distribution. The common people, preparing themselves for a merciless battle, were at a loss. They were especially confused by the word distribution, and this forced many to lower their weapons. But someone in front began to speak out loudly that nothing good would come from these aristocrats anyway, which means they couldn't give up. He was interrupted by one of the knights, holding out a heavy bag to him. Looking at making a noise, the knight said that by order of the young master, those who participate in forced labor will receive a month's supply of grain for the whole family, and now they will begin to distribute it, so everyone must stand in queue. Hearing that food would be given out, everyone hurried to the carts. After all, this statement meant that neither they nor their families would eventually have to go hungry. The man who had previously made a fuss now stood silently, clutching the given bag of grain, feeling its weight in his hands. Many thoughts flashed through him at that moment in head, and all the emotions caused by fear and worries for his family mixed with joy and burst out of his eyes in a stream of tears and a loud cry glorifying Logan McLean. His cry attracted the attention of the other people. Looking at each other, they realized that the relief that escaped from the first man was felt by each of them. A friendly chorus of voices was heard above the square at the gate, praising the young master Logan McLean. Standing on the wall above the gate, all this Dwayne Filsner observed the scene. A little surprised by this reaction of the crowd, he asked the young master whether it was worth giving an order for labor service in order to gather all the people here, because he could have simply asked them to come. To which the red-haired knight replied that then it would have been even a quarter of what it is now was present before the castle gates did not appear, since they did not trust the aristocrats. The feudal lords considered their people property, and those who had at least a little sense of responsibility did their duty in his defense. But, having lived in a previous life as a worthless mercenary, Logan McLean realized that for the common people, bad aristocrats are not much different from good ones. The only difference was who takes more from them. After all, even Baron Patrick McLean thought more about knights than about ordinary people, since he considered the former the powers of the nation and the latter those who could not become such. Therefore, despite the lack of budget, he retained the knightly order of 50 human. Naturally, the opinion of the common people, even about the Baron, was not very high. Therefore, Logan McLean forced them to come and see for themselves his attitude towards the people so that they could verify the honesty of his words. After that, the young master stopped looking at what was happening below and looked for a financial manager, and the way the man looked at him puzzled him. Then Dwayne Filsner explained that he was surprised how the young master could calculate everything like that, and he waved it back and noted that as long as the manager trusted him, he would be able to advance faster in construction. This reminded the man of the young master's latest idea, and he asked him to think again about why he would spend almost $2 million on this venture. Moreover, he had strong doubts about the ability to complete it in general. Exactly the same doubts were expressed by the magician Clayton and the dwarf Hammer. Earlier, he had called them both to lunch to share his idea, the essence of which was to drill a hole in the mountain and then send a stream of water from the river through it onto their domain. The two sincerely doubted that this was possible, but Logan McKay assured them that everything would definitely work out. The McLean territory was surrounded by mountains and wastelands on all sides. Because of this, there were a lot of barren lands. Even the low mountains in the north blocked the Luther River from reaching them. Therefore, it was necessary to drill a huge hole in the northern wild mountains. Only then would the river water pass through. Hammer was outraged by this formulation of the problem, and spoke out that it would be much more convincing to order them to dig under the mountain. Then the young master began to explain that they needed to make a tunnel with a diameter of 30 meters with exit directly to the river at ground level, which will serve as a gateway. It was this method that was used in the West and was called a reservoir. In fact, this method of controlling the flow of water would become popular in the Empire in about 20 years. Logan McLean did not know the exact principle of operation, but next to him was a dwarf master and a magician with the fifth circle. If they can cope with such a task, then the wasteland on their territory in the west will turn into an arable plain, and this will help resolve further food issues. Having heard the red-haired guy's arguments, the magician began to claim that this was impossible. But Hammer, apparently lost in thought and not noticing that he was speaking out loud, began to reason that in order to do this, it would be necessary to carefully choose the location. In his opinion, it was very important to take into account the condition of the ground, the water level, and the structure of the canal so that the tunnel did not collapse. Also, the structure had to be in the shape of an arch, and its construction required the help of magicians. Hearing all his mutterings, Clayton asked the gnome in a whisper whether it was really possible to realize all this. Hearing the magician's remark, Hammer realized that he had said all this out loud and was scared. But it was too late, since Logan McLean heard it all. The dwarf tried to excuse himself by saying that he already had a lot of work in the mine, since they had just started digging. But the young master interrupted him by saying that this is precisely why he prepared the magic scrolls and magicians. Naturally, he left all the initial work on choosing the territory, compiling a list of required materials, etc. gnome. He, in turn, without hesitation expressed everything that he thought about the young master. Looking from the outside at the manner of their communication, Clayton wondered whether they could cope. Some time later, the magician was at the chosen site. Standing in front of the rock, he collected magical power for spells. People watching from the outside were slightly afraid whether the effects of earth magic would be safe for others. On the other hand, since the young master was here, then there was probably no need to worry, it was worth it. Hammer, who was next to the young master, gave the magician a sign to begin. He nodded his head in agreement and began the task. Touching the stone surface with his palm, he released his mana. At that moment, the spell was activated. There was a huge explosion, and from the rock into pieces of stones flew in different directions. The debris scattered over a huge distance, and people, screaming and cursing, rushed into the scattered debris. Logan McLean and Hammer watched the action of the magician from the side at a safe distance. The indignant dwarf noticed that he asked to be more careful and did not understand why the magician was demonstrating all his strength. The young knight, watching the magician, thought that in addition to strength, people could also master supernatural energy, such as mana. In his previous life, he could barely feel it, but now he felt it quite clearly. With his inner vision, the young man could see how the power of the earth emanated from the circles of mana in the magician's heart, drawing the same intricate patterns over and over again, stimulating the stone wall. And that he could observe this, it seemed incredible to him. Most likely, he had such an opportunity due to the development of a core of power, which in turn influenced his senses. Seeing that both the dwarf and the young man were carefully watching him, the magician decided to demonstrate something else interesting. Assuring that he wasn't done yet, Clayton began to recollect his magical energy. Standing in the midst of the rubble scattered around after the explosion, the elder magician closed his eyes and concentrated. Logan McLean realized that he was performing a completely different type of spell rather than destruction. Having concentrated all his mana at one point, the magician created a vector for it, and the force went to the fragments of stones, beginning to collect them in one heap. Watching what was happening, Logan McLean was surprised. The magician actually managed to collect all the scattered fragments together, and then these fragments began to form into some kind of shape. Looking from the outside at everything that was happening was somewhat frightening, and quite impressive. After all, the debris took the form of a golem. It was simply amazing that the magician could create a magic doll of this size without any tools. If they could create a couple more, they could not only complete the construction faster, but also possibly increase the combat power of the army. Realizing the possibilities of using such force, Logan McLean swallowed. He then turned to the magician with fervor. Quickly approaching, he grabbed Clayton by the arms, thereby frightening a man. True, the expression on the young man's face frightened him much more. Breathing heavily, Logan McLean asked how many more golems the magician could make. He also demanded to know whether his students could make similar ones. Having more or less calmed the young master, Clayton confirmed that the students could also create golems, since their school is and is associated with the creation of magical dolls using earth magic. But only the young master was happy about this statement, as the magician explained that there was one problem. The spell formula for creating a golem core is only available from the 5th circle, so to create them, the students would need mana stones, but even so they would get very small and weak golems. The need for mana stones cooled the ardor of the young man. The mana stone was the same mineral as orichalcum and mithril. It was also naturally imbued with mana energy, which made it extremely rare. It could not be created artificially, and therefore the cost of such a material was quite expensive, since the stones were more often used to aid in spells or in the creation of artifacts. And to create golems, using mana stones was not economically viable. On the other hand, during the war, money was not so important, and if we could win it by spending a little more money and fewer lives, then it would be worth it. Therefore, the young master was wondering whether the golem of the 5th circle magician would become stronger if a mana stone was put into it. Clayton confirmed that the speed and strength of such a golem would increase and last much longer, but it was also necessary to take into account the fact that since the magician was the 5th circle, then a magic stone will be required of the highest quality. Well, even so, for the spell to create a golem of the 2nd circle, low-level stones are perfect. Such a magical doll could last approximately 24 hours, being several times stronger than a normal person. This explanation made Logan McLean think. A low-level mana stone cost like a piece of gold, and the cost-benefit ratio was too bad. But for a short war like the one their home had recently experienced, a golem would be extremely useful. Now that Logan McLean had a source of income from selling medicine, as well as promising income from the mine, it didn't seem so repulsive. Seeing how seriously the young master took his words about golems, Clayton decided something for himself. A little later he arrived at the construction site Dwayne Filsner. The last thing in the world he expected was to see golems working on it. And this sight frightened him greatly, since in the man's opinion, the monster was simply destroying their land. Logan McLean corrected the finance manager that the golem was not destroying anything, but was simply digging a tunnel. But the man didn't seem to listen to him, and immediately got ready and went back with the words that he had to report everything to the Baron. Logan McLean could only shake his head at this behavior manager. Then he ordered the gnome to take all the workers and go to the water channel, since there was no point in leaving them here to make a tunnel. The golem was quite enough for this work. After listening to the wishes of the master, Hammer gathered all the fearful workers and the necessary tools to go to the new construction site. At the moment, 3 structures were created by order of Logan McLean. The first was a tunnel and dam. The second was a water canal that could deliver water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. And the third was a gold mine. Work had been going on there for some time, so the first results were appearing. Logan McLean thought that after returning from the capital, he had been so busy building the dam that he had never looked into the mine. And this had to be corrected. The next day he decided to eliminate this defect. Upon arrival at the mine, he was met by the evil Hammer. The young master was very surprised to see him here because he thought that he was building a canal. Hearing such words, the dwarf became furious since it was because of him that Hammer had to run back and forth from the mine to the water canal, and this greatly exhausted the dwarf, so much so that it drove the latter to hysterics. It was strange to watch how a grown man rolled on the ground screaming that he could no longer work like this and demanded rest. Then Logan McLean tried to calm his employee down, assuring him that he heard his every word and understood everything. He also confirmed that he saw the efforts of the gnome and how, despite such a busy schedule, he managed to cope well with everything. And then he added that from now on he would like Hammer to deal with all organizational issues. Then the dwarf could report to him personally on the progress of all work and Logan McLean could better see and appreciate his efforts. But the dwarf did not buy it. He immediately realized that the young master was trying to throw off all the responsibilities that he had on him. Logan McLean grinned and promised something. In exchange for the work done, the dwarf would be able to rest as much as he wanted. And as proof, he offered to seal an oath on his little fingers. Seeing this gesture, the dwarf was scared beyond a child, but the young master did not let him slip away. As a result, instead of the long-awaited rest, Hammer got even more work, and the red-haired knight was even more pleased with himself. After talking with his gnome, the young master of House Mac Lane went to inspect the mine. It was vital for the development of his house. Of course, the dam was also important, but the young man was not entirely sure of the success of its creation. After some time, he contacted Philip Cloud and he assured that the building materials would be delivered without any problems and on time. The same was true for lumber. The merchant could negotiate their delivery for the amount of 100,000 gold. Delighted that everything was going without any hindrance, Philip Cloud stated that as soon as the territory was completely transformed, he would like to visit them and see everything with his own eyes. Hearing these words, Logan McLean thought about the events that happened in his past life at this time on the territory of his house. Then he told the merchant that he could come next year, and when he asked why only a year later, the young master said that there were vague rumors in the highest circles that the ruling family had a problem. When Philip Cloud asked what exactly it was, the young man explained that he had heard it in the House Duke of the Sword. He didn't know the details, but it seemed the matter was too serious. Therefore, he instructed the merchant to scout out the situation while he was doing business. Judging by the memories from his past life, the king was supposed to die suddenly next winter, which would lead to the outbreak of a civil war. But the information that he possessed, being a low-grade mercenary, might not be up to date. If death really was sudden, then this time everything would have happened as in a previous life, otherwise the time frame could have changed, as in the War of the Feudal Lords. Logan MacLane could not change the timing of the Civil War because he could not change the reason for its occurrence, but he had the power to prepare in advance. He wanted House MacLane to take part in a war that would turn the order of the kingdom upside down. He also ordered Philip Cloud put money into a reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he can, preferably enough to arm 1,500 people. Such a request stunned the merchant, since it was not trivial. He asked why the young master needed so many weapons if the MacLane house had no more than 100 knights, to which the young man replied that this was not for knights. All this was intended for soldiers. This statement shocked Philip Cloud even more, since no one in the war had fully equipped soldiers. Logan McLean understood that this might seem strange, but in the last war many people died, and because of this, the productivity of farmers fell greatly. It was necessary to minimize military conscription and strengthen the defense of knights and ordinary soldiers, and arming vulnerable soldiers was part of his master plan. To calm the noisy merchant, the young man asked if he had ever made a mistake during the time that Philip Cloud worked with him. He confirmed that this had never happened. Therefore, the young master asked to continue to follow his instructions without doubting his actions. With a sigh, the merchant agreed. He also promised to find out about that rumor. If everything planned came true, then in the future the family's wealth would be supported by the mine, food by the construction of the dam, and the power of the house by armed soldiers. The main preparations for the leap forward were slowly and surely moving forward, which made Logan McLean feel himself happy, leading to euphoria. However, this state did not last long for him. Upon returning home, Dwayne Filsner loaded the young man with huge piles of documents that needed to be viewed and signed. Moreover, the manager did not allow him to simply put a stamp without looking, but demanded that he carefully read the contents of the paper. Logan McQueen no longer even realized how long he had been immersed in all these matters. The finance manager, after thinking, said that this had been going on for about a month. Then he turned to the young master. He didn't think that the Lord's work only took a day or two. And to the guy's remark that he had not seen his father work so much, the man replied that the whole point was that he was the one who dealt with most of the work. Hearing such a statement, the young master got angry and asked why he was now dumping all this on him. Dwayne Filsner explained to the guy that this is how the heir is trained so that he fully understands what issues will require his attention in the future. At the young gentleman's indignant cry that he is not the heir, the man grinned and said that no one would believe it. In the midst of the dispute, Kaizelin came into the office and said that he had an urgent matter, and then he explained that there had been a collapse in the mine. Moreover, in the collapsed mine, in one of the collapsed tunnels, not only ordinary workers, but also Hammer were stuck. Dwayne Filsner was very surprised to hear that there was a mine on their territory. But Logan McLean, ignoring his question, tried to get as much information as possible from the mercenary about the extent of the damage to the mine and the location of Hammer. Kaizelin reported that about 50 meters of the tunnel had collapsed, so it was not possible to determine the exact location of the victims. Having heard this, Logan McLean decided that there was no more time to waste and went there immediately. And Dwayne Filsner remained angry in his office, having received no explanation as to where the mine. The horses raced as fast as they could. The workers standing near the entrance to the mine turned around on their hooves. First of all, as soon as Logan McLean galloped to the place, he asked where the collapsed tunnel was. One of the workers told in detail where exactly to go and wanted to show the way to the young master. But he, without waiting for anyone, went deep into the depths without even grabbing a torch. Being a user of the power of the young, the person, in principle, did not need them. Having concentrated the energy in his eyes, he could calmly see in complete darkness. Having reached the place of the collapse, the red-haired knight was able to see everything for himself. Huge stones were piled in the passage, covering it to the very ceiling. When he came closer, he was greeted by one of the mining masters, whom he had previously rescued from Tesron prison. Having asked everyone to move away, Logan McLean decided to use the power of his heightened senses. Touching the collapsed debris with his hands, the young man tried to concentrate. He had never done this before, and therefore he had no confidence that everything would work out the first time. Concentrating his inner strength, he directed it deeper into the collapsed tunnel. Thanks to control direction energy, the young master of the McLean house saw people crushed by stones near the entrance. He informed the surrounding people that Hammer and about 10 workers escaped the worst, but were injured, and then asked how long it might take to rescue them. The researcher reported that it would take at least 3 days to clear all the collapsed stones, and that was only if everything went well. Logan McLean understood that even the strongest gnome would not survive under the rubble with such injuries for 3 days, let alone ordinary ones. And the more time passed, the less chance they had to survive. Speed was a priority. After thinking for a while, Logan McLean came to a certain decision. Announcing that he would be back soon, the young man rushed away. Some time later, the young master stood at a water tunnel being dug through the mountain. He asked all the magicians who worked there to gather together. Because of such a sudden request, they were all a little wary. Seeing such an attitude, Logan McLean got straight to the point. He explained that there was a collapse in the mine where Hammer worked and he asked to save the gnome and other workers. Naturally, he promised to compensate for this. Clayton was very surprised that the gnome also worked in the mine. It also became clear to him why he looked so tired. After all, the gnome had to scurry between the dam and the cave. Hearing that people were in danger, the senior magician agreed to help. The news about the presence of the mine was finally able to solve the question that tormented the magician. Why the young master, having purchased scrolls of destruction, did not use them to build a tunnel in grief. It became clear that they were all going to the adit. And since the young man kept this a secret, it means the mine was quite a valuable place. The senior magician was impressed that he told outsiders about its presence in order to save the slave and several workers. Arriving at the place, Clayton began to act. He took it upon himself to hold the tunnel with the help of magic. He instructed his students to clear the stones with the help of golems. Since his students were only in the second circle, then to create magical the dolls had to use mana stones. Concentrating on them, the young magicians began to recite spells. The magic stones were then thrown into piles of ordinary stones. Logan McLean and the others could watch as the dirt began to take shape around these magic stones. The collapsed stones turned into golems. What was surprising was that the mages were able to clear several meters just by creating these monsters. And while everyone else stood in shock, the senior magician reminded them that it was unknown what condition the victims were in, and therefore they should hurry up. Having received a reminder from their teacher, the young magicians got to work. Controlling the golems, they began to pull away heavy blocks that were not under strength to ordinary people. Seeing how they were trying, others joined in to help, including Logan McLean. It was amazing for Clayton to see such a scene. It was unthinkable for an aristocrat to carry stones himself to save those below his rank, and he would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. On the other hand, seeing the young man's attitude towards those around him, the elder magician quickly ceased to be surprised by this. After some time, the long-awaited cry was finally heard that the workers had been found. While removing another stone, they were able to find Hammer and other people. The condition of the workers, including Hammer, left much to be desired. They lost consciousness due to pain, shock, and lack of oxygen. It was also lucky that the injuries were minimal. Seeing the gnome in such a state, the young master felt regret at what had happened, but also relief that they had time. When the victims were carried out, everyone was very happy. Understanding the cause of the collapse, it turned out that Hammer had dozed off while using scrolls of destruction. This happened because the dwarf had been working too much lately. Hearing this, Logan McLean fell into thought. Frightened that he might not be up to something, Hammer assured the young man that he would soon recover and be able to start work. Hearing this, the young knight said that the dwarf should just rest and not think about anything until he fully recovered. The dwarf replied that this was not a difficult job, which means he could return to it in a day or two. And then it dawned on him what exactly the young gentleman had said. True, he himself did not believe what he heard, since he really wanted Hammer rested. And while the young master did not change his mind, the dwarf assured that even if he took back his words, the dwarf would rest no matter what. Leaving Hammer's room, Logan McLean thought that magic was an amazing thing. With its help, they so easily completed the rescue operation in just 2 hours. At that moment, Clayton suddenly appeared next to the guy and declared that the young master's mind was simply amazing. From the man's appearance, one could understand that he had already found out about the presence of gold in it, most likely because he was an earthbender. It would be a problem for the young man if the mine became known to others, and he wondered whether the mages would be able to keep it in secret. Clayton continued the conversation by asking why the young master would go so far as to reveal the existence of such a secret to an outsider and ask for help. Naturally, this was because no one was able to replace Hammer, and it would be better for the guy to take the risk, but save him, since without the gnome the development of the mine would have slowed down greatly, which would have affected future plans. But out loud he said something slightly different, although also true. The young master said that if he had not been able to protect his people, then in the end there would be no one left next to him. Hearing such an answer, the elder magician thought about it, and then he asked the young man if he would like to have a magic tower on his territory. Logan McLean was somewhat surprised by this question. Then Clayton explained that he had long been thinking about opening his own business, and this place, it seemed to him, could support a small magic tower. And then he asked what the young man himself thought about this. Naturally, Logan McLean was delighted with such an offer because having a magic tower on his territory was simply amazing. He immediately bombarded the senior magician with questions such as whether his students would cross with him and how much support they would need. Assuring the young man that the students would stay with him, Clayton simply asked to provide them with everything they needed as support. He also assured that he trusted the young master and his abilities. Since the entire conversation took place in front of the door of the gnome's room, Hammer heard it all perfectly. Having experienced the insane demands of the young master of the McLean house more than once, he could not resist asking if he had hit himself Mr. Magician's head during the rescue operation. A week later, the gnome makes a calm expression on his face. He says he has recovered and is ready to rebuild the tunnel. The main character is standing at the table. The miner says he is going to make up for the delay. He leaves, slamming the door. The man is standing outside the door. He says he would like to know everything about the mine. The guy scratches the back of his head. Dwayne asks about when the young man secretly began developing the mine. He throws up his hands furiously. The man asks about what is in the mine. Logan smiles and clenches his hand into a fist. He says it contains gold. The young man makes a serious expression on his face. He goes on to say that it is estimated that the mine holds 100 million gold a year. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He says he can't believe the young master's words are true. Dwayne falls to the floor in surprise. The young master says that his subordinate cannot die. He thinks that, apart from a small incident, the plan to create the mine is progressing well and even faster than he expected. Workers walk through the forest. The old man says he doesn't understand why they were collected if the dam was completed. The men look at each other. One of them says that the construction was supposed to take 6 months, but they completed it in 3 months, so their meeting is needed for the final check. The man walks behind the gentleman. He says the manager has come. The young man replies that men have a lot to do, but they must stay until the end to see everything. The old man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the guy is uselessly and grandiosely digging, since supplying water will not change the drought in the wasteland. A dam over a dry lake. The aristocrats make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. They say the dam should not have been made too long. Dwayne makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the dam will be able to constantly irrigate the wasteland with water, since it is connected to the underground part of the canals, which can be constantly supplied with water so that the wasteland becomes real fertile land. The young man looks at people. He thinks that not only workers, but also magicians took part in the construction of the dam, and even managers came to look at it. The dwarf folds his arms over his chest. He says that they shouldn't use golems to open the dam, since the workers can open and close it. Logan smiles slightly. He replies that the first time should be grand and memorable so that everyone can see what they have created. The golems approach the dam. The aristocrats make surprised expressions on their faces. They turn to the wizard. The old man says that he sees monsters being used ahead. He holds his chin with his hand. The aristocrat says that he has seen similar magic quite often. The golems are reaching for the doors. They raise them halfway. The young man smiles slightly. The aristocrats and workers make surprised faces. Clayton smiles. The dwarf says that he ordered the golems to open the gate, but they failed. The young man recalls a dialogue with a man. He thinks that the strength of the golems is not enough to lift the gate, but they are needed for entertainment. The miner makes a doomed expression on his face. He says that the golems are not strong enough to lift the gate. The young man makes a serious expression on his face. He demands that the gates be broken so that they can rebuild new ones, and they have only one spectacular moment. The golem swings its fist. He takes a shot at goal. The workers make surprised expressions on their faces. Monsters are splitting the gate. The flow of water sweeps them off their feet. Those present open their mouths wide in surprise. The young man blushes with satisfaction. The workers hug and cry with joy. Water flows through the canal. The main character smiles slightly. He thinks that the food problem during the Civil War has been solved, so he can take his time restoring the gates and start farming on new fertile lands next spring. A man, sobbing, hugs a guy. He says that he asks the master for forgiveness because he was wrong. Logan turns to his friend. He says big men shouldn't cry. The dwarf makes a furious expression on his face. He says it will take them a long time to rebuild the gate. The young man, smiling, approaches him. He says they are not urgently needed, so the workers can rest for a week and then finish their work in the mine. The guy thinks that after the mine there will be business ahead of them, since many farmers will come to cultivate the fertile lands. But it will be difficult for them to travel from the city to the dam, so they will need to build a new working town in which they will settle. Hammer looks at the guy. The young master says that construction is difficult for dwarves. The dwarf makes a furious expression on his face. He shouts that dwarves are the best at construction, and creating good weapons was supposed to prove it. The main character shows his thumb. He replies that the dwarf's argument was quite compelling. The miner says that the guy can praise him, but no matter what he wants from the gnome, he still won't get anything. The young man waves his hand. He says that he doesn't want anything from the worker as he was simply curious about the abilities of this race. The guy makes a horrifying expression on his face. He thinks that the old man can enjoy the weekend since soon he will have the experience of building houses. The young man spreads his hands. He thinks about how when they were about to open the floodgate, he made two promises to the workers, the first being that anyone could work as an equal on his family's lands, and the second being that they would receive tenant rights equal to their employment, and the tax will be only 30%. Aristocrats widely, smiling, they say they are glad that their lands will be changed by the river. The young man thinks that the vassals will not object to special conditions for the workers since they are very happy. 4 weeks later, a guy sits at a table in the office. He says that the dwarf has already finished planning the city and modeling the houses. The young man imagines a conversation with a gnome. Hammer says rebuilding the city is a crazy idea. Logan says he didn't expect the builder to take on the job, but he ended up delivering a great job. Layout of the city. The main character thinks that the roads in the future city will intersect and the distance between houses will remain the same. And also in each section there will be common wells and toilets, and outside the city there will be a sewer system to get rid of garbage. The guy, smiling, looks at the layout. He thinks that he described the layout of the city he saw in his previous life as accurately as possible so that they could successfully establish the largest settlement. The young man looks at the butler. He says he smells bad. The man replies that it's all because of the master. Dwayne makes a happy face. He says that the dwarf sent him a message that they can start developing a gold mine. A man holds gold on his hand. He says gold nuggets usually have to be recovered in small quantities from minerals, but they were able to find rare large specimens. Dwayne kisses the gnome. He says they got lucky. The guy smiles widely. He asks how much gold they will be able to dig up. The gnome replies that about a ton per month, and even according to conservative estimates, the mine will last for 10 years. The young master scratches his head. He says that they have begun to build a city, so weapons will be needed, which is why the dwarf has no time to rest. The old man falls to the ground. Logan holds his chin with his hand. He thinks that they have a lot of work, so the builder should still rest. The young man looks down. He says that he will give the gnome a rest for just a month. Hammer runs into the forest. He shouts that the master should not look for him since he is going to sleep for the whole month. Dwayne sits on his knees. He says that the gnome is very fast despite his short legs. The man, sobbing, turns to the gentleman. He says that they will earn a ton of gold a month, which will be 100 million gold a year, so they won't have to worry about anything anymore. The young master puts on a calm expression. He says that the mines belong to him, not the family, but he will give 30% as tax. The man rises from the ground. He says that the guy's projects are very successful and all his decisions were correct, so he trusts him. Workers stand near the entrance to the mine. The young master says that the workers should not say anything because if everyone finds out, it will cause trouble. The subordinate holds his hand on his chest. He says he will take care of everything. Logan looks away thoughtfully. He thinks that his father will become a problem for him since he has done a lot without his knowledge. A week later, father and son stand near the dam. The man turns to the child. He thinks about how his son became a professional knight in just 3 months with one sword technique, but he hasn't made any progress in over 10 years. A man holds his hand in the water. He says that the young man let water into the wasteland, which surprised him very much. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. The father says that his son is much better than him. The young man blushes with embarrassment. He clenches his hand into a fist. The head of the house says that his son was able to create in 3 months what exceeded his contribution in 30 years, so he is going to entrust him with the affairs of the house while he trains the knights. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He puts his hand on his chest. Logan says he has no intention of becoming a lord. The father replies that during his training he realized that he had aged, and even though he managed to master the basics of sword technique, he was unable to understand the secret technique. The image of the protagonist's father in the past. The man explains that if he had taken up studying the technique in his youth, then his power would have awakened. He makes a sad expression on his face. The head of the house says that his power has formed a certain flow, so he will no longer be able to create a core. He holds his son by the shoulders. The man says that he decided to give up and give his sons the opportunity to show their talents, as well as train those who will open the path for them. The young man smiles widely. He says he agrees with his father's words. The guy thinks that he has no choice. The woman looks down. The head of the house pushes his son towards her. A woman holds an umbrella in her hands. She says that the guy's achievements are enough to see him as a reliable heir, but previously she only wished success for her youngest son. The young master lowers his guilty gaze. He apologizes to the woman. She replies that he doesn't need to apologize because he has already apologized to her before, even though she couldn't believe it. The guy, smiling widely, looks up. He says that his younger brother is very brilliant, as he created a power core and mastered the first form in just a week. The woman smiles widely. She says that the young man should continue to take care of his younger brother. The main character clenches his hands into fists. He says that parents should not use honorifics to address their children, so she, as his mother, can address him without formalities. The boy's mother makes a surprised expression on her face. A tear runs down her face. The head of the house smiles slightly. The young man smiles back. The coat of arms of the house hangs on the wall. Logan says once the house is built, they will begin clearing weeds and restoring the land to plowing in time for early next spring. The son stands next to his father. The young man continues to say that their harvest will have to significantly exceed that of the lands of their ancestors. He smiles widely. The guy explains that they plan to give ownership rights to those who move and to give them an incentive to live in the new settlement. In addition, the new houses will be better than the thatched houses in which most people now live. The main character turns to his father. He says that he posted a notice for the recruitment of knights, so the head of the house should start training them. The man looks away. He replies that he will train candidates for knighthood. The head of the house clutches a sword in his hands. He says that his son is very hopeless, since their single order of knighthood was divided in two. The warriors look at each other. The guy thinks that their knights and those who deserted after losing the war between the feuds have been in the same order for some time, but they pretend to be opponents. The head of the house makes a furious expression on his face. He says that knights find it difficult to get close to those they once fought to the death. The man exhales calmly. He explains that he trained himself to death to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the good of their territory, while his army fought with pride like little children. The commander, blushing, smiles widely. He says that the head of the house's condition has become much better because he has become an advanced knight. A man charges a weapon with energy. He shouts that he is going to bring order to the behavior of the knights so that they will know the power of the art of the sword. The owner of the house smiles widely. He thinks that the warriors will have no time for stupid thoughts if he drives them through training, and then passes an excellent knightly order into the hands of his eldest son. Dwayne writes with a pen on a piece of paper. He blushes with pleasure. The man thinks that for the first time in 20 years in management, he signs documents without worrying about the budget. He looks at the vassals nearby. The old man says that the young master has almost monopolized the budget. Dwayne makes a displeased expression on his face. He says that the vassals must do what the young man says, since the shine of money that blinded them was obtained by him. The man frowns, looking at the piece of paper. He makes a crazy expression on his face. The manager says that he does not understand where the young master wants to spend gold bars worth 10 million. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he is going to buy mithril in sizes of 100 kilograms. Logan pins the man against the wall. He says that the manager should sign the paper because he believes him. The man replies that he cannot do this because he does not know what the young master is going to do with a material that is thousands of times more expensive than gold. The guy with glasses makes a calm face. He says that the main character will not be able to buy mithril for equipment. The young man makes a discouraged expression on his face. He looks furiously at the magic ball. A voice from the ball says that mithril cannot be bought simply with money since the metal contains mana, which makes it 10 times stronger than steel, and for this it is called the silver of the gods. The main character makes a sad expression on his face. The voice from the ball explains that mithril cannot be bought by those who have money, since for this a person must also have influence. The young man, smiling widely, clenches his teeth. He says he has an idea on how to become more influential. The secretary looks at the magic ball. He says they received a request from the countryside. The leader makes a calm expression on his face. He says he should report to the Duke, but he still has too much to do to respond to such requests. Half an hour later, the Duke opens the door. He says he was waiting for a call from the countryside. The secretary makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the Duke came very quickly, but it is unknown what important could be in the outback. The young man puts his hand on his chest. He asks how the Duke is doing. The man replies that everything is fine with him, except for the lack of news from the guy. He makes a serious expression on his face. The balloon guy says he can't send him personal messages because he's lower in the hierarchy. The man says that the young man is still good at flattery, but he wanted to express his gratitude to him. The Duke, blushing, smiles widely. He says his wife is pregnant. The main character congratulates the man. He is sweating from embarrassment. The guy says that there is no need to thank him since the Duke managed without him. The man smiles widely. He says that the young man remains impudent, but the heavens and his efforts really helped him. But still, first of all, this is the merit of the guy, for which he sincerely thanks him. Logan looks at the magic ball. The Duke says that after the birth of the child, the guy should visit them since his wife wants to thank him personally. The young master makes a surprised expression on his face. The old man says that while they have the guy, he will teach him another technique. The young man bows before the magic ball. The Duke keeps his hand on the table. He says that the young man is reliable, but he has no more news, so the guy can say why he called. The main character smiles slightly. He says that he would like to obtain about 100 kilograms of mithril to create knightly equipment. The Duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that for such a quantity the guy needs a person with power and also large funds. The young master puts on a calm expression. The man says that he underestimated the guy's generosity since even he does not invest such amounts in knights. The Duke folds his arms across his chest. He says that he will personally take care of purchasing the mithril. However, this will not be a difficult task, but still the young man will have to come to them after the birth of the child. The old man turns away, blushing with embarrassment. He says the guy should call him mentor instead of calling him by his title. The young master looks at the magic ball. A voice from it says that the guy should let you know when everything is ready on his part. The gentleman bites his lip. He smiles widely and raises his hands. Logan says he will become the Duke's sword apprentice, although he originally only asked for a small favor. He smiles widely. The young man says that he is going to talk to the dwarf about mithril equipment when he rests, since it will be more useful after the vacation. The young master, smiling widely, spreads his hands. He thinks of himself as a generous employer. Hammer sweats in his sleep. For a long time he had nightmares, the property of the protagonist's family on the outskirts. Poor teenagers stand in several rows. Logan says that the boys are under 20 years old, and they came to be hired after passing a simple test. Dwayne looks at the master. He says that there are a lot of teenagers, although usually enough that they number 10 times the number of knights. The young man replies that he will deal with them. He thinks that they need to increase their strength, so he will make the selection, even if their family goes into a slight minus. Images of protecting knights. The guy thinks that the Order of Knights is a symbol of the power of the territory, since its rear is covered by elite forces, which are called the regular army or knight students. The young man turns his head towards his comrades. Logan thinks that in most feuds, boys' physical abilities are tested before they reach adulthood, and then they are trained by soldiers, but only after a test for special physical abilities. The boy, smiling, looks at the loaded sword. The main character thinks that talented people among the chosen ones undergo brutal training that tests the limits of human capabilities, and then awaken their strength and become knights. However, a new territory appeared in the Empire, which wished to approach this issue differently. The old wizard raises his finger. He says that physical fitness and awakening strength are two different things, since the senses are much more important. Knights protect the aristocratic house. Logan is confident that thanks to the wizard's theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of 50,000 knights in a war to crush neighboring countries within 10 years. The main character makes a serious expression on his face. He thinks about how the Empire gathered all the soldiers and resampled them to form a corps of knight apprentices. Because of this, they will have a difficult time during the civil war that will take place in a year, but 9 years later they will have a force capable of resisting the Empire. The guy holds his chin with his hand. He thinks that he would like to take soldiers over 20, but then there will not be enough people to build a city. The young master looks at the vassal. He asks about how they used to choose soldiers. The man replies that they required the young men to run and chose in turn from those who came first to the finish line. The young man thinks that rough selection was based on physical strength alone, so the number of knights did not grow. He says that those with keen vision, hearing and quick reactions should be accepted into their ranks. First test. The boys are standing on the field. The main character tells them to walk forward until they see the image. The guys raise their hands. They say they see a strange picture. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says they came out with a good drawing. The boy raises his hand. He says he sees a picture of a rooster, judging by the comb. Dwayne makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the child was able to see the ridge from a great distance. Second test. The man holds his hands to his mouth. He says that he will repeat the same word and they will have to go forward until they hear it. The boy raises his hand. He says the man says words at different volumes. The boy opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the man is talking about a sparrow, but a little earlier he called the young master bad words. Dwayne closes his mouth in horror. The young man puts his hand on his shoulder. He says that the boy has passed the selection and the man will be punished. The main character, smiling, looks at the piece of paper. He thinks that 250 people have been selected, but he needs to recruit 500 to make 1,000 soldiers. The guy presents images of children. He thinks that among the wards there are many small and skinny ones who are poorly fed, so creating the semblance of a strong warrior out of them will take a long time, but they can be fattened and trained until they become strong enough. The boy swings his sword. Knights sit on the ground. They say the child is very diligent, but uses an aggressive style. The boy, sweating, lowers his sword. He thinks about how he needs to perfectly execute the 1,000 swords technique in order to become a knight and awaken his powers. The boy is holding a weapon. He thinks that he is going to quickly become a knight so that his master does not wait for him for a long time. The girl turns her head. The young man shows her a gesture of silence. The baby covers her mouth. The main character thinks that the boy has a talent for the sword. The child is holding a weapon. The young master thinks that a 16-year-old boy who has only been studying sword art for a year maintains the correct basic stance even when swinging his sword sharply. He smiles widely. He is confident that the tempo of a strong swing is higher than that of a standard sword technique. The main character looks at the boy. He thinks about how his martial arts fits the title of killer, even though his personality no longer matches. However, he will not be able to perfect his fencing style by practicing alone, and for this he will need a partner. The young master raises his hand. He says that he is going to leave the castle to go train soldiers before the winter. The guy smiles widely. He invites his ward to go with him. The sister wipes the sweat from her brother's face. He says he wants to take her. The gentleman raises his index finger. He says that the girl will not be comfortable in a training camp among men. The guy thinks that usually the boy talks like an adult, but becomes a child when it comes to his sister. He exhales resignedly. The young master says that nothing should happen to his sister, otherwise the responsibility will be on him. The young swordsman blushes. He says that he will take care of his sister since he has no other family and his parents died due to his fault. The teenager lowers his guilty gaze. He says that the girl lost her parents because of him, so he is obliged to protect his only remaining family. Logan puts his hand on the boy's shoulder. He says that the boy must continue to work. A few days later at the castle, the instructor frowns furiously. He says that the children must run 5 laps around the castle walls, and the last 100 finishers will run 2 more laps. The exhausted child makes a sad expression on his face. The instructor makes a crazy expression on his face. He says children should start running instead of playing games. The main character smiles maliciously. He says it's nice to work with an experienced person, as a knight is suited to the role of instructor. The man replies that he accepted the guy's offer to renew his contract because he feels like the teaching job was made for him. The guy looks forward. He says he was surprised that the instructor suggested renewing the contracts of other mercenaries, since information about crossbows cannot be leaked. The instructor approaches the young master. He asks if the guy is going to start a war within 2 years. The young master closes his eyes. He replies that he has no intention of starting a war. The guy clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that war is sometimes impossible to avoid. The young swordsman overtakes the children. They say he is very fast. The boy clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he will not lose to the young master's slave. The boy runs forward. The commander makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the effect of the young swordsman's presence is very strong. The guy replies that children have outstanding physical abilities and the will to fight, which is quite enough. Power accumulates in the young swordsman's chest. The main character thinks that Victor absorbs power, so very soon he will become the strongest motivation for the other soldiers. The teenager clenches his hand into a fist. He, covered in blood, looks at the enemy. The main character thinks that, contrary to his hopes, in the near future his ward will commit murder. Barracks building in the castle. Mushroom soup on the table. The children are sitting in the dining room. They say they put up with training for food because after a few weeks of eating well, they gained weight and would like to eat that way forever. The girl, smiling widely, hands me a mug. She wishes the boys bon appetit. The guys smile and blush. The girl runs away from the dining room. The boy makes a loving expression on his face. He says he wants to try to talk to her. The brother makes a furious expression on his face. He says the boys should turn away from his sister because otherwise he will gouge out their eyes. The girl carries trays. Brother looks at her. He thinks that his sister might not have eaten before work. The teenager turns his head towards the waitress. He licks his lips. The boy holds bread in his hands. He remembers his conversation with the maid. She told him that Victoria had gone out the back door to take out the trash. The young swordsman thinks that his sister has gone far away at a late hour. A teenager swings at a girl. Victoria, sobbing, looks at her brother. He throws the bread on the ground. The boy knees his opponent in the face. The young man flies to the side. The sister looks at her brother. The young swordsman looks at the enemy. The guy wipes blood from his face. He says that the slave did not dare to touch him. The teenager raises his fist. He punches his opponent in the face. The girl, in horror, clenches her teeth. The young swordsman lifts his opponent by the hair. A blond boy watches from around the corner. He runs away. The child thinks that he needs to call the master. The young swordsman remembers the image of his parent. He asked him to take care of his sister. Blood flows down the boy's body. The gentleman demands that Victor finish. The young swordsman turns his head. Logan demands that the child calm down and look around. The maid holds the boy's sister by the back. She says that the girl should rest as she is very shocked. The brother makes a sad expression on his face. The gentleman demands that the body of the murdered guy be removed. The boy bows to the master. He looks down guiltily. The child says that he is sorry for killing one of the master's soldiers without permission. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the situation is truly terrible, but there is something else to regret. The young swordsman makes a sad expression on his face. He says that he brought his sister in vain. Logan explains that due to the boy's stubbornness, the girl could have gotten hurt, since carrying her around and trying to protect her is not the best choice because it would be impossible to take her on the battlefield. He puts on a calm expression. The guy says that you shouldn't bring your sister to dangerous places where you will need to protect her. He thinks that he feels guilty towards the girl, but this situation will help her brother stop being overly caring. The young swordsman looks down. He says that he is ready to accept any punishment, but his sister is just a victim and she is not to blame. The young master smiles slightly. He says that his boy did a good job and next time he should definitely ask him for permission, because he doesn't want his becoming a knight to be delayed because of a bad person. The slave smiles widely. He thanks the sir. The instructor looks at the young man. He says that after killing a person, unnecessary conversations will begin. The gentleman recalls a conversation with his ward. He says that other students noticed how the murdered man was promiscuous in the village and even before arriving at the barracks he made unpleasant comments about the girl. The main character writes with a pen on a piece of paper. He says that his slave killed the criminal, so they should say that the boy acted on his orders. The young master, smiling, looks at the map. The forest is marked on it. The guy says he discovered monsters that will be a secret event for the soldiers. The news that Victor had killed a man shocked the soldiers. The warriors make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that a slave should not have killed a soldier. The warriors make aggressive facial expressions. They say that the soldiers should not have treated the angel of their barracks in this way. After the soldiers learned the details of the crimes, the incident was settled. 3 months later, the commander looks at the young man. He says time passed very quickly. The young men raised their weapons. They trained for 90 days, but 12 of them failed, while the remaining 987 completed basic training. The commander smiles widely. He says that everyone coped with the task, since only those who had a sufficient level of endurance and perseverance remained. The young man thinks that basic training is almost complete, and 400 additional crossbows have been created for the young soldiers. The owner of the house folds his arms across his chest. He says that the forest at the foot of the mountains will provide an excellent place for practice. The young master makes a surprised expression on his face. Father says that their knights require hands-on training because true mastery comes from combat. Logan makes a crazy smile. He says that he agrees with his father since abilities only improve when they are used in action. Father and son shake hands. The commander makes a frightened expression on his face. He thinks that difficult times await them. A few days later in the forest at the foot of the southern mountain, the owner of the house makes a serious expression on his face. It requires warriors to raise their swords and control their breathing. Knights charge the body with energy. They swing their sword. Trees fall to the ground. The knights smile widely. They say that they managed to cut down a huge tree in one blow. The boys make surprised expressions on their faces. They say they can't believe that the knights cut down the tree with one blow. The young master makes a furious expression on his face. He says that they should not relax because they are in an unusual forest. The goblins raise their weapons. The main character explains that there are evil monsters in the forest. The knights make malicious smiles. They say they didn't expect to encounter monsters when they first entered the forest. The warriors strike at the goblins. The goblins run away. The young master frowns furiously. He demands that the crossbows be placed at the ready. Knights hold crossbow handles. The young man demands that they kill every goblin that escapes. Monsters run in different directions. The arrows hit their bodies. The warriors on horseback smile widely. They say goblins aren't scary at all. The soldiers make frightened expressions on their faces. The wolves run forward. The warriors clench their teeth in horror. The animals grin furiously. Knights give off aggressive energy. The beast bites the sword. The commander extends his hand. He demands that the cavalry with crossbows begin shooting. Arrows fly into the body of the beast. They fly away from him. The knights make fearful expressions on their faces. They say arrows don't work on animals. The young master makes a furious expression. He demands that the swordsmen get into formation. Children with swords run forward. The young master demands that they not let anyone pass. The young man's slave runs forward. He swings his sword. The boy hits the beast. The wolf flies off to the side. The child turns around. The beast gnaws the little swordsman's leg. The boy's friend makes a frightened expression on his face. The main character swings his sword. He hits the wolf. The young man exhales calmly. He turns to the boy. Logan says the kid should gather the wounded and retreat. He thinks that most children can't do anything in times of danger, but those who are in the top 100 during testing are different from the rest. The boy defends himself from the attack of the beast. He turns his head in horror. The child thinks that two people are attacking him. The slave swings his sword at the wolf. He cuts off his head. The swordsman, sweating, lowers his head. He smiles widely and looks at the sword. The guys look at him in horror. The main character smiles slightly. He thinks about Victor freeing himself from the cocoon. Energy comes out of the boy's chest. The young master is confident that his slave will enter the realm of aura users. The sword hits the body of the beast. The head of the family makes a relieved expression on his face. He said he killed the last monster. The knight smiles slightly. He says that they managed to find 3 cities with a huge number of monsters that could unite to attack the castle, and then it would be difficult for them to take it back. However, thanks to the young master's prediction, they managed to find them in advance. The young man holds his hand to his mouth. He says that the knights must be patient, because they need to cut down the trees and transport the trunks to the city for the construction site without damage. The warriors make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. They say that they have been chopping down trees and monsters for a month and a half, but this is not why they mastered the Sword of Iron Blood. The main character smiles widely. He says that many good trees were left untouched because of the monsters. The young man makes a malicious smile. He says that he trained soldiers and collected wood for the city. The guy smiles slightly. He thinks that there were more monsters than he expected, so they had to delay, but they were able to get a lot of information. The boys are sitting on tree stumps. The main character is confident that some of the candidates who were among the top 250 in the sensory tests absorbed strength, and also of them were those who desperately swung swords to survive in any situation, and those who have strong survival instincts. Logan makes a malicious smile. He thinks that awakening the force requires the coordinated work of the 6 senses and the survival instinct, and if they achieve the expected results in the Civil War, they will be able to rapidly increase the forces for the war with the Empire. The gnome looks at the guy. He says that he doesn't understand why the young man is laughing. The young master smiles widely. He says that there will be enough wood to build a city, but the dwarf needs to finish it in a month. Hammer says that in his squad there are magicians who will help, and besides, the workers are quite motivated after the construction of the dam because they have enough food, which is why typical construction goes faster. The young man looks at the man. He thinks that the gnome has always been reliable, but after the vacation he became even stronger. The magician extends his charged hand. He creates magic circles. An earth wall appears in front of the man. Workers are digging the ground. The young man thanks the magician for his help on additional terms, even though his magic tower will be built in a small town. The wizard holds his hand on his chest. He says that the guy promised them annual funding, so it doesn't matter what size the city is. Besides, the tower will be located in the center of the largest town in the kingdom, which will not be different from the others. Clayton shows his finger. He says that the town will become the center of the entire region, and besides, there is a chance to build a castle. The young master turns his head away. He replies that he does not need a castle, since it is enough that people will have a place to live and grow food. The wizard says that the town will be large, causing the crowd to increase, increasing the risk of an uprising. The main character smiles broadly. He says that this will not happen since he is not going to exploit the residents. The magician makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the guy is an aristocrat who does not exploit others, and besides, he is creating a city for ordinary people. The main character says that he will never allow the town to become a place of fighting, so the earth walls will be enough for fencing. The young man holds a sword in his hands. He looks at its tip. The guy makes a blow with his weapon. There is a bright flash of light. Logan furrows his brows. He hits the stone with his sword, leaving a hole in it. The guy thinks that he was able to impale the boulder and the tree behind him. He looks at the sword, smiling. The main character thinks that by using the second form of the secrets of the iron-piercing divine sword, he was able to make a small but powerful blow that can pierce steel. But he still needs to become stronger. Time flew by quickly. 1 month later, the young man puts a stamp on the documents. 2nd month later, a sign announcing the creation of the city. A woman with children makes a surprised expression on her face. The children run into the house. The woman sobs, holding the child. Soon after, the guy writes at the table. Summer has come. Dwayne stands near the young man's table. He says that the development of the city's land is going well, but the only drawback is that they do not have enough male labor for the huge amount of land. The young man replies that their city should accept all refugees. He asks if there is news about the gnome. The man replies that he is still on vacation and has been away for a long time. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he spoils the gnome too much, but the worker coped with the construction of the city and the creation of additional crossbows. Dwayne makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he knows that the dwarf received a lot of mithril before going on vacation. The young man replies that it is so, since he gave it so that the dwarf could study the material during his rest and make some weapons for the knights. Logan smiles slightly. He says that the gnome's dream is to obtain rare metal, so it's not difficult for him, but the construction of the city is completed and there will be no problems with its development, so there is only one snag left. The man hits the table with his fist. The Viscount makes a furious expression on his face. He says that he does not understand how the protagonist's family can develop the wasteland if nothing grows in the harsh land. The courtier replies that he was curious, so he decided to look at how a neighboring family cut through a mountain to bring water from the river, and they took the money for this from the business that the young master founded after finding a gold mine. The man makes a furious expression and says that they should stop listening to absurd rumors and focus on the facts. The courtier replies that, based on conservative calculations, the neighboring family's harvest will be twice theirs. The Viscount thinks that the neighboring territory has suddenly become rich, so they cannot stay away. The courtier smiles as the common people walk forward. He says that some of the people from their lands have gone to the city, so they can use this as an excuse to sneak in and then take the land and accompanying planes in return for compensation. The Viscount says it's dangerous for them to do this alone. He raises his hand. The man demands that the courtier contact the other viscounty, since they have the same high taxes, which is why some of the residents have probably left, after which they can offer cooperation. The gentleman makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that they are going to capture the young man's city. The courtier kneels. He says that his master made a wise decision. The son sits opposite his father. He says they have selected about 300 particularly talented recruits and are training them. The owner of the house makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that 300 recruits cannot be worthy of becoming knights. The son replies that he hopes for their strength. The commander makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that there are a lot of young men, so even if you train them for 10 years, only one will awaken the power. Logan puts on a calm expression. He says that they will maintain the training system and continue to periodically bring in more soldiers year after year, as well as strengthen the horses and weapons. The father makes a serious expression on his face. He says that their family is at a stage of significant development, so excessive expansion of the army could provoke neighboring territories. The young man replies that the neighbors will begin to act, even if they do not give a reason. He smiles widely. The young man says that his city is ready for exploitation, and the wasteland nearby has turned into beautiful plains, so greedy families will not remain on the sidelines, because they have plenty of excuses to attack. The knight commander makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he doesn't understand what excuses the guy is talking about if they didn't do anything reprehensible. The guy replies that they have accepted a lot of refugees from neighboring territories, so the heads of families will use this as an excuse. Dwayne makes an annoyed expression on his face. He says that he does not understand why the young man allowed such a situation if he foresaw a misfortune. The father makes a calm expression on his face. He says he understands that his son planned to start a war from the very beginning. The young man replies that they would have to deal with the neighboring territories in any case. The man covers his face with his hand. He thinks that he handed over power to his son early. The butler makes a frightened expression on his face. He says that the neighboring houses have sent envoys. The main character makes a malicious smile. He says they should discuss how to deal with the neighbors and move forward. The ambassadors are riding horses. They make surprised faces. The men say they haven't seen towns like this before, where houses are neatly arranged along a wide road, and while it's not fancy, it still feels fresh. The woman, smiling, looks at the children. The ambassadors think that ordinary people look pure and joyful. They make greedy smiles. The men think that the city was worth capturing. The ambassador smiles widely. He says the city is a good place. The knight smiles back. He says that the city was created by a young master. The guest makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the young man is big for 20 years old. The warrior says that their city was designed by the young master. The ambassadors stand opposite the main character. The young man's father thanks them for the journey they have made. The guests make tired expressions on their faces. They say that the young master has excellent soldiers. The ambassador puts his hand on his chest. He says he wants to get down to business as they demand the return of the missing refugees and, to avoid a repeat of the incident, give them control of the plains in the southwestern part of the restored wasteland. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that the ambassadors are demanding that he give them the entire castle and half of the earned lands because they want to start a war. The owner of the house closes his eyes. The commander nods to the knights. He says that the neighboring houses with such a statement want to start an immediate war. The ambassadors make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. They say that they cannot be intimidated, otherwise a war will begin. The owner of the house makes a furious expression on his face. He says that their family is not afraid of war. The guest raises his index finger. He replies that only a handful of dust will remain from their family. Logan makes a displeased expression on his face. He says that refugees fleeing tyranny cannot be bargaining chips, and the aristocrats have forgotten their obligations to the people. The knights point their swords at the ambassadors. The men say that the owners of the house are crazy if they want to start a war. The young man goes down the stairs. He says that the guests did not dare point fingers or use abuse towards the ruler of the land. The guy reaches for the sword. He says that the ambassadors themselves have gone crazy. The guest clenches his teeth furiously. The opponents run towards the young man. The ambassador demands that the guards stop him. The guy raises his sword. He hits his opponent. The knight spits blood. The master impales a number of warriors. He approaches the ambassadors. The young man says that they dared to take out swords on foreign territory, so they had to prepare for death. The guest makes a furious expression on his face. He says his family won't be safe if he attacks them. The young master strikes the ambassador with his sword. He looks at the second guest. The informant says that he will convey all their words to the master, so the young man must forgive his rudeness. The man looks at the floor in horror. The guy turns to his father. The owner of the house raises his hand. He demands that the knights prepare for war. On the day when one of the ambassadors was killed, the family of the young man sent a magical message to two Viccounts. The man hits the table with his fist. He makes a furious expression on his face. The Viscount says that the neighboring family is crazy. The courtier replies that they insist on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence. The owner of the house raises his glass. He says that the poor house has become a little better and decided that he can defeat them. The man raises the glass to his mouth. He says that the neighbors do not have the strength to fight them, but it is worth showing mercy. Barracks building. The magic ball lies on the table. The main character says that the neighbors are demanding the return of the fugitive serfs, as well as the payment of 10 million gold as compensation and the transfer of the plains to them. The young man looks away. He says they need to capture the neighbors to show a level of strength and reduce bullying in the future. The guy clenches his hand into a fist. He explains that there is no need for mobilization, since neighbors can be quickly captured by regular troops so that the second Viscounty does not dare to act rashly. The men look at the door. The instructor enters the room. He says that 1,389 regular soldiers, including 100 in the main fortress and 330 mercenaries, were assembled for the attack. Logan looks at the teacher. He asks what condition the soldiers' weapons are in. The man replies that they were provided with armor, spears, crossbows, and horses, so no strength can surpass them. The guy thinks that the crossbowmen have become 5 times stronger, and the level of his father and the knights has increased thanks to the mastery of the iron blood sword. He looks away. The young man thinks that they will not lose even if the two Viscounts unite, but it is still not worth provoking them at the same time. Pictures of coats of arms of different houses. The main character is confident that after uniting their territory with their neighbors, his family will have 5 fortresses, which will make their territory comparable to a large county. The princes make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The guy thinks that after the expansion of territories, the first and second prince, who are vying for the throne, will want to lure their family to one of the sides, but for now their attention cannot be attracted. The young prince stands behind the brothers. Logan thinks about making the third prince king, since in a past life the first prince took advantage of his family and abandoned them, and the second is no different from him. The king sits with his wife and son. The main character is sure that, despite the fact that the third prince is last in line for the throne, he, being the son of the queen, is considered the king's main heir due to his outstanding talent, but the prince was unlucky because the king suddenly died. However, it is the third prince who is the only one who can prevent the tragedy that threatens the protagonist's family, so he needs to win the civil war and place the third prince on the throne. But to do this he must remain in the shadows, maintaining enough territory to hold key fortresses, giving their possessions a status comparable to large-scale execution. The commander smiles widely. He says that Victor has awakened the power and is waiting outside to personally announce it. The boy enters the room. The guy smiles widely. He says he wants to see the boy awaken. The slave imbues the body with gray energy. The young master smiles widely. He says that his ward managed to awaken in just 2 years. Logan remembers an image of the boy in the past. He thinks that his talent as an aura user has become the same as in his previous life. The young man holds a piece of paper in his hands. He says that the boy has done well, so he is no longer a slave, but a knight, but his promotion is delayed until the end of the war. The main character holds a piece of paper in his hands. He explains that he cannot allow someone who recently became a knight into battle, although he was a slave. The boy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says he wants to participate in the war. The young master burns the leaf. He thinks that he understands the child's desire to draw his sword in front of strong enemies. A boy with red hair holds a weapon. The guy thinks about what he has prepared for his opponent, and they will fight as much as they want. He folds his arms across his chest in displeasure. The young man says that they need to question the legitimacy of the neighbors' protest and report that their ambassador's behavior was unacceptably rude. The father looks at his son. He says the guy should skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The protagonist's knights gallop forward. The owner of the house says it's time for them to start fighting. The warriors approach the castle building. The Viscount leaves the building. He says the crazy neighbors are making fun of him. The commander makes a blow to the chest. He says he wants to lead the attack and stop the enemy army. The owner of the house makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that the enemy has a large number, but they still have an advantage because the commander of their knights is a high-ranking warrior. The warrior makes a calm expression on his face. He says reinforcements won't arrive for half a day, so there's no need to wait. The owner of the house turns his head. He explains that they can defeat their opponents, and then their comrades will betray them, because the neighbors declared war as soon as they sent a message with a protest, and then hurried to the building as if they were waiting for a similar reaction. Besides, the allies precisely at this time stopped answering. The Viscount makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that the two neighbors have united against them because what is happening otherwise makes no sense. The protagonist's father is sitting on a horse. He shouts that the Viscount can hide behind the knights, but he will personally cut off his head. The man looks at the knights. He demands to contact another country and inform them that once they defeat their opponents, they will offer them half of what they captured as a sign of gratitude, but this must be done before the trader's house begins to act. The owner of the castle clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he was stabbed in the back, so after his opponents, the trader will be next in line. The commander turns to the leader. He says they should provide cover fire before heading into the castle. The man replies that they cannot miss the owner of the opponents. The young man smiles slightly. He says that the rivals are confident in their superior strength, which is why they will soon leave, and also their owner is very stubborn, so he will not survive the insult. The commander makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the young master has spent his whole life in the territory of the house, so he should not know the character of the enemy. The gate opens. Knights on horses gallop forward. The enemy army lines up near the castle walls. The protagonist's father says that the rival has 3,000 people in the regular army, which is 1.5 times more than they have. The commander frowns furiously. He shouts that he is attacking a family that has no shame. The knights gallop forward. The commander frowns furiously. He says that the enemy army is a bunch of untrained warriors in good armor. The leader of the rivals makes a crazy expression on his face. He thinks that his army is in a standard position that has proven effective, and his opponents will be convinced of it. The coach raises his hand. The knights take out crossbows. The enemy commander raises his hand. He demands that the warriors raise their shields. The arrow flies onto the commander's shield. She splits it. A man charges his body with an aura. He shouts that the opponents are using an unusual attack, so the warriors should group up and increase their strength. The commander clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that crossbows are incredibly powerful, so his knights could have died if they had reacted a little later. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He and the army gallop forward. The enemy thinks that he will kill his neighbors. The instructor raises his hand. He demands that the army disperse. The knights disperse in 2 directions. The instructor demands that the crossbowmen ignore the enemy knights and aim at the soldiers. The commander looks at the opponents. He thinks that his army should go back. The protagonist's father gallops forward. He says that the enemy commander must attack if he dares. The enemy makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks about the owner of the opposite house using a blade of power. The protagonist's father charges the sword with energy. The enemy commander jumps off his horse. Enemy knights fall to the ground. Their commander makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the owner of the neighboring family was able to reach an advanced rank. Knights cross swords. The traitor commander rises to his feet. The main character's warrior kills the enemy. It charges the body with an aura. The commander of the young man's family swings his sword. He thinks that 6 months ago their knights were on par with their opponents, but now they are overpowering them, and some are even moving to a new level. The man imagined the images of the masters. He thinks that the owner's training was not in vain. The commander raises his weapon. He hits 2 knights. Opponents drop their swords. They hold their wrist with their hand. The warriors say that the commander of the opponents is of high rank, therefore much stronger than their leader. The man smiles widely. He thinks that thanks to the Iron Blood sword, he was able to overcome the wall in front of which he was stuck for a long time and became a high-ranking knight, so mid-ranking warriors are not a problem for him. The commander smiles widely. He thinks that the only threat to them is the enemy commander. The young man runs forward. He swings at his opponent. The commander thinks that he is not going to worry. The opponent clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he was caught by surprise. The guy thinks of a broken stone. He thinks that after completing the second style of Divine Sword Secrets, he managed to rise almost to the level of a high-rank knight. The guy looks at the brick wall. He is confident that he will pass it, but for the last few months the wall has not given in to him. The young man runs towards the enemy. He thinks that a high-ranking knight from another fief did not study the steel blood sword like his father. Logan swings the loaded weapon. He says that he will be able to overcome the wall. The commander repels the guy's blow. He makes a scared expression on his face. The man thinks that the young man is attacking him with force without any techniques or tricks. He flies off to the side. The enemy makes a crazy expression on his face. He thinks that the guy was able to push him aside while being a pathetic, mediocre warrior. The man says that he has relaxed but will not give in anymore. The young man makes a frightened expression on his face. 3 sword illusions above the enemy. He furrows his brow furiously. The man runs forward. The guy picks up a loaded sword. He thinks that the real sword is in his opponent's hand. The commander makes a crazy expression on his face. The young man parries the blow. He thinks that the enemy's swords are all real. The man says the guy was lucky because he was aiming for the neck. The young master smiles widely. He says the opponent is using an interesting trick. The commander runs forward. He says the guy should enjoy the reception while he's alive. Logan raises his loaded weapon. He says he also has a few tricks in his arsenal. The guy's aura is directed towards the swords. The man thinks that the young master is using a strange aura that is confusing his swords. He clenches his teeth furiously. The commander throws up his hands. He shouts that the guy shouldn't play with him. The young man smiles widely. He says that the man created more swords despite being under the pressure of his blade of power. The opponent attacks the guy. He swings his sword. The main character clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he feels the tension as if from 5 men at once, but he needs to hold at least 1 or 2 swords with a blade of power to create a gap. The young master smiles widely. He says he is bored by his opponent's weakness. The man swings his sword. The guy's heart is filled with aura. Energy fills his body. The swords stop in front of the young man's face. The opponent flies to the side from the blow. He looks at the wound in horror. The man remembers the guy's aura. He thinks that his speed instantly became higher. The young man raises his sword. He says he thanks his opponent for the man who gave him experience. The enemy commander makes a frightened expression on his face. He says that his opponent has received a high rank. The young master jumps, swinging his sword. He says he thanks the man for playing with him. The young knights smile widely. Their morale has improved. The opponents make fearful expressions on their faces. The enemies fell into despair from the guy's strength. The young man charges his body with energy. He says that he is using the first style of the Divine Sword Secret. Logan sends an aura towards the commander. He uses the method of splashing out the split. The man covers his face with his hands. An explosion occurs. Enemies make scared expressions on their faces. The guy rises on the sword. He holds his hand to his mouth. The young master shouts that he killed the enemy commander. The youth's father holds the head of the rivals. He says he has captured it, but they will spare those who throw down their weapons and kneel. The guy holds the back of his head with his hand. He says that he does not understand when his father managed to capture the owner of the castle. The sword lies on the ground. 1,233 enemy soldiers died. The knights smile widely. The protagonist's allies suffered no losses. The battle, which began during the day, ended in a couple of hours with an overwhelming victory for the protagonist's family, but this victory will subsequently provoke a big war. The Lord sits on the throne. The ward places his hand on his chest. He says that after the victory of the protagonist's family, the Count should make a move. The man crosses his legs unhappily. The father of the main character stands over the defeated man. He says that a man should apologize for his sins and take some property and then leave the land with his family. The enemy makes a frightened expression on his face. He says the government will not tolerate an outrageous takeover of his power. The young man looks forward. He thinks that the loser should not have said such a thing to his father, since the fall of his family was previously associated with the incompetent leadership of the Count. But the former vassal of his family, who wanted to benefit, brought him to rebellion. Flag with the coat of arms of a flower on fire. His family's former lands became the property of the traitor, making him ruler of the southwestern region. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that thanks to government intervention, the former vassal did not force his family to serve him. However, they would not have received anything from them since the new lands were barren, but the mere mention of a traitorous family is enough to anger his father. The owner of the house makes a furious expression on his face. He says that the loser wants to die, mentioning the traitor. The guy cuts off the head of the former owner of the land. He looks at his father. Logan says he respected the man's wishes to die with honor and killed him painlessly. He thinks that his family tried to give a chance to the loser, so other aristocrats should not use this as an excuse to attack, but the most dangerous of them remains the traitor, since their strength of the youth's army cannot be overcome yet. A few weeks later, the young man stands near his father's table. He says they will continue to monitor, but the neighbors have yet to do anything. The guy holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that they defeated their opponents not only through brute force, but also because their opponent underestimated them, and they brought everyone they could. The wizard stands opposite the golem. The main character thinks that they have only one backup plan, but with its help it will not be possible to hold 3 castles. He raises his hand. Logan says that they should shift the center of the property and rebuild the city so that the castles are easier to manage. The vassal makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that they were able to cut down the forest with monsters, so they only need to leave a minimum amount of forces, and place knights in the cities so that they are ready to reach the enemies at the first call. The owner of the house puts his hands on the table. He says that he agrees with the young man's proposal. The guy exhales calmly. He thinks that he won't have to deal with what's happening alone. The father looks at his son. He says that the guy must convince 75 defeated knights, of which 8 are mid-ranking warriors, to serve them. Logan makes a sly smile. He thinks that his family was able to get many strong knights in one battle, which is much more profitable than recruiting youngsters. But if the opponent had acted a little more carefully, they would not have managed without losses. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that the victory may not be repeated in the future, so they should not relax, but remain vigilant. The man smiles widely. He says that his son was able to create an army with which the rulers of neighboring territories do not seem scary. The guy makes an embarrassed expression on his face. He thinks about giving his father the opportunity to enjoy the victory. The vassal runs into the office. He unfolds the letter. The man says that the traitor sent them a message saying that the ruler of the Southwest is experiencing great discomfort because of the warriors, so at the request of the Viscount, the 2 militant families are obliged to end the conflict. The owner of the house exhales furiously. He says that the ruler of the Southwest does not dare to stop them since the neighbors started the conflict, so they must stop it. Father and son make surprised faces. The vassal says that the ruler recognizes the reason for the constant conflict because he did not fulfill his duties properly and did not achieve peaceful coexistence of houses in the region. So on his 50th birthday, which will take place in a month, he invites the heirs of all the families of the houses in the Southwest to discuss the future goals for the entire region. The owner makes a furious expression on his face. He hits the chair with his fists. The man shouts that the message is nonsense. The vassal covers his naked body. The main character thinks that his father's energy tore the man's clothes. The courtier says that at the end of the letter it is said that absence from the holiday will be considered a sign of refusal to discuss. The guy smiles slightly. He thinks that the proposal for a visit sounds interesting. The young master puts on a calm expression. He says he is going to pay a visit to the traitor. The father hits the table with his fist. The courtier covers the naked body of the vassal. The owner of the house shouts that they will not bow to a traitor, so he would rather die than do this. The young man takes a handful of soil from a flower. He says that he will bury his father alive. The vassal shouts that the young master must do without parricide. The man rests his head on his hand. He says he is ready to listen to his son. The young man replies that they will not be able to defeat the traitor. The father looks away doomed. He says that the rival army contains 2 knights of the highest rank and 15 high, as well as 300 knights, which are only a part of the known forces. Logan looks at his father. He says that they are doing well, but if the line is crossed, the traitor who is closely watching them will act and everything will end badly. Army of knights. The young man explains that they need time to gather an army and train it. The father replies that the Southwest is different from other regions because they cannot rely on the loyalty of other aristocrats, and if they try to use the right of rulers, the others will turn away. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he was in the capital and learned that 2 families of nobles swore allegiance to the traitor. The man sits down on a chair. The guy thinks that he learned information from a past life. The father clenches his teeth in defeat. He asks his son for forgiveness because their army has little strength, so he will have to feel shame in front of others. The young man replies that everything will go smoothly, and besides, he will have the opportunity to see how the lands of his ancestors have changed. The gnome runs up to the guy. He says that if the guy dies, he will not be able to become free. The main character makes a sad expression on his face. He says that he will not die, and he was not sold, while the dwarf must learn to ignore gossip. The old man unfurls his weapon. He says that he did not have time to decorate it, but it was made especially for the young master and is also endowed with excellent quality. The guy looks at the sword in surprise. The dwarf says that the weapon was made of pure mithril. The family coat of arms is on the hilt of the sword. The young man says he is delighted. The knight looks at the fair-haired guy. He says that they have arrived at the castle gates and he should wait to be greeted. The young man makes a surprised expression on his face. The main character stands next to the knight. The heir thinks that he sees the winner of the recent battle. He smiles maliciously. The fair-haired man thinks that the guy's house suffered great losses in the war. He gets out of the carriage. The heir says that he is treated the same as a worthless young man. But if it weren't for the Count, the guy's family would have fallen to their knees in front of him, begging for mercy. He approaches the main character. The fair-haired man says that he has heard a lot about the young man and how he killed 6 knights in a row. He thinks that the guy under the robe is carrying a weapon, but the hilt of his sword is clean. The guys shake hands. Logan says he's glad to meet you. The heir squeezes the young man's hand. He says he imagined him older, but rumors about the guy are probably exaggerated. The main character smiles maliciously. He squeezes the stranger's hand tightly. The heir makes a crazy expression on his face. He thinks that his opponent is strong. Logan apologizes and says he was trying to do a test of strength. The blonde man reaches for the sword. He directs it at the main character. The heir says he will teach the young man a lesson in manners. The young master looks down. He says that his rival is talking nonsense for which he will not be able to answer, but the heir to the house must know where his place is. The blonde man makes a crazy expression on his face. He demands that the knights capture the guy. The main character reaches for the sword. He hits 3 warriors with his weapon. Logan cuts his opponent's sword. The heir thinks that the swords of his warriors were cut in 2, but he did not feel any force since the guy did it only with the help of a sword. The young master smiles. The fair-haired man thinks that he does not feel magical power, so the enemy did not use the artifact. He throws the broken sword aside. The heir thinks that the guy was lucky to find a good sword. The Knight of Moonlight looks at the conflicting people. The townspeople make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that the man is a knight of the highest rank and has personally come to meet one of the heirs. The guys make surprised expressions on their faces. They think about the fact that the man is one of the 2 highest ranked warriors and also has silver hair and eyes, which makes him stand out from the crowd. The main character turns his head. He thinks that a great man has come to meet the village boys. The heir looks at the knight. He says he's glad to meet him. The man gives off furious energy. Logan looks at him, smiling. He thinks that the traitor's warrior is trying to put pressure on him. The knight makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he is surprised that the young man has an average rank at a young age. The enemy clenches his teeth furiously. He says that he considered the guy strong thanks to his excellent sword. The young man clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that his plan worked. Images of high-ranking knights. The guy thinks that after achieving the highest rank, knights have a unique sharp energy that can only be hidden from knights of the same level or higher. He puts on a calm expression. The young master thinks that he was able to reach a high rank and earn 3 stars for the power core, which helps control energy. The guards look at each other in horror. They think that the guy's strength is great. The young man is confident that he demonstrated the necessary amount of strength to reduce the vigilance of the guards. He holds his hand on his chest. The guy says he's working hard to become like the traitor knight. The man smiles slightly. He says that the guy shouldn't stop at his level because he has great talent with which he can become a Superman. The heirs stand on the territory of the castle. The knight says that some of the young men have already arrived, so the rest must wait until the celebration, which will take place in the evening in the building for important people. The blonde guy smiles. He says that he can lend the young man pajamas since he came without servants or clothes for the holiday. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He approaches the butler. The guy says that he is tired, so he wants to go to his chambers. He thinks that the enemy allowed his knights to fight against the band, so he does not realize what situation he is in. But if the level of his family is like this, then it will not be difficult to capture them. The young master looks at the tower. He thinks that he is not going to take off his armor since he is on lands that his ancestors lost, which is why he cannot let his guard down. Logan stands opposite the lord. The man smiles widely. He demands that the guy take off his sword. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks about not putting away the ammunition because he doesn't know what might happen. Nobles communicate at the holiday. The main character looks at the count. He says that he is glad to have the honor of greeting the ruler of the lands on his birthday. Aristocrats smile widely. They say that Logan is a redneck who has no manners, so he came in armor. The count rests his head on his hand. The guy thinks that the man is a potential enemy, so before arriving there, he examined the neighboring castles and cities to be prepared for a possible attack, but the people on his territory turned out to be quite friendly. He remembers the image of a worker. The man said that the lord is a good man who takes low taxes from them. Logan thinks that the count's wealth is so great that he has no need to extort money from the people. The count smiles widely. He says he wants to make sure the boy's family agrees to follow his wishes. The guy smiles widely. He says his family will follow the lord to the forefront if he keeps the peace. The man laughs, answering that he expected more resistance, but the guy turned out to be smart enough and understood everything. He creates a magic circle. The young man thinks that the power of the ruler is in the fifth circle. The guy remembers a moment from a past life. He thinks that the count showed incredible strength in battle, but since he was on the side of the second prince, who lost, the young man did not pay attention to him, but he really has the fifth circle. The image of a count in the past creating magic. Logan thinks that the fifth circle is equal in strength to the level of the advanced rank, especially in war. When this strength extends far beyond individual battles, it is considered more impressive. The guy holds his chin with his hand. He thinks that the count has 2 knights of advanced rank. The aristocrats raise their heads. The courtier says that his master will give a speech, so everyone should listen carefully. The man puts his hand on his chest. He says that he wants to thank everyone who came to his birthday since he is an ordinary person. But despite this, he received endless respect from the highest second prince even though he could not come. Aristocrats make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that the count is very close to the second prince. The young gentleman is holding a glass. The owner of the castle says that for a long time the aristocrats of the southwest were separated, unlike other regions. The young man thinks that the gentleman is going to repeat the same thing that he wrote in the invitation letters. The man raises his hand clenched into a fist. He shouts that they must leave behind meaningless traditions and customs to unite for the sake of a second prince who will inherit the throne and wish to support their region. Logan makes a displeased expression on his face. He thinks that the count is using a strange way to tell everyone to shut up and serve the second prince. The owner of the house makes a malicious smile. He says he wants to end the 200-year conflict in the southwest with the heir of the opposing family present. The man makes a serious expression on his face. He says that the guy is a great youth who excelled in 2 family victories, while being at the age of 21, but already a middle-rank knight, but even the count's familiar advanced-level knights were not the same masters as him. The count extends his hand. He says that he is not going to force the talented young man, but simply wants to make him an offer so that he meets the grandfather of the second prince, who is looking for capable warriors. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He smiles widely, placing his hand on his chest. The guy says that the offer is an honor for him, but he already has a mentor who is a great man, so he is forced to refuse. The count smiles slightly. He says that the Superman will visit them soon, so all the heirs who serve him can receive lessons from the master. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that his family does not serve the count, and his goal is to change this. The young man replies that he thanks the ruler for his flattering words, because of which he cannot refuse to study. The heirs of the 2 houses smile slightly. The man says that his old friends agreed to unite with him under one flag, so as a sign of gratitude he will personally gift their heirs. The courtiers bring out the artifacts. These are magical tools that hold or contain magical power that imbues them with magical properties permanently, and they are divided into classes based on the magic that permeates them. The young man thinks of images of warriors. He thinks that to create a 3rd-class artifact, a mage with a 5th circle is required, so the price of artifacts is enormous. The heirs kneel. They say that they swear allegiance to the count on behalf of their houses. The owner of the house smiles widely. He says that he accepts the promise of the heirs and gives them expensive gifts, since everyone who serves him receives appropriate gratitude. The intoxicated heir holds a glass. He says that the young master's sword looks better. The courtier covers the guy's mouth. Blonde says that the count cannot recognize real talent. The young man thinks that the guy dug a grave, and his sword was forged by a master blacksmith especially for him, and its power is comparable to most artifacts since it is filled with soul. Aristocrats look at the sword. The main character thinks that he was able to get a good item from the gnome and it was not difficult. But the greedy aristocrats do not know what it is, so in the worst case, if his plan did not work, he would use it for negotiations or to win time. The Count smiles. He says he wants to look at a sword comparable to an artifact. The guy puts his hand on his chest. He says that although he is young, he is a knight, so it is difficult for him to transfer his comrade to anyone else. The man smiles widely. He says that Logan is young, but he speaks like an old man, but it would be good to compare him with the gentleman who received the artifacts, so if the heir of another family wins, he will take the dwarf's sword, and if the young man wins, he will receive a reward in the form of an artifact, and to agree, he needs to raise his sword. The main character smiles maliciously. He thinks that he has no reason to refuse. The young man takes the sword out of its sheath. He says he agrees to the fight. The warriors raise their swords. The man says that he is the eldest, therefore he leaves the right to the first blow to the young man. The main character smiles. He replies that he doesn't need it, because after the fight everyone will say that he had an advantage. The opponent smiles slightly. He says that recognizing the young man as a genius has made him more arrogant. The man holds the sword in his hands. The young man turns his head. He thinks that the Count deliberately gave his enemy an artifact that is more flashy than useful, but his sword is perfectly balanced, well sharpened and durable. The heir swings his sword. He says that the guy's cute sword will not be able to withstand his artifact. The first knight watches the battle. The young man thinks that he should not reveal his strength to him, so he should partially correspond to the enemy. Swords cross. The guy clenches his teeth furiously. His opponent makes a cut on his cheek. Logan thinks about how he should stumble a couple of times and let his opponent scratch him, and then hit back and show off some strength by overpowering his opponent. The gentleman swings his sword. He charges the weapon with energy. The opponent falls to the ground. The player who played looks at the Count. He says that he did not have time to get used to the sword. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He says that his subordinate disappointed him and blames it on the gift. The Count sits on the throne. He says that his people were unfair to the guy, so he can choose any artifact from the treasury. The butler runs up to the Count. He says that the Duke contacted him on the occasion of his birthday. Ball with the image of the Duke. The man says he wishes the owner of the house a happy birthday. The Count replies that he did not expect to contact the Duke personally. The caller makes a surprised expression on his face. The young man smiles slightly. The Count clenches his teeth furiously. Logan thinks about the fact that he asked the Duke for help, so he must follow the plan. He says he welcomes the mentor. The courtiers make surprised expressions on their faces. The Duke exhales in defeat. He says that he did not expect to see a student who never contacts him, but he still has to come to the capital for a banquet in his honor. The young master puts his hand on his chest. He says that he cannot come due to problems between the houses, since the Count has made an offer that he cannot refuse. The owner of the house sweats in fear. He replies that he is going to postpone plans if the man wants to see the student. The main character thinks of the image of a teacher. He thinks that a man takes a neutral side, but at the same time is a Superman who has power over the ruling families, so even the Count cannot refuse him. The Duke winks at the guy. He says that they will see each other soon in the capital. The Count makes an angry expression on his face. The next day, Logan makes a surprised expression on his face. The knight says that the guy can examine the artifacts for an hour and choose the one he likes. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that any artifact costs at least 10 million gold, so it's worth choosing the best one. The guy examines the artifacts. He thinks that his strengthening allows him to feel the differences in energies between the artifacts. Armor charged with energy. The gentleman thinks that she will be able to fry alive anyone who attacks, but all the artifacts around her are ordinary. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He examines the boots. Logan thinks that magic comes from them. He puts his hand to the artifact. The young master thinks that the boots absorb his strength and it flows into them. He tries to remove his hand. The guy thinks that he is receiving severe damage from his shoes. He shouts that he won't lose to them. He makes a distant expression. Logan looks at his hand, thinking that his strength is back. The Count stands opposite his subordinate. He says that the young man tried to annoy him. The man clenches his hand into a fist. He continues to say that his people must go after him and return the artifact along with his sword. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. The owner of the house says that his people can do anything to him except kill him. Logan sits in front of the fire. He looks into the forest. The guy thinks that he feels a strong desire to kill, which comes from his pursuers. The stranger says that the young man has a heightened sense of smell. The gentleman raises his sword. He thinks about the stranger using a distorted voice to hide his identity. 4 mercenaries emerge from the forest. The young man smiles. He says it must have been suffocating for them to walk because it was not easy to get to him. The mercenaries run towards the guy. He makes a malicious smile. The young man swings his sword. The mercenaries open their eyes wide in fear. The guy makes a blow with a sword. He impales 2 mercenaries. The main character makes a malicious smile. He thinks that he made the right choice by taking boots from the artifact storage. The guy thinks of the moment in the treasury. He thinks that after the boots released the power that was invested in them, they were able to add speed to him and also gave him the ability to triple jump in the air, speed climb, and, moreover, they are independently repaired and adjusted to size and are at least in 4th grade. The mercenary looks at the owner. He says that they should aim for the guy's vital organs, otherwise it will be impossible to defeat him. The man charges the sword with energy. The young man turns to him. He thinks about the mercenary using a silver blade of power. The killer swings his sword. The guy, parrying the blow, clenches his teeth. He swings his fiery sword. The main character says that he did not know that the warrior earned the title of Knight of the Moonlight by cunning. The old man takes off his hood. He says that the guy was not the only one who was hiding true power and an amazing artifact. Logan puts on a serious expression. He thinks that the knight decided to hide his identity, but after using the silver power there was no point in hiding further, so he took off the hood. The warrior looks at the guy. He says he will take his artifacts as payment for the lesson. The young man replies that the old man has a much higher title than him. The man raises his sword. He says that the lesson for the young man will be harsh. Logan makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that his opponent holds the sword like a whip. The old man releases the power of the sword. The young man clenches his teeth in horror. He thinks that the opponent's blade actually moves like a whip. The guy is sweating from tension. He says the enemy uses merciless strikes. The main character thinks that his blade doesn't work, and besides, you can't just repel blows, so you'll have to use all possible skills. The young master hits the ground with his sword. The mercenaries make surprised expressions on their faces. The young man exhales tiredly. He thinks that he didn't feel any effect, but he used the first and second forms of the sword. The guy dodges the blow. He jumps to the side. The old man makes a discouraged expression on his face. He says that the young man was close to killing him, but it's clearly not the artifact, so he's probably using the Duke's secret sword art. The main character clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that his opponent is still on his feet and the guy's blows have no effect on him, so if it weren't for the reinforced boots, he would have already lost. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he can show all of the Duke's secret sword arts, but he hasn't used them yet. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. He says he wants to see the guy's abilities. The main character thinks that his opponent has become inspired, so it will be easier for him, but for this he needs to believe in strength and also use the secret art that he has comprehended. The young man charges his body with energy. He thinks that if he loses, he will lose his boots and sword, and his opponent will make sure that he will never be able to pick up a weapon again. The old man runs forward. He makes a furious expression on his face. The enemy says that the guy trusts his enemies too easily. An explosion occurs. Sweat is dripping from the knight's face. He says that the young man will not remain unharmed. The guy enlarges the sword with energy. He makes a malicious smile. The young man uses the third form of the secrets of the divine sword. Energy envelops the knight's body. The old man makes a frightened expression on his face. An explosion occurs. The mercenaries stand aside. They demand to find the knight. The old man reaches for the sword. He is lying on the ground. The man says that he shouldn't have avoided it because he should have died with the young man. The guy is riding a horse. He remembers the moment of the fight with the knight. Logan thinks that he was initially relaxed, but as the opponent advanced, he saw a coin-sized hole in the right side of the opponent's chest that could have been created during the split. The young master clenches his teeth in pain. He thinks that, having abilities and treasures, he managed to defeat a high-ranking knight. The main character lets go of the reins. He says his victory deserves praise. The guy falls from his horse to the ground. The butler makes a surprised expression. He says that he does not understand what happened to the young man on the way. The guy holds the back of his head with his hand. He says he fell asleep while he was driving. The return of the young master created a stir in the house since the heir arrived 2 weeks later and looked very shabby. The protagonist's father is standing at the window. He says that his son had to endure hardships due to the fact that their family has little strength, so he is ashamed to look the child in the eyes. The guy's shabby appearance was not enough to officially complain against the traitors, since they could start a war under the pretext of slander, so the incident was closed. The young master smiles widely. He says that soon all the houses will pay them, but for this he needs to reorganize their forces. The boy swings his sword. Sweat drips from his face. He remembers the image of his older brother. The younger heir thinks that he cannot allow himself to be treated like a child, since he is also the sword of their house. The elder looks at the younger. He says that his brother works hard, but he should rest and meet with whom he will train with in the future. Victor lowers the corners of his lips with displeasure. He says that he is the new knight. The younger gentleman thinks that he and his fighting partner are the same age. The main character stands next to his ward. He says that the young knight awakened recently, so he was getting used to the power, and since he and the boy are the same age, they can receive mutual motivation. The boys look at each other. The young master says that they will have to spar. Victor swings his sword. The younger heir clenches his teeth. He thinks about his opponent using the iron blood sword. The boy swings a fiery sword. The enemy jumps up. The heir raises his head. He dodges the blow. Victor punches the ground with his sword. The red-haired boy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that his opponent is a monster. The main character smiles widely. He laughs and says that calling his opponent a monster was very nice. The young heir raises his sword. He thinks about how he's going to give it his all. Victor smiles slightly. The young man watches the battle. He thinks about how the boys fight well. Children cross swords. The main character thinks that his ward has perfectly mastered the iron blood sword, so he was able to adapt it to his style. And Ronian, who would surpass a mid-rank knight even with limited knowledge of sword styles, moves freely and not constrained. Logan smiles slightly. He believes that the fierce free blade and the pure precise blade should reflect each other's qualities and convey them during battle. The boys fight with their fists. The young master thinks that the war in the Empire is 7 years away, and the children will be ready in 5 or 6 years, but it would be better if Victor learned the secrets of the divine sword earlier. The wizard points with his finger. He says he doesn't believe the girl can see mana. The main character looks at the child. He says she should try studying something to find something that will help her. The girl points her finger at the golem. She says she wants to learn how to move clay dolls using yellow energy. The young man smiles slightly. He thinks that Victoria seems depressed, so he wanted to cheer her up, and at their first meeting he already suspected that she could actually see mana. The old man charges his hand with energy. He says that the girl needs to name the place where he directs the mana. Victoria points her finger at the man. She says that the mana is directed towards him. The wizard makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the child is very great because even few magicians can see the direction of mana. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he also sees mana, but he won't tell anyone so as not to make a fuss. The guy looks at the girl. He asks if she really wants to study magic. The child replies that she wants to control huge dolls because if she has a strong doll, she can do more things. Clayton looks at the girl. He says they don't have robes for children, so they will turn to a dressmaker. The man takes out a measuring tape. The main character thinks that the girl has the talent to become a great magician. He smiles widely. The guy thinks that his family is becoming stronger, but he needs to head to the capital, as he promised the Duke, but it is better to go alone so that his assistants do not slow him down. A few days later, the knight commander frowns furiously. He says that it is an honor to serve the young master. Knights surround the guy. They shout that they will serve him with their hearts. The main character makes a doomed expression on his face. He demands that the soldiers disperse. The squad leader makes a furious expression on his face. He shouts that he is the commander of the 18th detachment of knights and has come to serve the young master, since it is an honor for him to serve the guy. The man smiles widely. He thinks that by accompanying the young master, he is serving the future legend, so he will be one of his confidants. The young man turns his head. He demands that they bring him some wood. The knight commander collects firewood. The guy remembers the image of his father. He said that he wanted to go alone, but the man insisted on a minimum number of assistants. The butler gives the horse grass. He says that the guy is the heir of a noble family, so he must go with a personal servant. Logan makes a displeased expression on his face. He says it's obvious that the butler just wants to visit someone. The man replies that no one in their fief wants to talk to him because he smells, but he wants to start a family. The guy covers his ears with his fingers. He thinks that people are slowing him down because he is not just going to meet his mentor, the image of a young prince. The main character thinks that his journey has two main goals, the first of which is to identify potential changes in the future, and the second is to meet the third prince and establish contact with him. Young girls with children. The current ruler had no heirs until he was 40 years old, and then summoned 2 women from the ducal families, who became his concubines and bore him 2 sons. The queen holds the child in her arms. 10 years later, she gave birth to the king's third son at the age of 40. The king strokes the boy's head. The third son had an innate talent for fencing and good manners, which surpassed his brothers in prospects for the throne, but the families of the 2 princes did everything possible to stop the expansion of the influence of the third prince. The main character thinks that in the winter in a previous life, before the third prince was about to become an adult, a civil war would break out, and then the sudden death of the king would happen. The image of the first prince. He was a magician of the 6th circle and received support from his grandfather. The image of the second prince. He was a young Superman and also had the support of his grandfather, and since the third prince had no political power, he was going to be executed. The Duke looks at the young prince. He says that he will become the blade of the new king if the young man is spared. The image of a blonde Duke. He is the most powerful of the neutral aristocrats, but with his help the third prince's life was saved. The main character lowers his doomed gaze. He thinks that after what is happening, the first prince will gain an advantage, but in 5 years he will bring the country to a state of ruins until the empire attacks. The young man reaches for the sword. He remembers that the first prince will use his younger brother as bait during the war with the empire. The young master makes a furious expression. He thinks about not allowing the first prince to become king. The knight looks at the young man. He says his identity has been confirmed, so they can go through. The servants make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that the Sword Duke mansion is very stunning. The butler looks at the maid. He approaches the young master. The man says that he is going to establish contact with the Duke's maid so that it will be a plus for their family. The blonde man smiles slightly. He says that the young master should follow him. The guy thinks of the image of a knight. He understands that the liberation commander is in front of him. The warrior holds out a book. In a past life, the young man thinks that he clearly remembers their last meeting. The man says that he needs help, and since the guy is the only one who can interpret the book, he must remember everything, and later burn it and pass on the knowledge to someone talented. The guy clutches his head in pain. He thinks that the commander gave him something besides the secret scripture. The caretaker holds the young man by the shoulder. He says that when you are young you need to take care of your health as age will have an impact. The main character exhales calmly. He thinks that the commander often repeated similar words in his past life, so this is probably his favorite topic. The young master walks forward. He thinks that everything is in the past, so he needs to make sure it doesn't happen again. The young man smiles widely. He says he's glad to see the Duke's family. The woman smiles slightly. She says that she heard a lot from her husband about the young man, and they are his big debtors. The guy congratulates on the imminent birth of the heir and says that he is glad to meet the Duchess. The woman is holding her stomach. She says that she would like to name the child after the young man. The Duke extends his hand. He says that they discussed this issue for a long time, but since everything worked out thanks to the young man, they decided to name the child in his honor. Aristocrats stand by the baby's bed. The main character thinks that the name determines and illuminates the path that the child will take, so the aristocrats are looking for respected people to name the child in their honor. Sometimes they even hold parties to celebrate the names of the children. Logan makes a surprised expression. He thinks that, although the responsibility is great, he has no reason to refuse. The guy says he would consider it an honor to use his name. The Duke takes his wife away. He says that a woman needs to rest, as she should not overwork herself. The old man closes the door. He says he has difficulty communicating with words, so he needs to move on to body language. The Duke smiles widely. He says he's amazed at how quickly the guy's level has improved. The young man emits fiery energy. The warriors hold out their swords. The Duke says he wants to test the guy's strength. The young man runs forward. He swings his sword. The Duke deflects the blow. The main character smiles maliciously. He thinks that the man can easily block his blows, but since his fight is with a master, he can test his limits. The owner of the house makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the young man must stop because he is doing something incomprehensible. The Duke looks at the guy. He says that the young man must use all his strength and give it his all. Logan energizes his body. He thinks about the fact that this is their first training since they became a teacher and mentor, so he cannot disappoint the mentor. The man deflects the blow. The main character clenches his teeth furiously. He makes a thrust with his sword. The guy uses the killer iron cut method. The Duke holds a sword at the youth's neck. He says that the young master lost after 2 hits. The man hits the young man's knee. He says that the student is wasting his strength. Logan clutches the sword in his hands. He thinks about how his mentor called his combination of strikes with the divine sword useless, although he injured the Moonlight Knight with them. The owner of the house makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the guy should show him everything he can do and not disappoint him even more. The young master clenches his teeth in irritation. He says he will show everything as it should. The guy jumps on the Duke. He thinks about using the method again. The owner of the house exhales furiously. He says that his student did not understand anything. The man stands behind the young man. The guy turns his head. The owner of the house strikes with the hilt of his sword. A red mark on the young master's face. Training building. The Duke knocks the weapon out of the young man's hands. The guy clutches his hand in pain. The Duke looks at him displeased. He says that his strength has increased since their last meeting, but his skill has not changed and has even become worse. The main character makes a frightened expression on his face. The teacher says that for good swordsmanship it is not enough to invest only strength, since fundamental indicators must be the basis for strengthening. So even if a young man moves to a new level due to luck or talent, this will only increase the height of the next level. The main character smiles maliciously. He thinks that he will easily gain power because he went back in time and retained the memories of past experiences, since in his past life he spent all his time on the secrets of the divine sword. Logan takes out his sword. He thinks that, having returned to the past, he misjudged the possibilities since everything went according to his plan. The Duke turns his head. The guy is holding a sword. He says he wants another chance. The young master is thinking about fixing the fundamentals. He is lying on the couch. The knights say they will take him to the infirmary. The owner of the house stands with his subordinate. He says that the sword can only be mastered through the body, so the more painful the body is, the better the training. The caretaker says that his master likes the young master. The Duke makes a calm expression on his face. He says the guy shouldn't waste his talent because his determination is amazing. The butler is holding a letter. He gives it to the Duke. The man says that he brought a message from the Baron, but the young master should not know about this. The man opens the letter. Text of the letter. The Baron turns to the Duke with a request, although he understands that they will never repay the man for the service previously rendered, since thanks to his secrets their knights were able to overcome many difficulties. The owner of the house thinks that he handed over one low-level management to the guy and there were no secrets in it. The Baron writes a letter at the table. He says his son was hurt a little last year, so he asks the Duke to grant his request and for that he will be forever grateful. The butler holds the back of his head with his hand. He says that the young master believes that it is not the time to worry about such things. The Duke clenches his teeth furiously. He says he doesn't understand why a 20-year-old man isn't interested in women. A week later, the owner of the house looks at the student. He says that the heir to the house must have a bride at 21, so he intends to find him a match. Logan makes a surprised expression. He says he was going to concentrate on training. The man replies that a kind heart needs to be trained correctly. The main character makes a doomed expression on his face. He thinks that the war will begin in a couple of months, so he does not have time to arrange a marriage. The guy says that meeting his future bride is very sudden. The teacher makes a serious expression on his face. He says that he is worried about the future of his beloved student and, moreover, his father's concerns are not groundless, since it is not normal for an adult heir not to marry. Logan lowers his doomed gaze. He thinks that he cannot ignore the teacher's words. The guy says that he will meet with a possible bride. The red-haired girl lifts her dress. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The butler thinks that the girl is too good for his master, who is surprised, although he usually does not show interest. The girl gives off furious energy. The young master thinks that his potential bride is a power user and is at the average level of 18 years old. He thinks of the image of a girl in the past. Logan thinks that she was the talent of the kingdom, who died after 3 years of war, who stood out among all the others, who was able to protect the entrance to the inner castle and killed 100 knights, the girl who was able to dissolve in a fallen family. He holds his hand to his chin. The young master thinks that it would be good to get her into his house before the start of the war and take her away under the pretext of marriage, but usually aristocrats do not get married a couple of months after the meeting. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that she was forced to come to the meeting, so she would rather not waste time. The heiress clenches her hand into a fist. She looks at the young man. The bride-to-be says they should spend quality time together. The girl wipes sweat from her face. The Count smiles slightly. He says that his daughter's beauty supports her popularity, so the Duke recommended her a young man who is his student. The father smiles widely. He says that Logan will soon become famous. The man thinks that the guy is far from his daughter, who received strength at the age of 12. The groom looks at the girl's father. He says she overpowered him. A man broke off his engagement after his fiance defeated him and was then banned from training for 2 years. However, after this time, she defeated another suitor who was supposed to become a knight, thereby proving that she was superior to many of them. The Count holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that because of his daughter's strength, marriage proposals have stopped coming, so they need to take the chance. In addition, the Duke called the guy talented, so perhaps he will be able to deal with the Count's daughter. The girl folds her hands in prayer. She says she wants to cross swords with the guy in battle. The servants make surprised expressions on their faces. The maid looks at the mistress. She says she shouldn't fight with her potential suitor because her father begged her not to. The bride remembers images of past men. She says that the suitors despised her and were rude, so she taught them a lesson. However, they should have been beaten even more. But the Baron's son is different. The main character stretches his hands. The butler says that if other people find out that he hit the girl, the owner of the house will punish him. The main character makes a serious expression on his face. He thinks that he wants to know how strong the girl is. The maid holds her hands to her mouth. She shouts that she wishes the mistress to win. The girl frowns furiously. She says that she trained with a sword alone for 10 years and then defeated knights, so the young man should not underestimate her. Logan makes a sly smile. He says he's not going to underestimate her, so he'll be a little rude. The bride swings her sword. The young man repels the blow. The aristocrat rises on her sword. The young man says that the lady is open to being hit on the sides, so she should be more careful. The bride clenches her teeth furiously. She thinks that she is going to hit her groom at least once. The young master hits his girlfriend on the hand. He says her grip is too weak. Logan hits her opponent's head. He says the girl should move faster. The lady is on her knees. The young man says that she should rest and wipe off her sweat if she is tired. The bride makes a blow with a sword. She holds a weapon to the guy's neck. The lady thinks that even her surprise attack didn't work. Young master says she made a good try. The mistress thinks that the guy is the first of her gentlemen who is not angry and does not mock her. Logan takes a swing at the aristocrat's head. He says her movements need to be more precise. The young master thinks that she actually trained well on her own, but because of this, she was missing a couple of comments to improve. However, my friend has talent, even if she doesn't know how to use it yet. The bride runs forward. She uses movement techniques. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that the girl uses interesting foot movements that differ from the previous simple accelerations. The young man repels a blow with a sword. He swings at his opponent's back. The lady falls to the ground. The guy thinks that she has more than enough talent. In addition, there is good potential. The girl exhales tiredly. She says she wants to continue sparring. The gentleman extends his hand. He says that he wants to help her, so there will still be an opportunity to fight with him next time. Logan pulls his bride. He makes a malicious smile. The guy says that she has amazing talent, so she should come to his house as a knight to freely train and spar. He promises to provide her with a battlefield where she can earn glory, but for this she will have to be in the conditional status of his bride. The lady smiles widely. She says that she agrees to come to him. The young master smiles back. He thinks that the rumors about her were not true, since his friend will probably become a Superman. Therefore, if engagement is the price to be paid for her talent, then it is small. The Duke writes with a pen on a piece of paper. He says he introduced the boy to the girl's family for 2 reasons. The man puts his hands on the table. He explains that her family did not side with one of the princes, but retains influence in the capital, so he can be the representative of the guy's family in it. The owner of the house smiles widely. He says he was actually interested in how the wild boy would get along with the troubled girl. The young master smiles widely. He thinks that his teacher can be strange. The Duke says that he saw the student blush when the girl came, so now he is morally of his age. The man puts his hand on the student's shoulder. He says that the burden on his shoulders is very heavy, and the weight of responsibility for the whole world is reflected on his face. The owner of the house makes a calm expression on his face. He says a guy can share the burden and then open his heart to trust the people around him and relax. The Duke remembers the image of the couple. He explains that the girl can help him open up, but he should not delay the birth of children either. Logan yells at his mentor with displeasure. The knight receives a blow. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says the warrior should have blocked his attack. The guy exhales displeasedly. He thinks that 2 weeks have passed since he arrived in the capital, and he spent all the time training. The commander makes a touching expression on his face. The main character thinks that he feels more pressure from the knights than before. The warrior falls to the ground. The court knight makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the Duke requires his warriors to be of average rank. The courtier turns to the guy's warriors. He says that they should learn how to use a sword, and although they have potential, it is still worth turning to knights who are just beginning to undergo training. The commander looks at his ward. He says that the court knights are very strong, but not as strong as when wielding the iron blood sword, and the young master received this technique from the Duke, although the court knights use a weaker blade style. The men think of the image of the young master. They think that the guy blessed them with abilities better than the Duke bestows. The warriors look at the guy in admiration. He holds the back of his head with his hand. The young man thinks that his soldiers do not cause trouble, but are focused only on training. A guy with glasses holds a sign. It says that he is selling a special product of the Baron's family. The merchant smiles broadly, looking at the passerby. He says that he can see the worry in his eyes, but this product can solve all his problems. The guy with glasses makes a happy face. He says that the young man is very similar to his young master. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The merchant, sweating, lowers his head. He says there are too many competitors. The young master sits on the back of his ward. He says that his friend is losing shape. Logan makes a displeased expression on his face. He says that the mentee will earn more money if he stops resorting to such actions for the sake of sales. The guy gets up from the servant. He says he will give him another task. The young master points his hand at the knights. He says they will be responsible for his safety. The merchant makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he does not understand why he is entrusted with a case that requires the protection of 6 knights. The young man replies that he should not worry, since the business is just an expanded version of the business that he is already involved in, so he needs to get as many weapons, war horses and lumber as possible by the end of the year. The ward makes a furious expression on his face. He says the guy shouldn't start another war. The young master replies that he is taking precautions, and the allocated budget is 30 million gold. He thinks that he should increase the number of cavalry with crossbows so that the soldiers can take low-ranking knights and defeat force users as a group. And if successful, this will change the norm of combat, since in the Empire from his past life crossbows were different, although they turned out pretty similar. The merchant throws up his hands. He says that they will not be able to get half of what he asks for, because if demand increases sharply, the price will also skyrocket, especially for horses. The young man holds the back of his head with his hand. The ward says that a large amount of money does not guarantee that horses will start giving birth to triplets or foals will grow faster. He shows 3 fingers. The guy says the price will triple. The young master holds his hand to his chin. He says that the ward should double the market price, and if he can buy it for less than double the price, he will receive an equivalent bonus. The merchant makes a crazy expression on his face. The main character says that he will give him 3% of the difference in price. Philip needs the guy's shoulders. The young man thinks that money solves any problem. The young master represents the image of the Duke and the girl. He thinks that he received a hint from his mentor on how to train, and also found a talented girl, so everything is going great. Logan imagines the image of a dead king. He thinks that there is no bad news about him and no signs of internal conflict, so his death was probably, in fact, sudden and unexpected. The young man holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that he will justify the mentor's trust, and then he will try to meet the third prince, but it will be strange if he starts to rush things. So when the mentor's child is born and he is given a name, the young man will be able to return home with the girl. The Duke makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the king called the guy to the palace. The palace gates open. The young master makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he is the son of a simple village baron, so in a normal situation he would not have had a chance to meet him. The mentor makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the king just wants to see his student, since he values talents highly, so nothing bad will happen to the young man. Royal building. The main character thinks that the Empire did not destroy it, but decided to preserve it even after the war, and the building was designated as headquarters. The guy raises his head. He thinks that he will not allow the future he saw to repeat itself. The guests walk through the hall. They kneel down. The king smiles slightly. He says that the Duke does not need to observe manners in front of him. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He says respect must always be shown. The king extends his hand. He says that his old friend must raise his head with the student. The young man thinks that he was able to meet a great man. The king is sitting on the throne. The main character thinks that in the future the old man will become known as a useless ruler. He looks up. The young man thinks that the ruler looks healthy, so it is not surprising that no one expected his death, but if he had shown any sign of weakness, the power struggle would have been settled immediately, and the civil war would not have started. The ruler says that the guy has enough courage to study with the Duke, but this is the first time he has seen a person who looks at him so intently. Logan apologizes for his inappropriate behavior. The king raises his hand. He says that he should not imitate his mentor in excessive mannerisms, since he likes energetic young people. The Duke smiles widely. He says that his student's skills are as strong as his will, as he has the courage and wisdom that led his fief to victory despite the odds, so he will be a good basis for the development of the kingdom. The king looks at his charges. He says that he is interested in the story of how a teacher and a student met. The ruler smiles widely. He says that an interesting set of circumstances happened to his subordinates. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The king says that he is very grateful to him, because he felt guilty towards his friend because of his injury, and his regret was so great that he was unable to even raise this topic. The Duke smiles widely. The king lowers his guilty gaze. He explains that solving this problem helped calm his heart, so he is very grateful to the young man. The teacher looks at the king in surprise. He says that His Majesty thinks too highly of him. The old man holds his wrist with his hand. He says that as a king he is obliged to express gratitude, so he will reward the guy properly. The ruler takes the bracelet off his hand. The Duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the treasure of the ruling family cannot just be given away, so he will start rewarding the young man. The king is holding a bracelet in his hands. He says that the boy should consider the bracelet as compensation for settling their troubles. The main character thinks that the king is giving him an artifact of at least 5th grade. The young man reaches for the bracelet. He thinks that he is not going to refuse. The Duke shouts that his student cannot accept the artifact just like that. The guy looks at the king. He says that a ruler's gift is as superfluous as he uses it wisely. The young master puts the bracelet into his jacket. The king smiles widely. He laughs and says that the Duke's student has much more ambitions than him, but at the same time they still manage to get to know each other well. So the gift should strengthen their connection in the future, and the guy is obliged to serve his mentor like heaven, while trying for the sake of the people, like his teacher. Logan thinks that he is trying not for the sake of the people, but for the sake of his family, but he will stop the Empire at any cost. The teacher goes with the student. He says that the king has never had such conversations, so his desire to meet the guy is quite unusual. The main character smiles widely. He says that their meeting was short, but if the ruler had problems, he would immediately tell. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The Duke says that he becomes more restless with age, so his heart shuddered from the fact that his student accepted the treasure of the ruling family so calmly. The guy looks at his hand in surprise. The teacher says that the bracelet is imbued with restoration magic, and since it only has one spell, it is quite powerful, so most likely its power is on par with the spells of a high-ranking priest. The young master thinks that the bracelet can turn a serious wound into a scratch, since it has a lot of restorative power. The Duke makes a mad expression on his face. He says that he will be calmer after the guy received the great object, since now he can drive him half to death, because the bracelet will still patch up the student. The young master makes a frightened expression on his face. He thinks that training harder will help him grow, so the harder he works, the more progress he will make. The beaten guy lies on the ground. The Duke looks at him. He says he should stop lying. The butler runs forward. He approaches the owner. The teacher, blushing, sobs. A week after the meeting with the king, the event that everyone was waiting for happened. Aristocrats walk around the castle. They say that the Duke of the Sword finally had a child, so he held a luxurious banquet in his honor because he is madly in love with the child. The main character is holding a glass. The aristocrat approaches him. He says he is honored to meet the young man. Logan smiles widely. He thinks about how the title of Duke's disciple attracts a lot of attention, and the days of selling medicine at banquets are long gone. The Duke, smiling widely, looks at the child. The young master thinks that his teacher looks very happy. The butler looks at the owner. He says that the Bishop of the United Holy Order has arrived. The old man makes a calm expression on his face. He shakes the Duke's hand. The man says that he congratulates the owner of the house on the birth of an heir. The Duke replies that he thanks the bishop for coming to them in person. The main character smiles slightly. The cleric says that he could not send a servant because the foundation of their country had a child. The guy thinks that many aristocrats receive a blessing at birth. Image of the goddess of life. The young man remembers that nobles receive the blessing of the fifth of the 9 gods, and every parent also wants to have it so that the child is healthy. The Duke, blushing, smiles widely. The main character thinks that it is much better when the bishop blesses the child, so it is not surprising that the owner of the house is so happy. The old man picks up the girl. He says that a simple slave turns to the 9 great gods who watch over their world. Logan makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he is seeing holy power for the first time. The child's body is charged with holy power. The main character thinks that holy power is closer to the origins than ordinary power and is less noticeable than mana, so people do not feel it, but only see a bright light. The Duke and his wife look at the child. The priest says that in the name of the goddess of life he blesses the newborn. The child's body emits light. The aristocrats make surprised expressions on their faces. They say they congratulate the Duke and that his baby will grow up healthy as the light was very bright. The bishop makes a frightened expression on his face. He thinks that the baby's body rejected the holy power. The Duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks if the bishop is okay. The old man replies that he is tired because he has not blessed children for a long time. The priest passes by the young man. The guy thinks that the child has a special organism that rejects sacred power. The Count holds a glass, looking at the young man. He says they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man smiles widely. He asks about the young man's well-being. Logan puts his hand on his chest, smiling. He replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, but he's fine. The Count says that the young man is still impudent, as always. The man squeezes the glass in his hand. The butler brings a napkin. The Count says that at his age he can't hold his hands well, but the only reason the guy is still alive is that he managed to become the Duke's student. A man pushes a guy with a napkin. He says that thanks to his training with the Duke, he was able to attract a lot of attention. Logan takes the napkin. He thinks that the Count is too childish for an adult man. The young master replies that he understands how lucky he is. He thinks that he even managed to go back in time. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. The Count says that he must maintain his spirit during his meeting with a high-ranking aristocrat. He raises his bloody hand. The man explains that the young man must meet the second prince. The young master smiles widely. He says that he would be honored to meet the prince, but he needs to think about the offer. The Count makes an angry expression on his face. He says the prince's order is not a proposal. The guy comes closer. He gives away the bloody handkerchief. The young man says that he and the teacher can join the other side. The Count furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He says that he will soon announce the date of the meeting with the prince, so if he does not come, he will be paying off a debt much more than he can imagine. The young master smiles widely. He thinks that the man says whatever he wants. However, when the civil war starts, he will have no time to even think about him, and since there are only a couple of months left before it, he just needs to postpone the meeting until then. The guy makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks that the Count's power is like a high-ranking authority, but he acts as the second prince's envoy, thereby becoming a laughing stock. The aristocrat looks at the Count. He is the second prince's maternal grandfather, as well as one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom and a superhuman capable of using aura. The duke turns his head towards the young man. He turns away displeased. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks about how the prince's grandfather is ignoring him because he doesn't need him, but his teacher. The man behind the guy smiles slightly. He says that the young man should be more careful in his decisions. The lord holds his nephew by the shoulders. He says that seeing him as an adult made him feel proud as the eldest member of the family. Logan thinks that the man is his mother's older brother and the heir to their house, who is related to his family by marriage, but he has never shown up as his uncle. The young man remembers the image of a young relative. The guy says that he is not his uncle, the image of the main character in childhood. The eldest heir says they shouldn't cross the line. He makes a malicious smile. The man puts his hand on his chest. He says that even though they have no blood ties, everyone knows that their 2 families are related by marriage. The young man looks down. He thinks about how he was thrown out when the succession dispute began. The guy says that the ties between their families are broken. Uncle makes a tense expression on his face. He replies that they had disagreements in the past, but they, as relatives, had previously provided financial support to the guy's house, so he should turn a blind eye to one oversight. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says their family didn't turn a blind eye to missteps when his relatives were having a hard time. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that the young man has become impudent after a little fame. Logan makes a displeased expression on his face. The uncle thinks that the guy has not outgrown thoughtlessness, but because of this it will not be difficult to deceive him. He puts his hand on his chest. The man says his house made a terrible mistake, so he wants to formally apologize on his behalf. He reaches into his pocket. Uncle takes out a piece of paper. He says that it is better for relatives to make peace than to never see each other again. The guy thinks that he was given a blank check. He smiles widely. The young man says that he is happy with the compensation given to him. The uncle bows to his nephew. He says he is asking for his help as they should look to the future and not look at the past. The main character holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that the man, being a wealthy heir, has never thought about inappropriate behavior, so he does it for a reason. The blonde duke looks at the young man. The guy thinks that his uncle was put under pressure. The man is the maternal grandfather of the first prince, and is also in a tough confrontation with the grandfather of the second prince, and is also the only magician of the 6th circle in the kingdom. Logan looks at his uncle with displeasure. He thinks that the 2 richest people in the kingdom have bowed their knees to the plans of the dukes. However, since his uncle is one of the richest aristocrats, the young man has something to entrust to him. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy says that the relative must fulfill a small request for his sake. He makes a malicious smile. Uncle sadly lowers the corners of his lips. The young master smiles widely. He says that if the relative fulfills his request, then the meeting with the first prince will not be difficult for him. The young man turns his head. The vassal holds a piece of paper. He says that everyone should pay attention to him as the most important part of the banquet begins. And since the young lady was born safe and sound, they can greet the person who will give her a name. The young man smiles slightly. The vassal says that the name of the heiress will be given by Logan, who is a young master and a student of the duke. The servant makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he does not understand why the heir of the Boyar family will give the name to the mistress. The main character thinks that after birth the girl received an aura shower from her father and therefore is radiant with health. The baby reaches out to the young master's face. He blushes and smiles widely. The guy thinks that he came up with many suitable names, but forgot them all. He, holding the baby, turns to the guests. Logan says that the girl will be called Stella, which is translated from the ancient language as star, so she will become a ray of light illuminating the night sky. He looks at the duke. A man hugs his wife. He says they agree on the given name. Aristocrats look at family. The main character is holding the baby. He blushes and smiles widely. The young man thinks that the girl rejected the sacred power, but this is just a trifle. The butler, smiling widely, holds the letters. He says that the aristocrats sent them because they wanted to meet the young man after the banquet. Logan wipes his face. He says that he will refuse all the aristocrats since they need to return home. The young man thinks that a civil war will soon begin, so it's time for them to get back to preparations. The young man recalls the conversation with the vassal. The man says that their harvest will be 20 times better than expected, as it will be the size of 3 to 4 years total. The duke approaches the young man. He says that the guy should stop the training as he is going to teach him the final secret art. The young man looks at the teacher. He says that he is surprised that the mentor suddenly decided to show him this. The man replies that he once spoke ill of his family's ancient art, but he was wrong because if used correctly, it will be stronger than his. The guy makes a serious expression on his face. He says what he knows is that nothing is more important than the basics. The Duke approaches his ward. He says he will pass on art to him that will help strengthen his fundamentals. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. The old man says that the martial art style he developed prevents the enemy from moving, which increases his speed and allows him to take complete control of the battle area. He clenches his hand into a fist. The man says that the first manifestation of his technique is the ability to use a heavy sword. The guy looks at the mentor. The teacher says that he is going to teach him a martial art that allowed him to become an aura user. The Duke's body ends up behind the guy, the open neck of a young man. The man's hand reaches out to her. The mentor holds the student by the neck. The Duke clenches his hand into a fist. He smiles widely. The young master thinks that it is impossible to follow the old man's strange movements with his eyes. He makes a surprised expression on his face. Logan thinks that he is very impressed with the mentor's skill, but this cannot make a human an aura user since a superhuman cannot be tracked anyway. The owner of the house keeps his hands on his sides. He says that the guy's thoughts can be read on his face. The Duke smiles widely. He puts his hand on his chest. The man says that the gate is only used by those who cannot use the power, but the reason why the kingdom puts him above other aura users is not because of it, but because of the shadow of the spirit. He looks away with displeasure. The mentor says that if the young man learns his technique, he will never have problems with high-ranking knights again. The guy makes a crazy smile. He says he really wants to learn the technique. The Duke folds his arms across his chest. He says that the guy should walk lighter since his heels should only touch the ground when he jumps. The mentor thinks that the young man has an amazing talent since he copied the technique in a couple of hours and also mastered it so much that he can then understand everything completely. He makes a furious expression on his face. The man thinks about how he spent decades waiting for someone who could handle his technique. He shouts that the guy is moving too slowly, so he should walk easier, thereby strengthening his strength. The young man, sweating, lowers his gaze. The mentor thinks that excessive praise is poison for a genius, so a little humiliation will do the young man good. The young master leans on his knees. The owner of the house says that the student must continue to practice to master the movement. The guy looks down. He says the Duke's move is amazing as he feels like he's twice as fast, but only an assassin could have come up with such a technique, not a knight. The Duke smiles slightly. He says that there is some truth in the youth's words, since when the king was still a prince, he made his novice knight a guard. The prince makes a frightened expression on his face. The Duke explains that the current king has experienced many horrors that are difficult to talk about. The knight hides the king behind his back. The master of the house says that he was a young man who was delighted to be knighted, but at the same time faced more bloodshed than the soldiers on the field. So in order to protect the prince from the crowd closing in on him, he had to continue killing. And in order to do this, it was necessary to become faster and stronger than any knight. The man is holding a sword in his hands. He says that in the past, he needed a martial art that allowed him to control space, because one blow could solve everything. So then he began to study the shadow of the spirit, and after that he felt that he had achieved his goal. The owner of the house puts his hand on his chest. He says that he was able to awaken the aura with this technique, but the young man should not turn his nose up after understanding the theory since he needs to train with the sword for the rest of his life. The young man bows. He looks up. The Duke says that the third prince wishes to meet him. A student and a teacher are flying in the sky. They land in the forest, abandoned hut building. The young master thinks that the third prince lives in a strange place. A man knocks on the door. The travelers go down the stairs. The main character says that the third prince should not have taken the risk to meet him. The mentor turns his head. He replies that many are watching the young heir, but he wished to meet with the Duke of the Sword's disciple. Logan comes downstairs. He says that the third prince is the most suitable to be the new king. The Duke replies that the guy shouldn't say such things in public, otherwise it will get him into trouble. The younger heir turns his head. He pulls the doorknob. The guests take off their hoods. The pretender to the throne smiles slightly. He says that he is glad to meet the Duke and his student. The young master takes a knee. He says he welcomes the third prince. The young heir smiles slightly. The main character thinks that he can make sure whether the third prince is suitable for the role of the new king. The prince puts the cup on the table. He says that the fact that the main character is already a high-ranking knight at 20 years old impresses him. The young master spits tea. He says that the master praises him too much because his merits are small, and all this is thanks to his great teacher. The heir replies that the young man is destined to do great things, unlike him, since he is just a mediocre person. He looks down. The prince says that he knows that the young man not only fought skillfully, but also saved a family that was falling into decay and was also able to increase its influence. The guy turns his head towards the Duke. He thinks that the young prince knows how things are in the outskirts, which most aristocrats consider unimportant. The heir looks at the guy. He says he investigated because the duke praised the student's merits. The young master thinks that the third contender for the throne has exceeded his expectations. The heir clenches his hand into a fist. He clenches his teeth furiously. The prince says that the aristocrats have divided the country in two, fighting for the throne and trying to devour each other, but although there are no obvious physical conflicts yet, the situation is like a ticking bomb. And also his older brothers do not have even an ounce of concern for the common people, which is why they are poison that destroys their country. The heir makes a furious expression on his face. He says he needs a talented person to help pull out the leeches that are drying up their country. The young prince lowers his sad gaze. He says that he is an heir without influence, so he cannot calmly ask influential people and the duke for help in fulfilling his goal. The main character blushes with embarrassment. The prince says that the guy is the genius of their time and the treasure of the kingdom. He holds out his hand. The heir says that the talented young man can fight on his side when the time comes. Logan makes a sly smile. He thinks about how he originally intended to serve the third prince. The guy replies that he completely shares his opinion. The young heir to the throne smiles widely. The main character says that after meeting him, he was convinced that the rumors that he was the only suitable candidate for the title of king were true, but there were some obstacles preventing him from serving. The duke makes an angry expression on his face. The young man says that the two elder princes are showing disgusting behavior, but his fief has differences with the count, and he is a fierce opponent who is difficult to resist with their current capabilities, so before answering the prince's call, he must deal with the family's problems. The young heir holds his hand to his chin. He says that the count is on the side of the second prince. The main character makes a malicious smile. He says that the prince should give him some time, and then he will help him with the restored powers of his family. The prince smiles maliciously. He chuckles and says that the young man is very confident, so he will prepare a gift for him when the time comes. The guys shake hands. The duke makes a displeased expression on his face. Logan says that he did not swear allegiance to the prince, since this will only happen when he deals with the count. The mentor places his hand on the student's shoulder. He says that his mentee can tell him about his experiences so that he can help with them. The young master asks whether the duke believes the king. The man replies that the decision is not his, but the ruler's. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the first prince will be a tyrant who will destroy the ruling family, and the second will be a terrible king who will destroy the country. The duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks who dared to say such a thing. The young man thinks that it was the duke in his past life. He says he believes these words. The mentor looks away. He says that he cannot judge this statement. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says he wants to hear the teacher's personal opinion. The man replies that their opinions agree. He holds the back of his head with his hand. Logan thinks that he has his mentor's full approval, which is still just a seed in his thoughts, but when something unexpected happens, it will grow. He says that his mentor must protect the third prince until he comes of age. The man puts on his hood. He says that he thinks the guy is quite an interesting person, but he doesn't understand what's going on in his head. The image of the king against the background of shaking hands. The young master thinks that in 2 months he completed many things, including visiting the king and meeting the third prince. The guy remembers the image of his uncle. He thinks about the fact that he received the railroad tracks from him and secured a promise of cooperation that would make it easier for them to acquire supplies during the Civil War, so now it is time to return home. The commander smiles widely. He says that during their stay in the capital, they devoted time to training, but the main benefit of the capital was the young master's engagement. The knight replies that he does not understand what the young man liked about the girl. The guy looks out the window. He thinks that he was attracted to her strength and fighting abilities. The gentleman looks at the girl. He thinks that he brought her to use as a knight, but conditionally he has to be engaged to her. The girl's father displays a range of negative emotions. He shouts that he doesn't understand how his sweet daughter will become a knight, and besides, if the guy touches her before the wedding, he will personally cut off his head. The girl looks out the window. She says that the guy should keep his promise as she cannot return home without results. The young man remembers his expulsion from his past life. He thinks that he experienced the same feelings when he left the place in which he lived his life, so he understands the bride. Logan says he will definitely keep his promise. The friend smiles slightly. She says she wants to come soon. The carriage approaches the castle. The young man goes out with the girl. He smiles slightly. The family makes surprised expressions on their faces. They think that they did not expect to see the girl next to her eldest son and brother. All the courtiers make surprised expressions on their faces. The father looks at his son in surprise. He thinks about his child returning with a girl. The owner of the house raises his hand. He asks about who his child brought. The young master puts his hand on his chest. He says that the girl is his fiance. The servants make surprised expressions on their faces. The head of the house smiles widely. He thinks that his son is already engaged, and this is primarily due to the Duke of the Sword. The young man points to the bride. He says that she will also become part of their knightly order. The girl looks at the owner of the house. She says that she will serve him as a daughter-in-law and a knight. The old man opens his mouth wide in surprise. He furrows his brow furiously. The man says that his son wished the fate of a knight for his bride, which is nonsense. The news about the girl's desire to become a knight spread very quickly, to which everyone reacted differently. The commander smiles slightly. He says that this has never happened, but no one can stop the young master. The younger brother smiles widely. He says that he is glad to see a girl in the family. Mother pulls her son's cheek. She says he needs to shut up. The gnome looks at the bride. He says that she should run away because the young man will deceive her. The peasant spreads his hands. He says that the young master has brought a lady who will be both a knight and his bride. The warriors look at the girl. The head of the family closes his eyes in resignation. He says he hoped his son was joking. The young man replies that one cannot joke about such things. The man spreads his hands. He says that there have never been female knights in the history of their kingdom. The guy replies that an aristocrat can use force, and in their situation it is necessary to hire as many useful people as possible. The baron says that their knight's training is more intense than others, so despite her talent, she is still a woman, and a noble lady cannot train with men. The girl smiles widely. She says that she will study and erase all his doubts about her abilities as a woman. The lady thinks about what will make men recognize her as a knight. She is lying on the ground. The lady thinks that the soldiers' training is very difficult, although some of them have less aura strength than her. The bride clenches the earth into her fist. The gentleman asks if she regrets her choice. The girl raises her head. The guy thinks that they only have 2 months left, so they need to finish preparing for the war faster than their rivals. But initially he was going to let the bride join them, but he can't wait any longer. The lady frowns furiously. She says her only regret is that she was not ready for such training. The aristocrat looks at the apple. She says that she remembers the young master's promise of glory on the battlefield for her, but understands that he will not be able to keep his word if she does not try. Logan smiles slightly. He punches the tree. The apple falls into the girl's hands. The main character says that he will give her a fight in which she can earn glory. The lady, smiling, looks at the apple. The young master is sure that her steely character will not allow her friend to stop because of little things. A week later, a knight jumps from a cliff. He gets hit on the head with a sword. A man falls into a cliff. The baron catches him. The owner of the house holds the knight in his arms. He says the warrior is now excluded. The soldiers are sitting on the grass. They say their training has always been brutal, but now it's more like madness. The father holds his son by the shoulder. He says that the new siege training is a little dangerous, but very useful. The girl looks at her opponent. She jumps onto the rock. The lady raises her sword. She spits in the knight's face. The bride raises her weapon. She hits the opponent's neck. The main character smiles widely. He says that victory is his bride. The lady, smiling, raises her hands. She shouts that she was able to cope. The owner of the house makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the girl does not look like an aristocrat. The man smiles slightly. He says that he recognized the girl's merits as she tries her best to cope with her training and is also an excellent swordsman. The young master looks at his father. He thinks that he has one last question left to solve. The guy makes a serious expression on his face. He says that he needs to discuss one issue with the head of the family. View of the castle building. The guy is holding a paper in his hands. He says he checked the warehouse and found that they have a lot of empty space, which will help them reduce costs and increase the shelf life of products. Philip points his finger at the piece of paper. He says Mr. Dwayne should check the payroll because there is an error. The man looks at the guy in surprise. They say that the young master ordered him to help manage the fief, but his methods are different from those previously used. Philip looks at the piece of paper. The manager says that the guy is in charge of purchasing all the weapons and wood that come to them. The owner of the house makes a surprised expression on his face. He says he doesn't understand why prepare for war if it's not planned. The young man replies that they must provoke her. The father clenches his hand into a fist furiously. He says his son should give reasons. The young master spreads his hands. He replies that the traitor did not attack them only because of his connection with the Duke, but he will not wait long. The man makes a serious expression on his face. He says that they should build up their strength before the attack, since compared to the traitor they lack a lot. The guy clenches his hand into a fist. He says they should attack first. Logan puts on a serious expression. The father replies that he should tell the truth if he knows any details. The young man lowers his guilty gaze. He says that he knows that the king will soon die. The owner of the house makes a frightened expression on his face. He says that he understood that his son was planning to commit high treason. The guy raises his hand. He replies that they are not going to kill the king. The man holds his chin with his hand. He says that if the king dies, problems with the struggle for the throne will begin. The young master thinks of the image of a traitor. He says that the fight between the first and second princes has escalated, and since the Count is one of the key supporters of the second prince, they will turn their blades against him too, so it is worth fighting him while the king is alive so as not to feel pressure from outside. The main character looks at the scales. He thinks that after the fall of the traitor, their cup will tilt, and then he will be able to place the third prince in the fight for the throne. The Baron raises his hand. He says that he understands his son's motive, but they should wait for the coronation of one of the princes and wait until then. The guy lowers his head. He thinks that after the civil war the empire will immediately swallow them up, but he cannot answer that way. Images of 2 princes and a count. The son replies that after the coronation it will be too late, because if the second prince wins, then the count will become his most trusted confidant, and if the first, then he will take the count's territories, and they will belong to him, so their lands will never return to them, although they them by right. The man folds his arms across his chest in displeasure. He says that he has many questions, one of which is how his son knows about the imminent death of the king, but he believes him. The gentlemen look at the castle. The owner of the house says that everything his son did before was questionable, but in the end it was beneficial, as if he knew what would happen in the future. He puts on a calm expression. The Baron says that he understands that his son is in a situation that he cannot tell others about, but he is going to ask the last question, and after that he will stop finding out. The image of a warrior wiping away sweat. The image of a little gentleman holding a sword. The father looks at his son. He asks why his child did everything in the past and is going to do everything in the future. Logan puts on a serious expression. He replies that he always wanted only prosperity for their family and nothing more. The old man smiles slightly. He replies that he believes him, so he will convince the advisors. A few days later, the owner of the house called the family members. He hits the table with his hand. The man says that on New Year's Eve they will start a war. The courtiers make surprised expressions on their faces. The main character thinks that the family's reaction was expected since their fief only recently became habitable. The servants lower their sad gaze. The young master thinks that his father reminded everyone of the shameful loss of their lands and the assassination attempt of a traitor. The butler looks at the photograph. The guy thinks that his father told the family about the danger that is inevitable, so the blood of those present either boiled or froze, so they soon realize the need for war. Logan puts on a serious expression. He thinks that the owner of the house could not mention the death of the king, so he pressed on his emotions. 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, a squad of knights gallops forward. 152 knights went to battle, as well as 1,000 cavalry crossbowmen, including trainees, and 1,532 infantrymen. The father looks at his son. The young man recalls a conversation with him. A man asks if his child thought through a strategy before declaring war. The guy raises his hand. He says that they have no choice but to launch a full-fledged attack, but they will not announce it. The courtier makes a frightened expression on his face. He says that a neighboring family has declared war on them because they want to take revenge for the shame of 6 months ago. The lord makes a frightened expression on his face. He says the rivals are talking nonsense. A young man rides a horse towards the castle. The count makes a surprised expression on his face. The courtier is on his knees. He says that the young man's family declared war on a neighboring country, so the family's opponents ask for their help. The traitor smiles. He replies that he could barely restrain himself because of the duke, but the guy's family gave him an excuse. The man thinks that their military strength, roughly calculated, is twice that of their rivals. The knights stand behind the count. He asks them if the preparations are complete. The owner of the house is holding onto the armrest. He says his warriors must be ready to go to war. The count makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that he will crush the family of his comrades, and when they are intoxicated with victory, he will show them who is truly. The owner of the house gallops forward. The commander looks at him. He says that they will reach the opponent's castle within a day. The man replies that they should change direction then. The lord makes a frightened expression on his face. He says he doesn't understand why their rivals don't come to them. The knight runs to the owner. He says the rival army has disappeared. The commander looks at his subordinate. He says that the opponents are not on their territory since they bypassed the first castle to head to the second castle of the count. The building of the second castle. The squad leader says that it serves as a huge granary where most of the supplies are stored, so if they occupy it, the opponents will suffer long-term consequences, but the battle cannot be won by simply occupying the castle. The owner of the family makes a calm expression on his face. He remembers a conversation with his son. The young man raises his hand. He says that they will declare war on their neighbors, but their real goal will be the enemy's castle with grain. The old man spreads his hands. He replies that he understands that the guy is going to lure out the traitor using the neighbors. The gentleman says that they will do everything possible to avoid a collision with the main forces of the enemy, and then they will capture the castle. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He says they can keep the castle occupied for a couple of days at most. Logan puts his hand on his chest. He replies that they just need to hold out until the king dies. The owner of the family makes a frightened expression on his face. The guy explains that after the death of the ruler, all the aristocrats of the kingdom will be forced to quit their business and attend the funeral, which will be a direct decree of the royal family, which has enormous power and is strong enough to stop the war. The man holds his chin with his hand. He replies that if the count commits a crime against the royal family, then he will be accused of treason. The old man scratches his head. He says that even if his son knows the day the king died, he still can't believe that the guy could come up with something like that. The young man thinks that he will never forget the day of the king's death, since it will be announced on New Year's Eve, but in 2 days his family must manage to occupy the castle. The security commander makes a furious expression on his face. He says he doesn't understand where the rivals came from. The assistant holds the commander by the shoulder. He says that he should calm down, since they must report to the main castle and hold out for 1 day. The commander turns his head. He says that there are about 3,000 opponents, so they won't be able to hold out even for a day. The assistant folds his arms across his chest. He replies that they need to guard the fortress and hold out until reinforcements arrive, and for this they need to act in a coordinated manner. The knights look at each other. The leader says that they are high-ranking wars, so they must justify their maintenance. Soldiers gallop on horses. Opponents load their bows with arrows. The warriors raise their crossbows. The father of the family demands that the fire be started. Arrows fly towards the castle. The commander clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the enemy's attack is very fast. The arrows break against the wall. The commander raises his hand. He demands that the archers fire back. A volley of arrows flies to the ground. The coach looks at the young man. He says he has realized the limit of archery range. The guy is holding a crossbow. The teacher says that they should cease fire because they are wasting arrows. The young master, smiling broadly, shows his finger. He says that he is going to keep the opponents under control since the dwarf made a lot of arrows. The guy turns to the magician. He says he has a favor to ask. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he had no intention of participating in the war. Arrows break on the castle walls. The enemy commander makes a furious expression on his face. He says that he does not understand why the young man wastes arrows. The golem hits the ground. The opponents make surprised expressions on their faces. Monsters hit the ground. The knights say that they do not understand why their opponents use golems. Magic tower building. The wizard makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he does not understand why the young man wants to use the golem in the war. The guy raises his hand. He explains that he wants to use the bodies of monsters to protect warriors from arrows or remove enemies from the road. The magician makes a surprised expression on his face. He holds his chin with his hand. The man says that they cannot use golems in the war since the lives of the magicians will be at stake. Logan opens his mouth wide in surprise. The wizard explains that after the monsters take a certain amount of damage, they move towards the caster. Clayton points to a piece of paper. He says they tried to correct this magical oversight, and he even wrote a research paper on the topic. The guy bites his head, sobbing. He thinks that his dream of an army of golems will not come true. The magician exhales in defeat. He says he is willing to suggest other uses for the monsters. Golems smash the ground. They are digging a tunnel. Monsters are hiding underground. Opponents make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that the monsters went underground along with the magicians. The commander bites his nails. He says that the enemy is going to dig a tunnel under the wall. The assistant makes a skeptical expression. He replies that reinforcements will arrive before the golems are outside the walls. The knights on the wall fall from the shaking. The chief, clenching his teeth in horror, is sweating. He says they should leave because the walls might collapse. The assistant exhales in defeat. He says that they need to attack the magicians with a strike force since his brother cannot go anywhere because he is the commander. The man turns his head away. He agrees with the assistant. The castle family flag flutters in the wind. The aide says his commander gets worried too easily. A squad of rivals gallops through the forest. Castle attack map. The assistant says that they are surrounded by forest on both sides, so it would be safer to go around the opponents on the southern side of the forest and attack there. The opponent makes a frightened expression on his face. The youth commander gives off an aggressive aura. The man thinks that judging by the level of power emanating from the enemy, he is at a high rank. The assistant reaches for the sword. He thinks that his rivals cannot have many high-ranking knights, so it is worth killing their commander. The knight makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says they shouldn't attack as they will fall into an obvious trap. The knight frowns. He says that they cannot turn back, so they must deal with 5 enemy warriors and then return to the walls. The men smile widely. The assistant thinks that he and his brother are special because they come from a family of commoners, but at the same time they were able to become high-ranking knights, which is very rare throughout the country, and thanks to this they were awarded the honorary titles of guards of the second castle. The rival commander makes a frightened expression on his face. His brother thinks that the commander was always worried that his position would be taken away from him for mistakes, so losing his composure is the least of the problems. But since his reputation among the knights is falling and even his younger brother's attempts do not help, this battle is his last chance, so he must win at any cost. The knights gallop forward. The warrior turns his head. He shouts that they were attacked from behind. The assistant looks forward. He thinks that his opponents are running into the tunnel and thereby leading them into a trap. The man raises his sword. He demands that the knights run after him. The arrow flies forward. It hits the opponent's face. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the rivals went into the tunnel to shoot at them from the darkness. The warrior clutches a sword in his hands. He thinks that the pitiful arrows will not kill him. The assistant jumps forward. He makes a malicious smile. The man thinks that he will continue to evade. The horse stops abruptly. The enemy jumps off it. Warriors fall from their horses. The assistant charges the body with energy. It requires knights who can fight off arrows with force to run forward. The opponent looks at the squad. He thinks that they need to defeat high-ranking knights and then kill the magicians. The wizard makes a furious expression on his face. He says he uses an earthen wall. A man looks at a collapsing ceiling. The ground under his feet becomes slippery. The young man's commander smiles. He says that the enemy's horses were killed by arrows, and the ground under their feet turned into a swamp, so they have no way out. A man jumps on his opponent. He says now they can have fun. The commander smiles. The assistant makes a scared expression on his face. He thinks that he must save people, but while he defends himself, they will break the wall. The opponent raises his head. He thinks that the ceiling is crumbling. The young man's army runs forward. The main character smiles maliciously. The rival commander makes a frightened expression on his face. He clenches his teeth in horror. The wizard raises his hand. He says that he proposes using golems to dig a hole to bring down the castle walls, since it will not be difficult to destroy the supports located under them. The young man holds his chin with his hand. He says they need to keep a safe distance from the arrows, so they should stay back. Logan points his finger at the wizard. He says that they will lure the enemy into the tunnel to redirect their forces, and then the golems will cause an earthquake. The man spreads his hands. He replies that although magic is capable of such a thing, he will not be able to cause a real earthquake. The guy smiles slightly. He replies that they need to get a reaction from their rival so that some forces are sent to reconnaissance of the situation, and then their army will attack the castle walls. The commander bites his nails. He thinks that they were attacked while his brother was not around. The opponent raises his hand. He demands that the knights begin firing. Warriors pull the bowstring. Arrows are flying towards the army. A girl and a boy are jumping forward. They jump from horses. The lady thinks that the height of the rock on which she trained for several months was significantly higher than the castle wall. She jumps and swings her sword. The knight makes a frightened expression on his face. The girl charges the sword with energy. She thinks that she will definitely gain glory in the war. The bride strikes the enemy. Blood runs down the blade of her sword. The warrior turns around in fear. The enemy's body is pierced with a sword. The younger master frowns furiously. He says that his sister should pull herself together and not go far from him anymore. The girl turns away. She thinks that she fully realized what it was like to be on the battlefield the first time she killed a man, so she was scared at first. The sister wipes her face. She apologizes and thanks the boy for showing him weakness. The bride makes a furious expression on her face. The child smiles slightly. He says that just like her, he longs to earn glory in battle. The little gentleman thinks of the image of a combat opponent. He says that he wants to contribute to their victory in order to become stronger and no longer give in to the one who gains power faster than him. The warrior looks at the boy. She stands next to him. The partners make furious expressions on their faces. They run towards enemies. The main character looks at the wall. He thinks that his warriors are very enthusiastic. The younger brother swings his sword. The elder thinks that the boy has become a middle-ranking knight, which makes him very proud of him. The young man pushes off with his foot. He jumps onto the wall. The guy swings a loaded sword. The opponent is shaking in horror. Logan hits him in the neck with the weapon. He thinks that he needs to continue to attract the attention of the enemy and also defeat the commander of the castle guards. The old man raises his sword. He hits his opponents with it. The man shouts that a knight cannot escape from his weapon. He repels the commander's blow with his sword. The opponent frowns furiously. He says he will deprive the lord of his head. The enemy thinks that the opponent's master is a swordsman of advanced rank, but until recently, just like him, he was simply of high rank. The commander's reflection in the sword. He thinks that he will definitely cope and everything will work out for him. The old man makes a blow with his sword. The enemy's head flies off to the side. Brother looks at the wall. The knight approaches him. He says he doesn't understand what happened. The warrior makes a crazy expression on his face. He clenches his teeth in pain. The man shouts that reinforcements are on the way. He makes a furious expression on his face. The aide says he will take command and his soldiers must fight to the end to prevent the deaths of their comrades from being in vain. The main character jumps onto the wall. He makes an angry expression on his face. The commander frowns madly. He shouts that he will kill the entire red-haired family for his brother. The young man swings his sword. He cuts the body of the second enemy commander. Logan holds the bloody hilt of the sword. He replies that only the opponent will die in battle. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.